hasn't enjoyed much from the government except for a lifetime salary given to him by the past PDP administration.
During the past regime of the, what's it called, Jonathan, actually, he gave him National Award, OFR, Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, and he placed him on a monthly salary. So that was what Goodluck Jonathan did then for him. So, and this present government, they are trying their best. Let me just put it that way. And God continues straight to them.
As the nation turns 60, Nigerians celebrate another independence. There are expectations that notable Nigerians who played commendable roles in Nigeria's history will be more appreciated. However, the octogenarian sends his felicitations to Nigerians world over.
I am Taiwo Akinkume, the designer of the Nigerian flag used for the independence celebration of the country, and I wish all our sundry happy independence.
Nigerians are not ready to wake up.
We are a country of highly religious people, but less godly.
But I don't want you to tell me what religion you are. Let me see it in your action.
I marvel to see that our own coastal places, the port, the Cocoa Port, the Calabar Port, the Port Harcourt, the Apapa, the Tinkan, Badagry have been left on their own for so long. It is a shame.
You cannot wake up somebody who's pretending to be sleeping.
We refuse to do what we need to do. We are praying to God. Like the other day, we saw video of a group of people who were actually praying for a transformer that is false.
Yes. They are going to see somebody praying for accountability.
When are you going to get that accountability?
Fix ineptitude, fix accountability.
I
shall wait.
We could have been waiting for accountability on Nitel.
You will still be waiting for it. Are we not waiting?
Are we waiting for accountability on Nitel?
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
The Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears. and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people will say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes, or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa. So we always felt like the picture is incomplete. So we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yìí o, Ibolachi, Inakwana. This is Tea Time, where we spill, sip, and sometimes pour the tea. Welcome to your favorite entertainment news analysis show, where we dissect, direct, and most times come correct on the trending topics around the world of entertainment and lifestyle. And to do the honors with me is Ife Omai and man like Miles. What's good?
We're good, we're good.
You're right.
I like the way he said, come correct.
That's come correct. You know that.
We're good.
And of course, we can't forget Nigeria, which just turned 60 today. So happy Independence Day, happy Independence Anniversary to everyone watching and my fellow Nigerians all across the globe. But guess what? Some of your favorite celebrities are on the same page and they have a few messages for you. Here are some of the reactions we got from Twitter, and trust us when we say we have a few in the can for you.
Hello, my beautifully special Nigerians. My name is Maka, and I'm wishing you a very happy Independence Day. Mwah.
Today is the day we pay respect to our beautiful nation. We've done so much to build our culture and heritage. So, let's celebrate it today. Hello, my name is Fo, and I'm wishing everybody a happy Independence Day. May this Independence Day be special to you and your loved ones.
What's up to all my Nigerian brothers and sisters out there? This is your girl Nalezi, and I'd like to say to you, which means happy independence, guys. In African countries work so hard for days like these. So I hope you guys enjoy it thoroughly and have the utmost fun.
Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. 60 years. That's a long time. I wish everyone a happy, restful, safe Independence Day. And I hope that as we continue to wish and pray for our country to be great, that we will all come together and work to make it happen. Happy Independence Day. Mwah.
Welcome back. I'm sure you enjoyed that. Yes, your celebrities cannot forget you as it's Independence, but we still got some reactions from Twitter, and I'm just going to take a few of them. And this one is from Safety Ebuka at King Sefo, who wrote, "Spread the love to everyone. No room for criticism, tribalism, nepotism, racism. Nigerians together, we can make Nigeria flag of Nigeria great again. Happy Independence Day." And this one is coming from Monitoring Spirit. Don't monitor me. At Sanjo Kutu, who wrote, "All these abroad Nigerians are just saying good things about Nigeria, and I'm feeling maybe there's another Nigeria somewhere I don't know of. Come back and say those things. We're wrong. Okay, you're wrong. Go abroad. These guys. You shall know what they called you guys." Okay, so this is from Nollywood actress Kate Henshaw, who says, "If Nigeria was a man or woman at 60, would you be proud of him or her? Nigeria is more of a geographical expression rather than a united country." And as she said, Chief Obafemi Awolowo wrote that, "We are more divided than ever. My homeland's resources pillaged, my people delusioned and abandoned, leaders carrying on just for themselves, the land of my birth." Yes, I think that's the deepest quote so far. But let's be honest on this table. If Nigeria was a man or woman at 60, would we be proud? If Nigeria was our father or mother, would we be proud of them?
I personally wouldn't. If anything, I would be embarrassed. I would lie that no.
We're not related.
Yeah, we're not.
I don't know him or her.
Yeah, he's actually my auntie's friend, not my mother or father. I would deny Nigeria for sure.
Why he's 60? Why is he acting like a 5-year-old? He's a bit retarded.
Yeah, he's a bit slow.
That's why he acts that way. So
but the question is, were we where we were?
Where we were.
Where were we?
Well,
why they just leave us to the hands of the white man, JJ? No, seriously, where were we? Please.
No, I think we have made progress.
We have.
Absolutely, in a lot of areas, but there is a lot more areas that we need to grow up in really quickly. But I think that we are in good hands, personally speaking. I think our generation coming forward will bring a lot more change. Maybe it wouldn't take us to where we are supposed to be, but we will definitely improve. I've seen quite a lot of things. For example, now this year alone, the impact that the young people have made in terms of climate change, in terms of feminism, in terms of even like reducing the amount of social ills that we encourage, I feel like has improved. It hasn't trickled down to the grassroots completely, and everybody knows why. I'm not going to make that about. No, I'm not going to go too deep as to why that is. But I think for the people who can we are making a conscious effort to change. What I would say to Nigeria, though, is Happy Independence Day, and I hope that you get well soon.
Wow. Okay, that one deep. All right,
Malaria.
Okay,
firstly, I feel there's someone there's an invisible gun somewhere behind a person's head, like, you better say these things. Secondly, I actually feel she's trying to run for office or something.
I wish.
I feel like...
I wish.
Right, it's like, we're 60, we still act like we're 2. For me, nothing is working. Nothing works, actually. I provide electricity for myself, I provide water for myself, I provide security for myself. I even pay for the roads to be fixed in my neighborhood. Do you understand? Like, I have to contribute. So what am I getting from Nigeria? There's really nothing. Nothing works. Tell me one thing that works. If you bought biscuits 5 years ago and you're buying it again now, it's been watered down. It now tastes like sawdust. It doesn't taste like the same biscuit it used to be. So tell me, what exactly? So I'm not excited. A lot of people are not excited. I'm not happy. I'm just like, right. Yeah.
But you don't think that we have improved in terms of even giving individuals the opportunity to thrive? If you
gave yourself that opportunity. You
there
took
was still
it.
An infrastructure.
No one gave you anything.
There's still an infrastructure, because if you take the example Zimbabwe, no offense to you guys, there's no amount of willpower you want to have in this world. There is no infrastructure for you to even build for yourself. There's still the fact that we have, would I say, an infrastructure that helps you create your own infrastructure. At least there's that.
Yeah, that's our parents.
Well, let me just put my thoughts out there real quick, because I know we are not where we want to be, but it's a journey. America, which we like to compare ourselves to, they're about 200 and something years, and Nigeria, we're just turning 60. Yes, we're trying to grow faster than we should, which is why we see a lot of...
But trying to grow faster than we should?
Yeah, because you see how fast you're moving in terms of technology, which is kind of global, and but things are not working in the country. So I think we're not prioritizing. We're focusing on the wrong things, and this is not just we Nigerians alone. It's also our leaders. They're the root cause of the problem. So I think, like you said in the beginning, with our generation, I think things will be better. But if we also start with this mindset of nothing is working, what are
that's not even true. A lot of things are working.
Yeah,
maybe they're not working as good as they are supposed to be.
What has Nigeria done for me? What is this? If we have that mindset, we will pass that same mindset to our children, and they will pass it to their children's children. So can we be positive? You personally, as Mal, you pay for the right light, you pay for this. Showore said he was going to do a protest today, and he wanted people. Did you sign up for that? Did you say I'm going to go out there and protest?
Why do I have to go out and protest for what?
I'm saying, like,
we've been protesting all our lives.
We haven't actually.
We haven't.
When I protesting type of people, if you want to see protests, go to South Africa. We don't protest here.
Every great country you see today was built on blood, sweat, and tears. But a lot of Nigerian youth are not ready to bleed. They are not ready to sweat. We are not even ready to cry. That is the truth. So the moment we agree and we all come to terms with the fact that, look, we can't sit on our hands and expect things to work. We can't do this and expect the same thing to still happen. We have the same people ruling us. How many young people are running for offices? We know that, yes, there may be cabals in the political space, right? But at the end of the day, have we tried to fight it?
Yes, we have, and we've gotten the new bill, whatever. See, there is progress, guys. I can't. For you to even say that
there is progress.
There is progress. It's just that it's just very little. If you actually have people involved in the civil service, I think that then you would actually change your words and say that people have done well. A lot of people have done well. The only problem is that there is a lot more bad eggs. Even if you take the police force, for example, I can't count how many people that I know personally have been protected, have been given justice for things that have happened. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a SARS problem. If you look at the health system, for example, I can't count how many people have been treated, how many people have given birth, how many people have had illnesses taken away from them. And I can also count how many people have lost their lives because of a scratch. So there is the same, like we have both problems. We have things that are working really well, and we have things that are not working well. So to sit here and just throw away the whole baby and the basket,
okay, so just get a microscope if you have, and you see the progress. That's how tiny
okay, maybe I agree. I agree to that. Yeah.
Well, sometimes I see good roads. Sometimes I have good electricity where I stay. Sometimes I have all of that, even though I pay for it. But compared to some years ago, where you would not have life for a week, and it's like the normal.
In Isolo, the government was the one that fixed the road. Nobody else fixed the road.
That was like normal.
They give you life for 24 hours. You're excited, like.
I know,
These people are
but
trying,
it is progress.
It is progress.
It is not what we should be proud of, but it is progress compared
Alright.
to. That's what I'm saying, where we were. And on that note, we will not be staying where we are, and we'll be moving on to the next story. And it will be recalled that Burna Boy refused Showere's Twitter call to join his planned protest scheduled on up to for today, actually. The singer told the activists that he does not trust any politician, of which Showore is one. And in return, Showore fires back, saying, if you want to be fella, then be one. But the Twitter user at Yoruba Boy has tweeted, dragging Fowles the bad guy into this, saying Fowles is more of a fella than Burna Boy. You can't even argue that. What do you guys think?
Absolutely, to the T. Absolutely. I think the very big difference for me between Fowles and Burna Boy is ego. Burna Boy is moved by ego. Even when he is criticizing youths, he feels like he's better than the youths, and that's why he thinks that we should be doing more than we're doing. Fowles, on the other hand, to me, is a lot more. I don't know their intentions. I don't know them personally. Maybe they're both good actors, but from what I'm seeing in terms of public perception, I'm none of them's friend. I think that Fowles puts his mouth where he puts his money where his mouth is a lot more. I've never actually seen Burna Boy do anything that isn't related to benefiting from that. I have not seen him do anything for the youth. I've not seen him do anything for the youth. I've never seen him do anything for the country. Even for his friends, last time I've not seen except you want to correct me on that. So Burna Boy to me is ego driven. He likes to talk the talk, but he's not going to walk the walk. If you're not going to trust Showore, then you are, in fact, let me not say you're delusional, because all of the politicians are bad if you want to play that role. But if there's anybody you would even, thank you, if there's anybody you even think of siding with, is somebody like Showore. If you think that's not good enough, except Burna Boy is running for politics, then he's actually not.
If Burna Boy is going to run for politics, let me tell you what he run for. Minister of Agriculture. You know why? So he can grow some trees.
Grow some trees.
Except that.
Yeah, but my take on this is that I wouldn't want to take away the good work that they've both been putting in. Right. Burna Boy has been playing his part musically. Now, I'm not going to talk about what he's doing in terms of activism, in terms of advocacy and all that. But through his music, he's passing across a message. One way or another. Yay is a political song. Monsters You Made.
If it's like that, then give me credit as well. I go on Twitter and see if it's about that.
You don't have
it's about that. Oh, please.
You don't reach
Are
the
you
people,
kidding
the audience it
me?
reaches.
You want to applaud somebody for doing something
I'm just saying that we cannot
he wrote a few lines. Like everybody can write a few lines.
We need to balance this. Fowles the bad guy. Yes, if this was a competition and I had to vote, of course I would vote.
Fowles is a lawyer before a musician. Yes. So it's only normal. It's just inbuilt for him to feel that way, to be that patriotic Nigerian, to always want to stand up for the people and all. Burna Boy is a radical human being. He's just that talented musician. He might be a private person at the same time. Like, all these people problem, I don't want to be part of it. And once you give Burna Boy his phone to go on Twitter or Instagram, he does a whole lot of stuff. That's why they don't let him just do all his social media stuff. So there are two different individuals, right? He might have his way of reaching the people that we don't know. His music might be the only tool he has. Yeah. He doesn't necessarily have to carry a placard or carry
story. So why do you not make a whole track about people doing the same thing? You're making you're creating a Burna Boy that does not exist, because what you're saying now is that he only has his music, but you're using the same music to criticize people for not going on the street, for not fighting, for not. Burna Boy is the same person that will go on live and say that we're busy doing the Twitter supposed to be out there. How can you?
And he's tweeting from London, by the way.
Leave him. What are you saying? It's not the same. And to excuse you to say that Fowles is a lawyer, so there is a lot of lawyers that are very indifferent and very impersonal about Nigeria. Quite a lot. Some of them will even drop the degree like it's hot as soon as they come out. So let's not take away from the fact that Fowles has actually tried. There is a lot of celebrities I feel like are so docile about it that when you then meet somebody like Fowles, it's good to give him the credit that he deserves and not just peg it to the fact that he's the lawyer. No, Fowles is genuinely interested in the country.
Because
he's genuinely interested in the youth.
Lawyers that
he's genuinely interested in the youth, and we need to give him credit for that. I feel like he's very underrated with that aspect, and we don't bring him up enough. So for you to even compare them, it's like comparing jollof rice and granules. It's not the same.
No. All right, on that note, Fowl's the bad guy. We're done, sir.
We're done, sir.
All right, and yes, I know we're in a celebratory mood today, but this is a sad story as Chrissy Teigen and singer John Legend, who were expecting their baby, and she was 6 months in to the pregnancy, and she was hospitalized recently with complications related to the pregnancy. The model and TV presenter said they named the baby Jack, and that it will always be with them. Chrissy, who had been on bed rest for the past months, was admitted to a hospital on Sunday and had received 2 blood transfusions after suffering from excessive bleeding during pregnancy. She was very open on social media and had been sharing her pregnancy journey since she announced that she was expecting in August. But sadly, Chrissy Teigen says she and her husband, John Legend, are in deep pain after they lost their baby boy, Jack.
Okay, that's a sad one. But for me, I really... I'm blown away by what she's doing, what she's been saying, what she's been doing, talking about pregnancy. And a lot of people will not come out. Herself, Michelle Obama, I think Celine Dion, a couple of them have been coming out to talk about miscarriages and stillbirth and all that. And it's not okay for any woman. It's not easy on any woman to lose a child. And for her to still come out and encourage people and talk to people about it. So, hey, they'll bounce back, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I think, I mean, I don't have any authority about this conversation because I've never been pregnant. Like. But I can just imagine how mind-boggling that would be, especially for your mental health and even for your physical body to bleed that much and all of that stuff. It's not pretty. I think it's also good to sometimes see that these celebrities have things that they're going through. No, it's not just Chrissy Teigen, because Chrissy is one of those very few people that we kind of know what she's feeling because she's always talking about it. But for me, it made me realize how really careful one has to be, especially when you're having jokes about pregnancy, when you're making your skits about births and you know, being pregnant, not being pregnant. There is a lot of things that are complicated around this subject. Not just even losing, even being able to get pregnant and having the baby afterwards and people's children. It's such a sensitive topic. And every time I try to argue this with content creators, that there are things that you just don't joke about. I'm too serious. But this for me was a good example of why that is. Just because John Legend and Chrissy have decided to bless us with the privilege of taking us through this journey, we wouldn't have known otherwise if they kept it secret, and you'd still be out there making jokes. So how do you want them to feel? And I'm pretty sure they're not the first or second or 100th person that is going through this kind of situation right now as we speak. So I think it's really good to consider being more sensitive towards things like this. And I've always said it. Sorry, I've always said it before that when we talked about this story before, that she is in good hands because he's very supportive, at least from public perception. So he's really, really supportive, so I'm sure she'll be fine.
It's also noteworthy to mention that it was a stillbirth. It wasn't a miscarriage. So my heart goes out to them. And what I admire the most about this is the vulnerability that they're showing the fans. So no matter what you're going through, it's okay to show your vulnerability. It's okay to be strong, but when you're broken,
if this was in Nigeria now, they'll tell you that it was juju. And that's why you should not.
Village people.
You should not say it out loud.
I think we should talk to Rebecca to release that track from village people for our Nigerian people. But you know, tea time needs to go on a break, and we will be right back. Our heart goes out to the legends.
Hello, wonderful people. My name is Olaide Bakari, aka Alaja Tio. Come on. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Don't change that dial.
Honey!
Daddy, please, can I go out with you and Mommy tonight?
Sure thing, sweetie. Get your shoes and we go.
Promise?
You have my word.
Daddy!
You know I wouldn't leave without you, my princess.
Stay safe. Maintain social distance. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
This is Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa.
There were a lot of men, but they chose me.
Parties in Nigeria, they're simply
platforms of convenience for people to go and aspire for power.
If you were not awarded a contract, then why are you coming here that you are aware?
Let me explain. No, it's okay. Some people have also accused you of talking too much.
Even if I say things, people like Obasanjo should tell us, don't say that. Not that Obasanjo will be saying, and with results that will be carrying cane to go and say, Obasanjo, stop that.
If you have your family issues, you don't discuss them in the marketplace.
Those who will take over governance after the exit of the military will be mindful of the economic deprivation of our people.
Will the cost of governance ever be reduced?
Census good, but timing has to be right.
The people who are getting the palliative right now may be the wrong people because we do not have data.
Plus Politics, 7 p.m. Mondays to Fridays on Plus TV Africa.
Nigerians are not ready to wake up.
We are a country of highly religious people, but less godly.
But I don't want you to tell me what religion you are. Let me see it in your action.
I marvel to see that our own coastal places, the port, the Cocoa Port, the Calabar Port, the Port Harcourt, the Apapa, the Tinkan, Badagry have been left on their own for so long. It is a shame.
You cannot wake up somebody who's pretending to be sleeping.
We refuse to do what we need to do. We are praying to God. Like the other day, we saw video of a group of people who were actually praying for a transformer that is false.
Yes. They are going to see somebody praying for accountability.
When are you going to get that accountability?
Fix ineptitude, fix accountability.
We could have been waiting for accountability on Nitel.
You will still be waiting for it. Are we not waiting?
Are we waiting for accountability on Nitel?
Just opening your mouth to say what you think doesn't make it true. There is no sovereign immunity when you take a commercial loan. Those who criticize the government for borrowing should come out and provide the alternative source of funding. This is the argument. Politics is a very, very interesting and dynamic undertaking, and it is a game of persuasion. People can say what they like, but what are the facts? For that unborn generation, we have a choice. Let us as a nation decide that we want them to wait until 2050 to come and do it at 2050 price.
Recently, you were included in the Special Committee on Power. Is this another subtle way of bringing you back to continue where you stopped?
Well, I think that question should be directed to the authorities that brought me back. They would know why better.
One-on-One with Babatunde Fashola, premiering October 1st at 12:30 p.m. and repeat at 8:30 p.m.
Hi, my name is Wole Soyinka. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Don't touch that down.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Our guest is an entertainment lawyer. She works with the law firm of Adikpetum Caxton, Martins Adbo, and Shegun, and heads the entertainment law group of the firm. She has over the years garnered in-depth experience in providing premium legal advice and representation to individuals and organizations in the entertainment industry in Nigeria, which include film, music, theater, art, television, radio, publishing, and digital media. Aside entertainment law, Yemisi also has a wide range of experience in intellectual property, immigration, and company secretarial matters in Nigeria. She focuses on the prosecution of trademark, patent, copyright, and design on behalf of clients. She manages the immigration status of several expatriates in Nigeria and is involved in general corporate and commercial matters in the firm. She represents some of the major key players in the entertainment industry, such as Latan Ibile, DJ Copy, Adekunle Gold, Toke Makinwa, Funke Akindele, and a host of others. Let us welcome the formidable Yemisi Falaye. How are you doing?
I'm good.
It's good to have you here. Man, we are very lucky to snatch you on Independence Day.
Yes, very lucky because we're supposed to be chilling, but you know,
I know, right? But speaking of independence, what's your take on Nigeria at 60?
Ifefimi was very hard on Nigeria.
Yeah.
I was just like, ouch. But what Ifefimi, I'll call you Ifefimi.
I don't mind, I'll take it.
You know, what Ifefimi, has said on Nigeria is unfortunately the truth. Nigeria is like a sick adult, and all we can wish Nigeria right now is get well soon. That being said, I think to maybe not so reasonable extent, but I mean to an extent we have made progress, at least in the entertainment industry, to a reasonable extent, we have made progress.
All right, so speaking of the entertainment industry, I like the fact you brought that up. So far, Nigeria is 60 now. Copyright infringement then was not something a lot of people took note of or even cared about a lot back in the days. I'm talking about when Afrobeat was evolving in Nigeria. But what are the consequences for copyright infringements now, 60 years down the road?
I mean, like you said, copyright infringement wasn't a big deal then. And it wasn't a big deal because people were not even aware that they had rights, let alone the rights being infringed. You know, and then the little form of copyright infringement that we had then that is very common is the guys in Alaba that, you know, didn't allow our artists then reap the fruits of their labor. But thankfully, technology has, you know, has helped us wipe Alaba off, if not completely, but to a very, very, very large extent, you know. But unfortunately, this same technology has brought in another set of copyright infringers. Those are the ones online, you know. I don't know if I should mention names, but let me not even mention names to give them, you know, more prominence, if you know what I mean. You know, so you see nowadays that these guys online are not allowing artists reap the fruits of their labor again in another form. You know, that is why, you know, this brings me to my next point, which is the copyright bill. Some time ago, I posted that one of the honorables in the House of Representatives, you know, at the National Assembly in Abuja, should actually do something to ensure that this copyright bill is enacted, you know, as soon as possible. Because the truth is, a lot of creatives, a lot of copyright owners are going to benefit from it. For instance, the copyright bill addresses these online infringers. The copyright bill, if passed into law, will allow a copyright owner to report an infringing content online. You know, the ISP can then block access to that infringed content online, you know. And if you're a repeated infringer, the ISP has the right to actually pull down your domain name, you know, the NCC.
But based off that bill, would there be a problem already discussing, you know, gray areas like that? How would that also be a problem, or could that be used as a way for people to also attack that person for sharing? Or do you understand what I mean? Like, would there still be the sharing culture with this type of bill that's being passed?
So basically, I don't think it will affect the sharing culture. I just think it will enhance the regard you have for the owner. So you want to use somebody's skit now, it's only courteous, you know, legally and even humanly speaking, that you seek the person's permission, which might cost you £0 or zero kobo.
Right, so we had a guest yesterday on this table. Is a skit maker, a content creator, and one of the major blogs in Nigeria, Linda Ikeji to be precise, picked up one of his skits, and he said, according to him, he allegedly said, he alleged that she zoomed in so much that his handle was not even showing. So there's no way to even know who owns the skit. So what are some of the steps that someone like that can take against such a reputable brand who does that to your content?
Okay, so I'm going to, maybe you should share my contacts with this person. So so this person can, you know, engage me formally so that we'll see what we can do. But one major problem that we have in Nigeria, particularly the entertainment space, is fear. You know what I mean? Americans, for instance, fear nobody. If you are a Z-list artist and Beyonce samples your music without your permission, rest assured that Beyonce is going to get into trouble, because that Z-list artist will not stop until his or her rights are catered for, if you know what I mean. So, but we have this problem in Nigeria. You know, these guys, everyone, well, apart from me, is scared of the big wigs. You just, even when you were telling me the story now, you said you're reputably a big brand like Linda Ikeji. Yes, she's reputable. Yes, she's big. Yes, I love her because she's a personal friend. But no, she's not above the law. No, she's not allowed to sample without permission. No, she's not allowed to use content without the owner's permission. That's it.
Period. Okay, I like that you mentioned in your response that you should give that person your contact. Now, I'm not really sure that there's a lot of entertainers right now, even a significant amount of people that have contacts to lawyers or people like you that have the service that can protect them, or even aware of that. Do you think that an upcoming artist who's not big now has needs somebody like you?
Absolutely. In fact, you need me now more than when you have blown, as we say here.
Right.
You know, I always say to people, once you have discovered your talent, and once you have decided that you want to commercialize your talent, come look for me first before you look for anybody else. Then I will help you structure your talent in a way where it will be viable, where you can make money, where nobody will cheat you, where you will do things properly. So once you decide to turn your talent into money, come to me.
Looking at you and looking at your list of clientele, one can tell you don't come cheap. So how can we help someone like that who would probably doesn't have a lot of money to, to pay? You know, we can recover it back from damages and stuff, but what's the first step to
I mean, I don't come cheap. I take that as a compliment and I say thank you. But I must always also say that that in my firm, for instance, we do a lot of pro bono. You know, so you can, if you don't, we believe in growing, we believe in growth, we believe in being part of a success story. You know, so as much as we look or sound or appear expensive, we might not even be as expensive as you think, number one. And then, like I said, we offer pro bono services. So,
but I want to ask a little bit about you and even what took you to this journey. I mean, it's not very common in Nigeria to meet lawyers like you. And I used to think that I've met a lot of lawyers. So, did you always know that you were going to do this, even from studying and stuff? Or did the need for your services kind of pick you, if you get what I mean?
Both ways, actually. From the get-go, I always knew that, before I studied law, I always knew that I was going to do something in the entertainment space. I wasn't sure what it was, but I always knew I was going to do something in the entertainment space. Then along the line, a couple of years ago, it just fell on my laps. I grabbed it and I set the ball rolling.
All right, so let's talk about brand protection for entertainers and even content creators, because even on this table, we've seen several shows called Tea Time. But if we go back, we find out that we started before them. How can we protect our brand that no one gets to use the brand Tea Time anymore?
Well, I'll answer your brand protection in two ways: the business part of it and the legal part of it. Right. I'll start with the legal part, because if you don't protect yourself legally, you can't make money, you can't do business with your brand. Now, you said that you started Tea Time. The most ideal thing for you to have done is to get a lawyer to protect the name Tea Time as a trademark, the logo Tea Time. I don't know what sort of logo. Yeah, you have the logo Tea Time protected as a trademark. And then the concept of the show, Tea Time, you protect it as well under the copyright law. You know what I mean? So you just ensure that, you have the legal right. It is not just enough for you to birth an idea. Most times, you need to, go an extra mile to protect yourself legally. You need to consult a lawyer who would assist you to file the trademark registration and all of that, and copyright registration and all of that. So that way you can run after anybody who uses Tea Time without your permission, because it belongs to you. Yeah, run after them.
I want to ask you about working in Nigeria. So we've talked about this a lot, but I feel like even in the spirit of independence, every industry has to work in this climate, right? And I'm pretty sure, even for someone as accomplished as you, there is still space for improvement and growth and all of that. What is that one thing you would say working in Nigeria is kind of hindering your performance, if that makes sense?
So many things. So many things. Okay, so during this pandemic, I've realized that the pandemic and working from home, working remotely, has made me discover how, I'm trying to, the mildest way to put it, especially because I'm on TV, it has made me discover how far behind we still are in terms of internet in Nigeria.
Sure.
There's a particular ISP that I used to use before I dumped them. They gave me a very tough time at the beginning of the pandemic. I called them out a lot of times on social media. They reached out to me a couple of times, but nothing happened. So we need to make internet very cheap. We need to make internet very accessible. It just has to be there. So that's one thing. I'm not sure I want to talk about I'm in a good mood. I don't want to talk about, Nigeria and things that are not making Nigeria work.
6 is not so old. We still have a lot of space to improve.
So before we let you go, from a legal standpoint, what would you say are some of the major wins for the Nigerian entertainment industry?
Major wins. The first one, I would say...
From a legal standpoint.
Legal standpoint. Okay, from the first one will be the fact that the people we work with are now more aware. Right. Some people have got into so much trouble that others are now like, I don't want this. So they are now more aware.
Even which makes the job easier, of course.
God bless you, fair female. I don't have to. God bless you too, bro. So I don't have to lecture, an artist or an actor, about the agreement that I've, drafted for him or her. He already knows. And I send the artist the agreement. He's asking me questions, For example, one of our clients, Zlatan, he signed some artists recently, and of course I prepared the record label agreement, and he came back asking me precise questions.
Nice.
He came back correcting typographical errors. Nice. And I was like, oh wow. So that means obviously he read and assimilated the 15-page agreement.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So we're now working with aware people, and it makes our job easier. Exactly.
Yes, yeah.
All right. Finally, I like the fact that you pointed out Zlatan and how articulate he is when it comes to this legal things.
You'll be shocked.
So I would like you to also, do a PR job as well, and just tell us what are some of your clients up to that we should be looking forward to before the end of the year.
Me.
I put you on the spot, right? You never expected it.
I didn't expect it. But one person I think everyone should look out for is Copy. I call her cruise master. That girl is a cruise master, literally. Copy is a businessman. I can't even, literally, she has a lot of stuff, under wrap. She's had her doggedness for business, her doggedness for brand packaging, as we call it here, is off the hook.
Wow.
So we're sleeping on her. We're sleeping on her.
You guys, trust me, you're sleeping on her.
All right, so copy that. But we need to go on a break, and Tea Time continues right after this break.
Hey, chakalaka chepache, koshira koshara. This is Bayu, and you're watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Here are the things to do to avoid getting or spreading the coronavirus. Always wash your hands thoroughly with soap and water. Carry with you and use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer at all times. Avoid touching your face unnecessarily. When you cough or sneeze, do so in a bent elbow and not in your hands. If you cough or sneeze on a tissue, dispose immediately. Endeavor to wear a face mask when you go out. Dispose of the face mask properly after use. Should you feel unwell and show symptoms, call the NCDC and follow their instructions. Stay safe. Maintain social distance. Fidelity cares about you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
The biggest challenge for our generation is here. COVID-19 has altered the way we live in unprecedented ways. The only way to win in a crisis like this is to separate fact from falsehood, separate science from superstition, to get crucial information on how to live in a COVID-19 infected world. Join Stanley Bentu on Stay Safe, coming your way on Mondays and Thursdays at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV.
Just opening your mouth to say what you think doesn't make it true. There is no sovereign immunity when you take a commercial loan. Those who criticize the government for borrowing should come out and provide the alternative source of funding. This is the argument. Politics is a very, very interesting and dynamic undertaking, and it is a game of persuasion. People can say what they like, but what are the facts? For that unborn generation, we have a choice. Let us as a nation decide that we want them to wait until 2050 to come and do it at 2050 price.
Recently, you were included in the Special Committee on Power. Is this another subtle way of bringing you back to continue where you stopped?
Well, I think that question should be directed to the authorities that brought me back. They would know why better.
One-on-One with Babatunde Fashola, premiering October 1st at 12:30 p.m. and repeat at 8:30 p.m.
Hello, hi, my name is Stephanie Linus. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. And I don't know what's up with us and lawyers today, but we have another guest for you. And she's a lawyer by training who has found a passion for media and the creative industry. She has worked as a media personality, co-producer, live TV host, and news anchor, as well as produce podcasts, host live events, do voiceovers, as well as scripts. Along with all of this is she's also a content creator who currently produces a number of shows on YouTube. Amongst all the feather in a cap, she's an influencer who enjoys brainstorming and bringing to reality ideas which optimize brands' profile and visibility. No cap. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Winfrey Dania Okolo.
Hey.
How you doing?
Basically a media guru,
I'm
everything
great.
around that
Sometimes
space.
when people introduce me with all of that, I'm wondering who are you talking to?
Yeah, so much feathers to you, Cap. Shout out to you.
Thank you.
So let's focus on this. Being a media person. Okay, no, before we even talk about that, let's talk about Nigeria. Today's Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day. You have a touch of green on you.
Yes, that was
It
that was
does as well, but we can't see.
We can't see it.
All right, so what do you think about Nigeria at 60?
First of all, I'm a patriotic Nigerian, I say Nigeria. And like Nigeria at 60, I mean 60 is a whole lot of years. But at the same time, just as I was for the earlier segment, right, where someone actually spoke about how Nigeria is actually kind of retarded. And that's actually the truth, right? Nothing good comes easy, but the truth is that we have not necessarily progressed from where we started. As much as we say, okay, fine, we're no longer under colonialism and all that kind of stuff, but then again, we still see traces of it everywhere. And this one is even worse, because you know how they say, when they do you jazz from outside, compared to when they not do it from your own village, your family member, it's different. So that's the way I feel is happening here. I mean, when the other outsiders were doing us, we know that fine, that was what it was. But now, we are literally the ones doing ourselves, and then again, is a totally different level. So yeah, we have made progress, no doubt. We're not where we are meant to be. And then earlier, you actually spoke about how, Nigerian youth would rather just do easy stuff to get the money instead of working hard and everything. I will disagree with you, because Nigerian youth are very
not to get the money. I was talking about going out there to protest and participating in politics. We're not even talking about those.
True, fine, true, because I feel we already know it won't work. We know the system. We know how we'll be intimidated.
Have we tried?
Have we?
Well,
you don't think we've tried? We've seen people who tried.
I saw a tweet.
Just a few.
Have you
actually,
tried?
We've seen.
You have. What have you? Okay, what exactly have you done?
Writing, being on this table, and playing my part.
Oh, really? That's what everybody's doing in their own little corner, doing their own thing.
I saw someone that mentioned how it would be crazy to ask anyone to die for the country, because we've seen a lot of people do that, and nothing has happened. I think we forget it's very easy to blame the youth today, but if you look at Fela's generation, I think they had a lot of those people that we were looking for now, and nothing has happened. So nobody wants to die for nothing. People are still dying for other things, just not Nigeria. In this country, people are dying for religion, people are dying for love, people are dying for sometimes even in work, you find people who have worked still dead because they believed in that. So it's not like we're not capable. We just don't see the essence of it.
Hope. I think
that is what I'm trying to restore. I don't want us to lose hope completely, because if we lose hope, what about our children? What about our children's children? So we need to keep the hope alive.
Definitely.
Yeah, but that's what we brought Winfrey for.
Nigeria is the talk of the day. We can't take that away. So happy birthday, Nigeria, once again.
Happy birthday, Nigeria.
And so let's get back into this, right? Let's talk about freedom of speech. That is also something we still battle in this part of the world, especially for media personalities. And with the embassy authoritarianism, what's your take on that?
Okay, first of all, I will want to start by saying that media is one of the most strongest tools. I mean, I think right after money is media. Do you understand?
True.
And it is impressive what media can actually do, just that we are not directing it through the right channel or to the right thing. For instance, now we just finished Big Brother Naija. Hello. Somebody actually commented and said, okay, fine, if Lacon's followers alone fans alone voted for a particular president, we will definitely win. Do you understand? But how many of the youth would you say are actively involved with this? And that is because I feel they've honestly lost hope. And they don't think there's a point because they believe even if they vote, nothing will happen. Do you understand? So now back to your question, talking about media, right? Freedom of speech and all of that. So of course we know the NBC, the new code and all of that, the fine of a media platform and all of that. That just happened not too long ago, right? And everything. The truth is, maybe any other place that will work. But honestly, when we're talking about democracy, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. There's freedom of speech. Freedom of speech actually is literally what fuels democracy, in my opinion. Because if we are voting for people, that's the idea now. The idea is that we are voting. In the end, democracy is for us. The country is for us. The idea of a president is someone to lead us, not someone to reign over us. Do you understand? So the idea, what media does in democracy is literally voice what the people have in their mind. So you cannot, do you understand? No doubt, certain people have used that in wrong ways and all of that. But then again, that doesn't mean we should cap it. Because what we see obviously happening now is that people are literally doing certain things strategically to restrict what we, the people, are trying to say through media. And that shouldn't be it.
I mean, it's interesting that you brought that up, even with the whole Lekon example. I feel when you mention hope and your response, I feel like they work so hand in hand, because this is another attempt to break people's hope. Because once people don't have a voice, I mean, no one will even concentrate on Lekon if they thought that they would vote and then their figures wouldn't show. A lot of the times people like that show because there is a lot of transparency and they feel like it makes sense to get involved in that. But I want to ask you though, you did mention that there is people who try to abuse it sometimes, you know, and all of that stuff. If I had given you the power and say we do need moderation even in terms of freedom of speech, because you can't use it to hurt people, you can't hate speech and all that. So what would that look like for you? Like, what would you use to correct the NBC and say, okay, you're going too far, let's do it this way?
Okay, so what I think I'll basically do is find credible platforms that are doing these things the right way. No doubt, everything, see, the truth is there must be an artificial or there must be error, right? What is error? Error is taking the truth and taking it to the extreme, right? So no doubt, people will abuse it. Now, set guidelines how this thing should go, right? Make sure the people that have these platforms have the right to have it, have like the right experience, the right practice. Do you understand? With every organization, there probably is an underlying message. You know, understand that message, and then when it comes, but the truth is, I don't even think this conversation we're there yet, because what we're seeing they're trying to do is to stop it. That's how I feel. I feel they're literally trying to make us not say certain things and all of that, trying to cover up their acts and all that.
When you like this shelter, so when you move mad like that, you don't want accountability. Anyone who's involved in something wrong, and if you have a voice and people are listening, they have to be accountable to those opinions because you have to respond. So I mean, I get that, but I wanted to ask you, sorry, I wanted to ask you though, away from NBC for a second, you've given a lot to the media space in terms of content creation and all of that stuff. I still, and I like that you mentioned in the beginning of the introduction that after money is media, but I don't think that it's still as lucrative. But I don't know, I don't want to speak for you. What has been your experience with media and money? Okay, so basically, no, it's when we say it can be, I think it's getting more lucrative now, because I mean, we have influencers, we have people that don't even speak, they literally just come and just do stuff, and then everybody's crazy about it, do you understand? And they do that and everything. When it comes to the real media, I mean, not too long ago, I was opportune to host a Pan-African summit that actually had photographers from around the world. We had the likes of Tolani, who actually takes photos of the vice president and all of that. And then we had different people in that forum, right? And everybody spoke about how the photography that makes the change, the photographers that are social conscious
and are interested in going to these grassroots areas and going into the government spaces to take pictures and videos and create documentaries from that, they are restricted and they're definitely not paid. So now I'll rather be a Davido photographer and all of that because of everything that comes with it. Do you understand? And it's weird how we literally don't see that. For instance, now the lady that left here spoke about how copy is very good and very big on branding and all of that, which makes sense. What makes copy today? The fact that she has enough cameras focusing on her to show you that she loves pink hair, and every time you see her, she's going to be on pink hair. It is the camera that has made her that popular. Do you understand? But we don't see that. Let's say we are transparent enough to allow photographers who are interested in creating social change into the affairs that are really happening. Do you understand? That alone will project Nigeria in a different light. So in the end, everybody wants a cameraman who's going to take my good side and not my bad side. Once I see someone that's taking my bad side, I have a problem with it. And that's not going to take us anywhere.
Speaking of that, you know, a lot of people don't see the bad side of media personalities. They just see the glory. They see us looking glamorous on TV and they feel like we have it all together. So being in the industry for so long, finally, what would you say are some of the challenges that we face as media personalities? Aside the money, you already touched on that.
I need another sip for that question.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so the money is one of it. And we all know money makes the world go round. So of course, when the problem gets in the bag, there's definitely going to be a problem. You really need to love it to focus and continue there no matter what. I mean, anything takes time. Everything takes time and persistence. So yeah, there's that. But I think one major issue I think we actually face is in the area of getting content. Apart from me, I do lifestyle. I mean, I walk into a supermarket now or a restaurant, I'm gonna eat their food and say, oh, I give you media and they're happy. But then again, where it matters, right? Getting content. Not too long ago, we had the former Minister of Aviation have a press conference and we all know how that turned out, right? The guy literally asked you a question. Answer the question. If you don't want to answer the question, say, oh, I'm not answering the question. Next question, please. Do you understand? We've had different situations. I mean, I watch CNN, I watch a political station per time, and of course, we see how they go at Trump. Sometimes he flares up, he gets and everything, but in the end, nobody is literally like what that man did that day.
It should be illegal, actually.
Do you understand? I'm asking you a question. You're telling me you're washing me. Why?
Wow.
If you don't have anything to hide.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
I know we're really passionate about this topic because it affects us, but we need to go. So on that note, I hope we have been able to convince you and not to confuse you that it's not so easy being us. And it's a wrap. Thank you for watching, and you can join the conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or tweet at us at +TV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on all our previous episodes, including this one, and all our exclusive content by subscribing to our YouTube channel at +TV Africa. You can also watch TeaTime on Now to TV and in London on Ben Television. A big thank you goes to my co-anchor Ifeoluwa Omai and Miles, who had to step down due to social distancing, and our studio guest Daniel Okolo, and of course Yemisi Falaye, who was here earlier, and the entire production team. My name is Ifeoluwa Oshinkere, and happy Independence Day once again.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Ladies Talking Business. I am your host, Irene Ubani, and here with me is my co-host,
Morimi Akon, and our guest for today is a delectable business entrepreneur and a coach. She was recently listed by Forbes as one of the top most powerful 50 women in Africa.
She is the CEO of House of Tara International and was also mentioned as one of the young global leaders by the World Economic Forum. She's no other person than Tara Fela-Durotoye. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Certainly,
you very much.
You are definitely one to be reckoned with. What makes Tara Tara?
That's an interesting question. I think from a personal standpoint, I'm someone who's wants to live a life of purpose, a life of impact, a life that empowers others. And I think that has also reflected into the business model that House of Tara has created. One of our core values as a business is empowerment. And the reason why is because it's also a reflection of the things that I'm passionate about. It's reflective of my values as a person. So everything that we do at House of Tara, it's focused around empowerment, it's focused around impact. It's focused around ensuring that the continent is better. So our vision is to be a globally respected beauty company of African origin. So Africa is in our framework, impact is in our framework, empowerment is also in our framework.
And how was the vision birthed?
So I started as a bridal makeup artist, as many people know, going from house to house. Obviously, weddings a big thing in Nigeria. We have, for everyone who's getting married, at multiple levels. You know, you have your introduction, you have your traditional marriage, then you have your white wedding, and then you have a night party when your in-laws come and take you. So, you know, it was birthed out of a place where brides wanted someone who could dress them up on their wedding day, and really, it's really about doing the makeup for them. And I started a business doing that. But as the business began to grow, you know, there was a lot of evolution that took place, and evolution around what more are the customers looking for? What more do the brides want? We found out that our brides moved from just bridal customers to everyday customers who wanted products. Our customers also evolved to people who were at the wedding, who saw me do the makeup of the bride and had interest in becoming makeup artists, wanting to train and learn. We also had people who also wanted a product that was right for them, their skin color, considering the temperature of our environment, the weather of Nigeria. And so the evolution came as a result of what the customers and the consumers were now responding to, wanting, to desiring. And so moving from bridal makeup artistry to then building a business where we have training schools, and we've succeeded in training more than half of the makeup artists who are in the industry today, with 19 centers across the country, from Kaduna to Port Harcourt, from Port Harcourt to Ibadan, or to Ilorin and to Enugu, and training people and churning out people who could start their own businesses as bridal makeup artists. But then also, as they go out to start their businesses, they needed products. Right, and we created our own line of products. So we have Tara range. We have almost 300 SKUs in our entire range of products, from powders to foundations, eyeshadows to lipsticks. But also, in terms of empowering them, we now started to train them how to not just build a skill as a makeup artist, but also start a trade where you're selling your products to your customers, because that's exactly what happened with me. And then making increasing your income by also not just being a bridal makeup artist, but actually having products that you could sell to your customers. And so our business began to grow from not just a school, but also creating a marketing model or a sales model where we have empowered over 15,000 young women across the country who are trading in the Tara products in different parts of the country.
Interesting. It's amazing, because I can remember that from when I was in law school, I saw people actually do what you talk about. I sell Tara products. I sell Tara products and I get commission. But that's fantastic. So let's talk about influence. Were your parents entrepreneurs in any way? Did that influence that entrepreneurship spirit in you?
No, not at all. My father was a civil servant, and so was my mom. But I think what was interesting was I was intrigued by the response that the society gave to, because obviously I was a pioneer bridal makeup artist in Nigeria. People were fascinated by that as something that I was doing. And so the influence didn't really come from my parents, because my parents were not entrepreneurial in any way. Both of them were actively working for the government. My mom was a civil servant. My father was also a civil servant. The question is, who did I see that was an entrepreneur that I wanted to mirror. There was someone who came, a very famous Nigerian entrepreneur called Victor Oshibodu, and at the time he still is, but obviously the chairman of the company now, founded a company called Vigio, and it was more of a corporate, I think, product company. And he came to my secondary school to talk about his entrepreneurial journey, right? And at the time, people were not planning to become entrepreneurs. There were more people who were fascinated by being lawyers, doctors, and what have you. I listened to him. I can't remember what he said, but all I took away from an inspiration to want to be, to want to do, to want to create a brand, because what he did was to talk about his business, but there was a lot of focus around the brand that he had built. And I think that was a seed that was sown on my entrepreneurial journey at that early stage.
Now, still talking about, this entire journey of yours, we understand that you grew up under the tutelage of your stepmother. How did that influence your decisions and choices up until today?
So my stepmom was an amazing woman, and this one of the things I always say, sometimes you find a situation where you are married to someone who's already had children, and whether he's a widow or divorced, whatever, you have the opportunity to be impactful, right, on the life of the children who are in that house today. And sometimes we take that for granted. I was someone who I believe really, really benefited from having a stepmother who my dad married, right, and she raised me, and she did an amazing job. Unfortunately, passed away many years ago, but amazing. And she studied fine arts. And so she loved the arts. She loved gardening. My father used to call her upstairs farmer because every balcony in every home that we lived in always had plants and flowers. She was extremely stylish, very fashion forward. She loved to read. She loved to cook. She was a thorough homemaker. But I think what was most fascinating about her that I came to realize as I grew older was she was an amazing wife. And some of those things you learn by association, not necessarily by what she was teaching. And I think to a large extent, her desire for a radiant life, her desire for plants, flowers, care, kindness, beauty, fine arts, because I mean, makeup artistry is really about the arts. Were part of the things, her love for adire and the prints, because she used to make adire at home for chair covers, for, table mats, for dressing, everything. And I think that those are the things that shaped my desire for a fuller life. So for me, life is beyond my business. Life is more family, but also nature and all the little things that can make life fun and amazing, colors. And those are the things that I think I picked up from her, but also the role of an amazing wife in the life of a man. And that's another thing I picked up from her.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so the House of Tara is now a very mega brand in Africa. So how were you able to expand to have so many branches? And at what point did you know that, okay, it's time for us to expand?
So our expansion strategy was born out of a franchise model and a distributorship model. So distributorship model and a franchise model. Franchise model for us, we have a retail operations system that people wanted to buy, but also we have a brand name that they also wanted to buy, and that's one of the things, strategies for our expansion. So we're able to expand to other places beyond our first store, our second store, because we have people who are interested in our franchise, and that's how we expanded. Distributorship model, like you said, I wasn't in law school with you, but somebody was talking about Tara, right? And through that model, you can expand from a micro standpoint, where you are doing consumer to consumer, where you're doing one-on-one direct marketing. So somebody who's in your school is talking to you, somebody who works in your office is talking to you, someone who goes to your church is talking to you. That was one strategy for the distributorship model. But then also for the franchise is, I'm going to open a retail store that is going to be called the House of Tara, that would do exactly the same thing any other House of Tara would be doing. And what we're essentially doing is replicating a retail operations system that currently works. And that, for us, was our expansion strategy.
And what's your take on consumerism and in terms of business structure? Because we realize that for some business owners, when the founder either dies or doesn't have interest in that business anymore, it feels like that's the end of the business. So what exactly is it for the Tara brand?
It's interesting how you called me a coach earlier on. It's very interesting, right? Because I've never called myself that. But I think the reason why people call me a coach is because I'm very passionate about ensuring that my business outlives me. And then businesses that are upcoming, who are not as, I've done this for 23 years, right? And the people who are doing it for 10 years, the people who are 8 years, what can you put in place today to ensure that your business outlives you? So I'm very passionate about that subject. I've done a lot of study around big African entrepreneurs who have not outlived their businesses. Some of them died and the businesses ended. I mean, recently read an article that was written by Time magazine in 1958 about the title was Self-Made Millionaires of Nigeria. And many of them had mega businesses with franchises from some of the most important brands that we know till today. And some of those brands were created before Ralph Lauren, before Walmart, and Pizza Hut, like the American brands. But those brands don't exist anymore. So you now hear about the people who founded the companies, but you've never heard about those businesses anymore. And so for me, it's such a passion that we need to build businesses that are sustainable. And why? Because we have some serious social issues across the continent around unemployment. One of the reasons why we'll continue to have unemployment if we don't have businesses that not only grow, but are sustained over multiple years, right? So the minute that business ends, jobs are lost. New jobs cannot even be created when those businesses begin to expand. So government can never employ enough people for us. And so every one of us who have small businesses need to think about how do we build our businesses to become medium-scale businesses so that we can begin to employ 200, 300 people. And this problem that we have as a continent of unemployment and with such a strong youth population can be changed. And it's my passion. And one of the greatest ways to do that is by building systems and building structure. Structure systems is what we need as a continent to build businesses that are sustainable in the long term.
Now, and from your research, what have you found over time that those businesses that have stayed and stayed through this time and have excelled, what were those things that they got right?
A few of them I think from the top of my head is really have strong leadership, right? It's one of the gaps also as a continent, it's strong leadership and leadership in terms of not just management, but how do we lead our companies? How do we lead our people? That's one. The second one is innovation. We need to be able to look at our customers and be sensitive enough to know what the customers are asking for. What do they need? And so for us, when I think about our evolution as a business, there were times where our customers sent us messages, and messages not necessarily sometimes in what they said, but how they were responding. And the sensitivity of that is part of the reasons why you can then create innovative products that become satisfying. But I think lastly is building processes. We don't have a culture where, for example, how does your mother cook a particular soup? When your mother's soup is cooked, can your sister cook the same soup and it tastes exactly the same like your mother? Very unlikely. That's happened all the time. The reason why is because we're not taught to use measurements, right? Teaspoon. If I ask you how many teaspoons of salt do you use, you say you don't know. You just sprinkle. Just know, right? And that's a culture. But Auntie Jemima syrup is now being sold in Nigeria. The reason why is because somebody had a recipe. Auntie Jemima's recipe was learned by somebody else who then created a product, and today that product has been scaled across the continent. So it's about processes. What are processes? What are the step-by-step steps that we're taking every day to ensure that we have the same result and outcome, consistent outcomes? And so innovation, strong leadership, and building systems in our businesses such that the outcomes are the same every time.
All right, we'll take a quick break and please stay with us. You're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa.
This is Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa.
There were a lot of men, but they chose me.
Parties in Nigeria, they're simply platforms of confidence for people to go and aspire for power.
If you were not awarded a contract, then why are you coming here that you are aware? Let me explain. No, it's okay.
Some people have also accused you of talking too much.
Even if I say things, people like Obasanjo should tell us, don't say that. Not that Obasanjo will be saying, and with results that will be carrying cake to go and say, Obasanjo, stop that.
If you have your family issues, you don't discuss them in the marketplace.
Those who will take over governance after the exit of the military will be mindful of the economic deprivation of our people.
Will the cost of governance ever be reduced?
Census good, but timing has to be right.
The people who are getting the palliatives right now may be the wrong people because we do not have data.
Plus Politics, 7 p.m. Mondays to Fridays on Plus TV Africa.
Nigerians are not ready to wake up.
We are a country of highly religious people, but less godly.
But I don't want you to tell me what religion you are. Let me see it in your action.
I marvel to see that our own coastal places, the port, the Cocoa Port, the Calabar Port, the Port Harcourt, the Apapa, the Tinkan, Badagry have been left on their own for so long. It is a shame.
You cannot wake up somebody who's pretending to be sleeping.
We refuse to do what we need to do. We are praying to God. Like the other day, we saw video of a group of people who were actually praying for a transformer that is false.
Yes. Yeah, we see somebody praying for accountability.
When are you going to get that accountability?
Fix ineptitude, fix accountability.
We could have been waiting for accountability on Nitel.
You will still be waiting for it. Are we not waiting?
Are we waiting for accountability on Nitel?
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, you are watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa, and our guest for today is somebody I admire so much. It's still Tara Fela-Durotoye. Let's talk about integrity in running a business in Nigeria. It is key. Can you tell us about some of your experiences in terms of integrity, maybe from people to you or from you towards people?
So I think it's a bit of from a personal standpoint and then from a business standpoint. Personal standpoint in terms of being a person who integrity is really about keeping to your word. So you say something and you do it. And sometimes as an employer of labor, sometimes you make commitments to the employees and to the company as a whole, and then you find out that you're stuck in a rut. And then the question is, should you stay with what you've already promised? And for me, it becomes a question of integrity where I'm not able to. And so there are times where I've reminded myself, well, you've said so, so therefore you have to do so, even though it's not ever. And then there are moments where I feel like people took advantage of the company, for example, but then we put a policy in place that ensures that somebody can take advantage of that policy. And unfortunately, I can see that the person taking advantage of the policy, but nothing to be done because we've already committed to it. And these are some of the things that we talk about when we're building structure. You know, I run a masterclass with entrepreneurs, and one of the things I do is to say, well, you don't create policies when there's a crisis, right? You sort out that, you don't change a policy when there's a crisis. You allow that policy to fly, and then after that, you can begin to think about ways to adjust the policy. But if you've said, for example, people can date, like you've said, employees can date while they're working in the organization, and then something happens where two people are dating and you feel the company is at risk because of that, then you want to change the policy. You can't change the policy, right, until subsequently, right? And so these are some of the things that I've seen from an integrity standpoint. Another issue is around, for example, running stores across the country where in different cities have different things. People come and say, oh, well, we are local government or we are semi-local government. And they want to take this and they want to take advantage of businesses because they feel we don't have enough knowledge. And the team knows that we don't offer bribes and we would never offer a bribe, or rather we suffer for it. I mean, I've had situations where we've been taken to somewhere in Lagos State, for example, to say, oh, you have to, because you haven't done this, you have to do this. And the question for me is, can I pay a bribe? Yes, somebody could tell you that this is an easy way out, but I'd rather not do that because also it's an example that I'm trying to set as an owner of an organization, as a leader within my community. So it's an interesting question to ask because it's a real crisis here, a crisis of values as a people. And I think it's going to take us one after the other to do what we have to do on a personal level for that to change. So if I run an organization that has 300 employees and people know that I insist that we must do things right, then those who leave the organization to start up their own businesses sometimes carry away those values, and we can have a potential ripple effect of it. Yes.
Now, in terms of financial management, because I feel like it's also it's intertwined with the issue of integrity. Now, you have been able to come up with other branches across Nigeria and across Africa as well. This requires a level of financial stability. Have you been able to grow that while managing the issue of integrity?
So I don't think, I haven't had a situation where growth for us is dependent on our single customers buying. It's not dependent on a government, for example. Our growth is not dependent on an institution. As long as you run a business that you're at a key man risk when your customer is maybe one institution, then that affects you. But for us, it's ordinary African women who just want a lipstick and who wants an eyeshadow, who want a powder that suits them, and they come and buy our brand. It is those women, and there's so many of them that I don't know personally, who are making choices. They are the ones who are giving the company the financial capacity to be able to expand. Anyone who's buying our franchise, what the person is basically saying is, I'm paying for your brand name and I'm paying for the brand that you've built. That gives us capacity to continue to expand organically. And I think that's really about our consumers constantly buying the product because they're proud of the product, they're proud of the quality of the product, but also it's about franchises, buying more and more franchises, and therefore giving us the potential to expand.
So talking about the products, you've been running this business for many years. In your own perspective, would you say that Nigerians, or would I say Africans, have embraced our local products than foreign products?
So when I first started, this was a question, are Nigerians really ready? And I was shocked. I was shocked because the first product I started with was makeup brushes, and it was really for makeup artists. But I did a launch, and at the launch, people were surprised that it was just brushes. They were actually expecting lipsticks and powders. Between that time and now, which is almost 20 years, right, I've seen a significant growth in the interest of Africans for Africa, right? I remember when we launched in Kenya, the reception that we received as a brand at the time was a reflection that Africans were already ready. As much as we still have, we have entrance of international brands into the market, but the local brands have begun to compete at the same level as international brands, which I find to be totally amazing. But it has come as a result of the evolution in the industry, the participation of makeup artists. I mean, now what we've done as an industry is makeup artists have triggered the interest of the consumers by teaching them what is possible, by doing those YouTube videos, by doing the Instagram lives, by showing the step-by-step, quick makeup, 5 minutes makeup. Every time the makeup artists are doing that, they're changing the culture. And by changing the culture, people become more interested. So if makeup artists are saying, I'm using Tara, then the consumers want to use Tara as well.
Of course. And we see that you are very vested in training young leaders, particularly ladies. What inspires you to do all of this?
I do that because I'm also someone who's been, they say to whom much is given, much is required. I'm one who other women have invested in, other women have given their time and their mentorship and their sponsorship, and I feel like I have to pay it forward. So it's come out of a place of paying it forward. Give and it shall be given back to you. So for me, I need to give it. I owe it to give it. I'm blessed so that I can be a blessing. And that is one of the things that pushes me, gives me the desire to do so. And impact is such an integral, and I said at the very beginning, impact and empowerment is such an integral part of who I am in fulfilling my purpose. And so there's a purpose element, but there's also people have invested in you, and it's time for you to pay it forward. Yeah.
Of course. Great, wonderful. We can say that young people now struggle between knowing what to do. So, okay, I want to be a lawyer today. I want to be a beauty entrepreneur tomorrow. I want to be a journalist the day after. So what's your take on transitioning, especially for young people? What's your advice? What would you say about not knowing what to do?
I don't think that's new. I don't think it's a young people's thing. Just telling that story, I remember, yes, I think I know someone who's, there are few people who knew what they wanted to do, and then they went straight in and they've never changed. There are few people like that, but I know more people who have gone through evolutions, and women who are older than me who have gone through evolutions. And then those who haven't gone through that evolution in terms of changing a career path. And so I would say, well, calm down. Right? You have time. I remember Mrs. Awushika's story, starting off as an accountant, right? And then studying chemistry, and then going to be doing accounting and working in an accounting firm, and then moving on from there to now owning a furniture company, and then building so many companies at the same time, now chairman of the largest bank in the continent. So I think that evolution is real, and I think that people just need to find what their purpose is, and your purpose is at the time where you currently are. What is it that inspires you? And I think that my counsel also is, let's not be so driven by what others are doing, but what I am supposed to be doing. And if you focus on what you're supposed to be doing, you would know instinctively, and if you know instinctively, have the courage to do it, even if it's not even if it's not sexy. Yes.
I like that bit. So what would you say to that young entrepreneur who wants to start off his or her business at this point in time and is listening to you?
I would say look for solutions. Those who solve big problems make big money. So look for solutions, solutions that no one has thought about or have not leveraged, and work on that. The Nigerian youths are brilliant, absolutely brilliant, innovative, creative. And let's bring that to bear and solve some of our social issues as a continent and as a country. And if we do so, then people will pay big money for solving big problems.
Certainly. Tara Fela Durotoye, it was a pleasure having you on our program today.
Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And that's all on Ladies Talking Business on this special episode. For those of you who joined us, thank you so much. From me, Irene Ubani, it's a thank you.
And from me, it's a thank you as well.
Until next time, bye.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. After 6 decades of nationhood, it is a day of mixed feelings for Nigerians as the president addressed some issues bordering on the unity, economy, and the current price of petrol. Plus TV Africa's Mary Chinda captures some of the salient points in the President Muhammadu Buhari's October 1st speech.
And barely 4 days after the NLC threatened the nationwide protests in the fuel pump price and electricity tariff, President Muhammadu Buhari has defended the current price of fuel, stating that a responsible government must face realities. The president said this during the country's 60th independence anniversary speech early this morning.
Chad, which is an oil-producing country, charges 362 naira per liter. B. Niger, also an oil-producing country, sells 1 liter at 346 naira. C. Ghana, another oil-producing country, petroleum pump price is 326 naira per liter. Further afield, Egypt charges 211 naira per liter. Saudi Arabia charges 168 naira per liter. It makes no sense for oil to be cheaper in Nigeria.
The president also acknowledges that there are wounds and distrust among citizens, which he says needs to be addressed.
We need to begin a sincere process of national healing, and this anniversary presents a genuine opportunity to eliminate old and outworn perceptions that are always put to test in the lie they always are.
For the president, credible and fair elections are parts of the hallmark of a healthy democratic order, which he says he is committed to.
I am a firm believer in transparent, free, fair, and credible elections, as has been demonstrated during my period as a democratically elected president. The recent build-up and the eventual outcome of the Edo State election should encourage Nigeria that it is my commitment to bequeath to this country processes and procedures that will guarantee that the people's votes count.
And talking about Nigeria's harsh economic situation, the president says no past government has done as much as he has using scarce resources. Largely, many analysts call the speech high as inspiring, while some other analysts say it can only pass for a talk shop without clear practical steps to be taken. Mary Chinda reporting for Plus TV Africa.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, said Nigeria has come a long way and has surmounted many challenges in the past 60 years, noting that things are going to get better. In a goodwill message to mark Nigeria's 60th independence anniversary, the Speaker eulogized and paid glowing tributes to Nigeria's heroes who made sacrifices for the country to become what it is today. The Speaker said Nigerians are the ones that would save the country and help her to attain lofty heights. The national leader of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has averred that at 60, Nigeria is better off than it was before. Tinubu, who stated this in his 60th independence anniversary statement to Nigerians on Wednesday, was also optimistic that things would still get better in Nigeria. He said, "We move closer to the reality of a greater nation based on a more and just and, of course, compassionate society. Because of you, the fine and patriotic people who are this nation, we are better than we were yesterday, but not quite as good as we shall be tomorrow." On the nation's independence, he said, "We honor our independence not because it is a day on the calendar. We value this independence because it allows, in fact, demands of us that we assess and define ourselves and our nation as we deem fit. that we define our society, its economy, and political institutions in a manner that answers the questions we pose to them instead of responding to the demands of outside forces. And former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, has charged President Muhammadu Buhari to resign. He anchored his call on claims that Nigeria currently has nothing to celebrate as it marks its 60th anniversary. A statement by his spokesman, Wole Soyinka, quoted Fayose as insisting that Buhari's resignation was the only thing that would make Nigerians happy as the country marks its 60th independence anniversary. He also maintained that Nigeria was currently on life support. Still in the news, the Middle Belt Forum has lamented the plight of its people within the northern region, saying that what used to be regarded as One North has been completely destroyed. The national president of the Middle Belt Forum, Beatrice Pogu, who spoke in Jos on Wednesday, blamed the situation on the attitude of Muslims and their Fulani kinsmen in the region. He accused them of seeing the monolithic North as their own and engaging in actions detrimental to the collective interest of other natives within the region, including the people of the Middle Belt. The Apex Igbo cultural body, Ohaneze Ndigbo, in a statement by its acting Secretary General and Publicity Secretary, Uche Achiokbaga, said Nigeria has gone more years backward than forward. According to the group, there is no real practice of democracy. The ACF also said the North preferred a referendum to determine Nigeria's continued existence, adding that various parts of the country could go their different ways if its existence were no more desirable. The ACF Secretary General, Murtala Aliyu, said although the group was not afraid of restructuring, its proponents had not adequately defined it. According to him, the North is looking at all options and is leaving all options open. And joining us live is Professor Pat Utomi, a political economist. Thank you for joining us. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, more on the news stories.
Just opening your mouth to say what you think doesn't make it true. There is no sovereign immunity when you take a commercial loan. Those who criticize the government for borrowing should come out and provide the alternative source of funding. This is the argument. Politics is a very, very interesting and dynamic undertaking, and it is a game of persuasion. People can say what they like, but what are the facts? For that unborn generation, we have a choice. Let us as a nation decide that we want them to wait until 2050 to come and do it at 2050 price.
Recently, you were included in the Special Committee on Power. Is this another subtle way of bringing you back to continue where you stopped?
Well, I think that question should be directed to the authorities that brought me back. They would know why better.
One-on-One with Babatunde Fashola, premiering October 1st at 12:30 p.m. and repeat at 8:30 p.m.
Nigerians are not ready to wake up.
We are a country of highly religious people, but less godly.
But I don't want you to tell me what religion you are. Let me see it in your action.
I marvel to see that our own coastal places, the port, the Cocoa Port, the Calabar Port, the Port Harcourt, the Apapa, the Tinkan, Badagry have been left on their own for so long. It is a shame.
You cannot wake up somebody who's pretending to be sleeping.
We refuse to do what we need to do. We are praying to God. Like the other day, we saw video of a group of people who were actually praying for a transformer that is false.
Yes. Yeah, we see somebody praying for accountability.
When are you going to get that accountability?
Fix ineptitude, fix accountability.
We could have been waiting for accountability on Nitel.
You will still be waiting for it. Are we not waiting?
Are we waiting for accountability on Nitel?
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back to News on the Hour, and joining us live is Professor Patu Tomi, a political economist. Thank you for joining us.
It's a great pleasure.
Quickly share with us, what's your assessment of the nation's economy in the last 60 years?
Well, the Nigerian economy has been described as a recursive economy. What does recursive mean? What does it mean? Recursive means 2 steps forwards, 3 steps backwards, back, forth. Why has it traveled that path? The Nigerian economy has traveled a recursive path significantly because of the inconsistency in policy making. Nothing can probably better illustrate that than our inability to take a position on how to price petroleum products, which is back on the news or in the news again. Petroleum products pricing gives you a sense for why people don't invest in the Nigerian economy. We rush to some meetings, agree on some things just for one moment's comfort. Tomorrow we change things, and so on and so forth. What Nigeria has always needed badly is a lead consensus, a certain shared set of understanding of what will lead to progress. That shared understanding then means that it doesn't matter who is in office, whether it's party A or party B, there is a sense for what is good for Nigeria. But because we don't have rational public conversation, because we don't really have a democracy, and we just have transaction actors hustling for power to use for their own self-interest, we generally don't manage to do things that are sustainable. That's why the Nigerian economy has been described as a recursive economy. Because you make a good decision, before you can implement it, which institutions lead to pushback, the hustlers corner a part of the policy idea, and suddenly everything is undone. And we begin again. So this is why we have not made the progress we should have made.
All right. One of the things that you mentioned was the new price of petrol, and so I'm going to go there. The president, in his broadcast earlier today, tried to defend the new price of petrol, saying that he is a realist, and of course suggesting the subsidy regime is not sustainable. Do you agree with that?
Look, the cost subsidy idea has always been a bad idea. But what is subsidy? The truth is, Nigerian elite has not managed to agree on what that is. If we create an enabling environment and attract investors to refine petrol in Nigeria where crude oil is produced and export it from here, the unit price of petrol in Nigeria will be far lower than the one in Europe, where ships have transported the thing from here to Rotterdam before it is refined, if the refineries are in working order. But because of the corruption in NNPC, the refineries is impossible to get in working order. Nigeria should have 25 years ago created incentives, and it's not that we're talking about it now, I said so then. I quote from my own book in 1998, which was researched about 95, 96, in which the immediate past group managing director of NNPC, when I asked him the question, I said, look, wouldn't it be more effective if we privatize and allow these things to run in this manner. And he jokingly said, why do you want to privatize NNPC? I thought it was always private. I said, what do you mean? He said, NNPC has also been privatized. The problem is that those who own it did not pay for it. So that is the tragedy that makes us have this funny conversation about what is subsidy. The Nigerian politician, military or civilian, unfortunately, because they are not patriotic most of the time, or not educated enough to understand the meaning of their decisions, make these choices to enable their friends to make money and cripple the possibilities of good service to the Nigerian people. So when somebody says, I'm a realist, I don't believe in subsidy, it is a basic statement that any intelligent person should make. But in the context of the choices that have been made by many, including him, the only outcome we can have is the mess we have.
Yeah. All right. I'm also going to stay with you. I have a few minutes left in this conversation. I'm going to continue quickly, if you can quickly share with me. One of the statements the president also made was comparing the price of petrol in countries like Saudi Arabia with what we're currently paying here in Nigeria. I want you to quickly respond to that in a few seconds, please.
You see, that is the point I'm making. This is a very nuanced conversation. If you take it out of context, what they pay in Saudi, what is the salary in Saudi Arabia? What is the, you have to put everything into context. But if government was not involved at all and markets determine these things, salaries would rise, the petroleum prices would take a certain equilibrium point, the efficiency of the fact that it's produced here will have its own consequence. You don't take it out of context. Everything has to come together. What is the relative price of the Saudi citizen and his income to what they are offering? Those things all matter.
All right,
but government should not be the one determining it. Markets should determine it. Okay. Where there's an efficient market, where government is not trying to make petroleum importers rich, which is what the case is in Nigeria.
All right, and also, I'm going to also bring your thoughts in on the call for Dudua Republic and other secession calls that have, of course, risen across the country again.
These are all expressions of frustration because of the arrogance of those who have power, preventing Nigeria to work well. If Nigeria works well, nobody will worry about Dudua Republic or Biafra or anything. A bigger country is better for everybody. It's a bigger market. It's a bigger opportunity space for everybody. But when people who don't know what they are doing run a country, they make everybody want to leave it. That's the problem of Nigeria.
Are we hopeful that we will be able to effect the change that we need to see in the country?
I am convinced about that. As we speak, I had to take time off of a meeting I am hosting of the elders of Nigeria. Is going on as we speak. If you listen to what Alhaji Ahmed Jordan said a few minutes ago, or what Obong Victor Atta said after him, and Dr. Umailazu said, you will see that there's a consensus amongst Nigerian elders that what is going on is not acceptable, and that they want an immediate constituent assembly to draft a new constitution for Nigeria that is more autonomy to the different units of Nigeria. That's the consensus of Nigerian elders. It's going on right now, that conversation. You can follow it on Facebook and on Zoom or whatever.
All right.
So, Nigeria can be saved.
Professor Patutomi, thank you for speaking with us.
It's a pleasure.
The presidency on Wednesday said the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, has sent a message of felicitation to the President, Muhammadu Buhari, on Nigeria's 60th independence holding on Thursday. In a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, he said the Queen's message was conveyed by the British High Commission in Nigeria. And as Nigeria marks its 60th independence anniversary, the United States government has congratulated Nigerians for their commitment to tackling corruption and strengthening democratic institutions and also leveraging entrepreneurship. In a statement on Thursday on behalf of the U.S. government, the United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo congratulated Nigeria. He said that the United States and Nigeria share important democratic values and a similar entrepreneurial spirit. He also said the United States looked forward to continuing working with a peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. It will be a low-key 60th Independence Day celebration in Lagos on Thursday as Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has cancelled the parade. The Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said the Lagos State government has opted for a low-key celebration due to the ravaging effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which, according to him, is still very much around. The Commissioner of Police, Lagos State Command, Hakeem Odumosu, has instructed operatives to disallow societies under whatever guise from staging rallies or protests on October 1st. He read the Riot Act on Wednesday during a security meeting with the area commanders, divisional police officers, and heads of department at the state headquarters in Ikeja. He warned that the command will not allow gatherings against the sovereignty of Nigeria. In an exclusive interview with Plus TV Africa, Nigeria's Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, says the work on the Third Mainland Bridge is on schedule. He also appreciated Nigerians for their patience and sacrifice.
We are in Lagos, and the talk about Third Mainland Bridge hasn't left our lips. What's the update about the pace of work? I hope there is no form of hindrance. And what's the word you have for the people who go through this horrendous experience?
We are on schedule, and we are sending weekly updates on a Twitter handle called TMB Rehab, at TMB Rehab. If you go to that, TMB is short word for Third Mainland Bridge, TM and B Rehab, or at TMB Rehab. That's the Twitter handle. We're sending weekly updates for all of those who have sacrificed working with us, Lagosians, Nigerians, the contractors. This really is symbolic of the anniversary theme launched by Mr. President, that together we can do anything. The sacrifice has been invaluable. We don't take it for granted, and trust us that we will keep our word to deliver on schedule and renew the life of that bridge. So let's keep going together, especially now that Nigeria is turning 60.
Watch out for the full interview on Plus TV Africa at 12:30 p.m. today and a repeat at 8:30 p.m. The news continues shortly after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back, and now for stories across Africa. Gambian President Adama Barrow has on Wednesday appointed Bakari Bajie as Minister of Youth and Sports. President Adama Barrow, acting under the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Gambia, has decided to relieve Hadrame Sidibe, the former Minister of Youth and Sports, of his appointments with effect from Wednesday, 30th of September 2020, and reassigned him to the Foreign Service. And on foreign scene, Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has accused President Vladimir Putin of being behind his poisoning. In his first interview published since he left the German hospital where he was treated, the Kremlin critic has been active on social media since being brought out of the coma. Posting a photograph of himself sitting on a Berlin bench, Navalny said on Instagram last week he was far from fully recovered and would require rehabilitation. And also on the foreign scene, the Vatican has denied U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo audience with Pope Francis. The Holy See said the pontiff does not receive politicians during an election period. The move adds to a diplomatic role following comments by the U.S. Secretary about China and the Catholic Church. The Vatican accused Pompeo of trying to use that issue to attract voters in November's U.S. presidential election. And now in business, the Federal Executive Council meeting ended on Wednesday with a budget estimate of 13.08 trillion naira projected for the 2021 fiscal year. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, disclosed this to journalists at the presidential villa. The breakdown of the proposed budget is 13.08 trillion naira, total aggregate expenditure 29% capex with a deficit of 4.48 trillion naira. FX 379 naira to the dollar, and GDP growth targeted at 3%. When asked if the 3% estimated growth was realistic considering the impact of COVID-19 on world economies, the Minister of Finance responded that the policies put in place to ensure inclusive growth while stimulating the economy should produce the desired results. And still ahead is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment. And now in entertainment news, Chrissy Teigen and husband John Legend have said they're in deep pain after losing their baby during pregnancy. We're shocked and in the kind of pain you only hear about, the kind of pain we've never felt before, she wrote in a moving Instagram statement. Her post was accompanied by several black and white photos, including one of her crying in her hospital bed. Model Teigen and singer Legend have 2 children and in mid-August revealed that they were expecting a third. In her latest post, Teigen revealed that a Los Angeles-based couple had been planning to call the baby Jack. And now in sports, Spain's Gerard Joseph Platero Rodriguez has been suspended from tennis for 4 years after he was found guilty of court-siding, betting practice prohibited in tennis. He was also fined $15,000 as he becomes the first tennis player to be charged with the offense. On Wednesday, the Tennis Integrity Unit said 6 months of the ban will be suspended if no further breaches of the tennis anti-corruption program are committed. The statement further said the Spaniard, who had no ranking, acted as a courtsider at the International Tennis Federation's tournament held in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 2019 after an investigation was carried out. An investigation also said the player had helped 75 online bets on tennis matches in 2019. In the course of the investigation, it was also reported that he also failed to engage in any form of cooperation. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogi Ogbonwa.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The biggest challenge for our generation is here. COVID-19 has altered the way we live in unprecedented ways. The only way to win in a crisis like this is to separate fact from falsehood, separate science from superstition, to get crucial information on how to live in a COVID-19 infected world. Join Stanley Bentu on Stay Safe, coming your way on Mondays and Thursdays at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV.
Hello and welcome to another episode of One on One. Our guest today is Babatunde Raji Fashola, popularly referred to as BRF. He is a senior advocate of Nigeria and is currently the Minister of Works and Housing. He served 2 terms as Governor of Lagos State from May 29, 2007 to May 29, 2015. Fashola succeeded Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari to be the Minister of Power, Works and Housing. He was reappointed Minister of Works and Housing on the 21st of August 2019. He attended Bert Freeman High School, Lagos and Igbobi College, Lagos. He studied law at the University of Benin, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Laws degree in 1987. He is married to Mrs. Abimbola Fashola and they have 2 children. Your Honorable Minister, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome to One on One. This is Plots TV Africa, and we have the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola. Welcome again.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, let's get straight to the business. The COVID-19 pandemic seems to have taken an effect on the second quarter of 2020 GDP of the country. And what is the current administration doing to avert the reoccurrence of a recession? And what is the part of the phased return to construction site expected to play at this time?
Okay, so this is the time that the whole world essentially is experiencing a slowdown in productivity. So when we are talking of GDP, people must understand what it really means. It is the aggregate of the productivity of a nation measured as its gross domestic productivity. So if there is a disease of epidemic proportions and people were asked to stay at home in order that they should stay alive, logic must tell anybody that at that period there was likely to be a reduction, if not a total stoppage in productivity. And the government of Nigeria, like many other governments, predicted that there will be GDP decline. We also predicted that there would be something in the order of 7.24%, but it has turned out to be less than we predicted, which is, in a sense, something to be assured about. These people know what they are doing. We then set about to design and implement an economic sustainability plan that was cost-cutting, supporting agriculture, supporting construction, supporting small businesses. And as soon as it was safe to start the ease of the lockdown, we began to deploy and implement this policy. So there's nothing really to panic about. We foresaw, if we were doctors, so to speak, we diagnosed the problem ahead of time, and we are already administering the treatment. And the patient, if you permit me to use that word, will recover sooner rather than later. So when you have 774,000 jobs, it was part of those measures to reach the most vulnerable. We don't even have work. Go and do some work for 3 months and earn some cash. When you hear about a survival fund launched by government, it was to support SMEs. When you hear about payroll support, funding for agri, you hear about construction using more brick, using more cement to employ people to create jobs. These are so many measures. You hear the government through the central bank asking the commercial bank to suspend the payment of loans, the calling of loans, and to renew the tenure of loans so that people can catch their breath. These are all of the measures put in place. And people should pay attention to these measures and see how they can benefit because many of them are being deployed on many platforms, the regular platforms and digital platforms. So people must pay attention and benefit and see how they can benefit. But some and substance, nothing to fear. In terms of the ease of the lockdown, the 11 big construction companies were asked to go back to work. That was part of the measure so that the people we classify as the urban poor, those who earn daily living from these construction companies, could easily start getting their income, their laborers, their workmen, and all of that. Again, that has led to work being created on, I think, about 50-something sites across 25 states in the country. And that has improved since the last time the first phase of ease of lockdown occurred. So most of our contractors are back to work now. So there's really nothing to panic about.
Okay,
this measurement.
Honorable Minister, let me still stay on this issue of the impact of the lockdown. Immediately we went into that crisis. The worry by so many people has to do with, as much as this government has done well by not touching the recurrent in terms of budget, salaries were not reduced, salaries were paid promptly. But the fear then is the capital was going to be affected, the capital expenditure. And has this in any way affect your plan, especially for this year?
Look, when you have an occurrence like the coronavirus 2019, now popularly known as COVID-19, unexpected, a novel virus, people were dropping dead virtually, travel stopped, very little knowledge. Clearly, all your plans will be affected because the first response is to save lives. So for 3 months, essentially, or thereabouts, we couldn't work at the pace at which we normally would like to work. That was perhaps the peak of our most productive period of the year, the end of the dry season from around March to June, because the rainy season starts really in June. So we lost our most productive time. So we are already recalibrating to relaunch ourselves immediately the rains end in September and in October. So that's one thing that was affected. Then we didn't plan for it. We had to fund it. So it had also its capital items, not just for my ministry, for other ministries. So capital items, expenses had to move to other more urgent and compelling areas like hospitals, schools, healthcare, and all of that. So these are normal things that nobody should panic about it. If your house catches fire and you didn't plan for it, the ashwebi that you wanted to buy next month will no longer be a priority because you will have to start refurbishing and refurnishing your house. This is eminent common sense, and I don't see why anybody should panic about that at all.
Okay, Honorable Minister, we're going to move into that popular issue of the China loan. But before then, let's quickly go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have your response to that. Welcome back. It's still one-on-one with the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola. Honorable Minister, let's look at the issue of loans from China. It's particularly worrisome, according to many people, at a time that other parts of the world seems to be getting more careful about the Chinese. Nigeria seems to be embracing their loans. Aren't you worried about the issue of the sovereign immunity that is still in the public discourse?
I don't worry myself about things that I understand, and I know that they do not create a cause for worry. If you look around the world today, those who understand international finance will first tell you the largest development banks who are still able to write a check, at least before COVID, for any developmental project. The first three in the world are largely Chinese. And then if you look at those who are scaremongering about China, they're taking Chinese loans. In the West, in Europe, many projects are being funded by Chinese loans. What does China have for Africa? They have a forum for China and Africa cooperation called the FOCAC to enable them do more trade with Africa. And I think that people must also understand the Debt Management Office has issued a very, very detailed statement about the totality of our public debt. The totality of our public debt does not necessarily suggest that it is only the federal government that is owing that debt. States are also owing part of those debts. Then you must remember that the loans from China are a relatively small part, significantly small part, if I may say so, of the total national and public debt. So those who are scaremongering about China can only scare those who have no knowledge. There is a project in the United Kingdom called the Hinkley Power Project. It's a power project costing about $21 billion. The Chinese are funding it for the British, just so that people know. So this scaremongering, I don't know where it's coming from. But what I do know also is that most countries, if not all countries of the world, have export-import loans. So Nigeria has an export-import bank called Nigeria Exim Bank. There is UK Exim Bank, there's China Exim Bank. So some of the loans that have been in public discourse for some time are export-import loans from China, China Exim. They are trade loans. They are significantly discounted. They are used to drive export of goods or import of goods. In our own case, in the rail and on my own road, like Akwanga to Lafayette, it's to drive export of technology, machines, equipment, and high-level Chinese manpower to fund the construction of the road because we don't have the money and we don't have the machines. So they use it to export machines. The other point to note about it, therefore, is that it will have certain conditions because you are buying. But people have focused more on the financing contract, the loan agreement. There's also a construction contract, and that is where our rights are actually better protected. Because the financing contract that people are talking about, sovereign immunity, there is no sovereign immunity when you take a commercial loan. That has been decided since the early 70s, when our Attorney General here in this country raised the point in the Court of Appeal in England in a case called Trentex, Trendtex versus the Central Bank of Nigeria, when we were asked to pay for cement that we imported. So any student of the university in international law class will already know that there is no immunity to defend. So there was none to waive. Okay. Once it's a commercial loan, your contract, your defense should be either that the equipment that was supplied was bad, or that they didn't do the work well, or that the goods were defective. That's why I said there are two contracts. The construction contract, and that is where in my ministry we're measuring, we're monitoring, we're checking the quality of everything that is brought in and that is used to ensure that Nigeria gets the full value. If the equipment or the quality of work done is bad and we were sued, our defense would not be that, oh, you can't sue us because we're sovereign. Our defense would be, you did not perform the contract. You sold bad goods. So people should just stop hyping what really doesn't exist. There was no immunity to protect when it comes to commercial loan, so there was none to give away. That is the decision of the court since 1970s.
I will still bring in that for the purpose of our viewers who probably have been looking for opportunity to engage the government on these. I know there have been several efforts by the Minister of Transportation to explain about these. But still on it, issues around funding, infrastructure development, there is a lot of concerns about the level of borrowing by the current administration. And sometimes we are even being accused, what is the repayment plan? I've listened to you several times, especially when you were here as a governor, when you explained that so many things had to be done. And you know the kind of reaction you got when you talked about the Lekki toll gate. So what is the repayment plan so that people don't get into a trouble they didn't foresee?
Well, let me say, first of all, that it is legitimate for Nigerians to be concerned about the borrowing of a government they elected. Even for a government they did not elect, it is a legitimate observation. So, I don't dismiss that. What I say is, first, let us just understand credit, whether it's local or international. If you are not able to pay, right? I think there's this assumption that, oh, they will just push us into debt, they won't be able to pay. It doesn't work like that. If you are not able to pay, the less likely it is that you will be able to borrow money. And if you are able to borrow money, there will be other stringent conditions, other developmental things that your lenders will tell you to stop doing, like what happened to us during the structural adjustment program, when we went for an IMF facility. That's not where we are today. So let's just understand that, first of all. Secondly, on your platform and many platforms, people have expressed the need for better services, whether it was by way of a rail, airport upgrade, road upgrade, bridge upgrade. Somebody has to pay. So if you take all our salaries, including that of the National Assembly, it's not enough to finance it. So we either have to increase taxes, and those who criticize the government for borrowing should come out and provide the alternative source of funding. This is the argument. In every election, in every serious democracy, that is why taxation and funding of public infrastructure and government programs is what tilts the election. How are you going to pay? If you are going to tax us, then do we want to be taxed? If you are going to borrow, then how are you going to repay? Which is the question you are asking. So we are mortgaging more, we're committing more of our revenues as they are to refinancing so that we remain a going concern. Okay. Is that a problem? Yes, it is a matter for concern. But let us flip back the argument that some people have made, oh, that you are mortgaging the future of unborn children. The truth is that, just like you said about the Lekki Bridge at the time, when we were doing it, it was 29 billion odd, or 30 billion naira at that time's money. We did it at that time's money, at that time's exchange rate. If you put 29 billion now on the ground today, you can't use that bridge. You can't build it. Okay. But you know what? When it was built, there were, I think it was finished in 2012. So the children who were born in 2012 are now 8 years old. So they are using it because their future was factored into it. Okay. If they were to do it today, they won't find the money. They can't find it today. Okay. Not at that price. So for that unborn generation, we have a choice. Let us as a nation decide that we want them to wait until 2050 to come and do it at 2050 price. Or we invest in it today at today's price, and they inherit and pay for it. Okay, so Honorable Minister, it's a choice, really. Okay, let's still talking about the issue of contract, issues around alleged inflated contract this time around. Every now and then, there are allegations by the parliament and other bodies that about inflated contract. Could you take us through the procurement process at the federal level, if that is possible? But before you do that, we'll have to take another short break, and we'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to One-on-One. We still have the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, telling us so many things that has to do with our infrastructure, the issue of loans, and quite a lot of issues that are bothering people. So, Honorable Minister, I asked the other time, can you explain to us the procurement process? Why do we always have this accusation from the other arm of government saying that contracts are being inflated? Okay, the procurement process is a lengthy process. If we were to discuss it, it would take all of our time, and it is something that we can have a 1-hour conversation about. And the pricing of infrastructure is something that is very, very fascinating for me, and the little that people appear to know about it. But let me just say that I like the word that you use, that it is alleged. So people can say what they like, but what are the facts? First of all, no ministry in Nigeria, as constituted today, fixes the price. No ministry. There's an agency called the Bureau of Public Procurement, created by a law of the parliament, and they are the last word, the final word on pricing. Even the president, nobody can change the price they fix. So if there are issues of pricing disputes, it is that agency that must answer, not the ministry, because they fix the final price. So the fact that you are a member of a committee and you are an engineer does not presuppose, or you are even a quantity surveyor, does not presuppose that you know everything about pricing. Do you know what is under the road? Did you do a soil test? The cost of constructing in the Delta is different from cost of constructing in the Savannah. The cost of constructing in Lagos, where you have to first go and dive in the lagoon to get sand, is different from the cost of constructing in Ogun. How many people know, for example, that most of the construction materials used for building in Lagos comes from Ogun? And you have to factor cost of transportation into it. And then, how many people understand why you have to do a lot of concrete work and drainage work and iron rod work for drainage if you are constructing in the coastal and creek areas in order to protect your road? So just opening your mouth to say what you think doesn't make it true. It is a matter of evidence, and construction economics has reached a point where by design and by quantities, you can know immediately whether a project is
inflated,
overpriced. No, because the price of the quantities don't change. They are publicly known. It's the quantities that will decide whether or not it's overpriced or vice versa.
Still talking about the legislative arm of government, because we can't forget the back and forth the executive is usually having with them, especially when it has to do with the budget. Now, do you sometimes feel frustrated that it is usually the capital expenditure that is affected by the controversial constituency project? Because I remember this is an issue that this current administration is not really ready to buy into.
Well, our back and forth, as you put it, is the beauty of constitutional and liberal democracy that we have. This is what many people sacrifice blood, tears, and their lives for Nigeria to have, the right to participate in governance. And it comes at its own cost. It comes at the very difficult task of building consensus amongst ourselves. How do supposedly separate arms of government work together to deliver service for Nigerians? So the constituency projects that you speak about, for example, are again the borderline areas of executive, legislative boundaries. I have always maintained that even though the three arms, legislative, the judiciary, and the executive, are supposedly independent, their real relationships lies in their interdependence rather than in their independence. They must depend on one another. So in today's Nigeria, I doubt if there's any legislator that will be elected or re-elected for the number of motions and bills that he passed. So he has to fall into that trap, I call it a trap, of promising people that he will build a road or a hospital, which indeed is the responsibility of the executive. But nobody asked them during campaign that, how are you going to build it? You are supposed to make laws, because we all want them to do something for us. And I think they all speak to the challenge of our infrastructure at this stage as a developing nation. Maybe in 30, 40 years' time, nobody wants to hear too much about infrastructure anymore, because we would have caught up if the investment that this administration is making is sustained. I think we lost a big opportunity in 2005 when this country took $12 billion to go and pay debt instead of investing it in Nigeria. But what we have done with the constituency project is that we have created a special project unit now to harness harmonize it. Because at the end of the day, after all said and done, Parliament can build. The manpower is in the executive. In the different arms of the executive, like works, housing, like power, like transport, and so on and so forth. So we help them to execute these projects under the existing procurement law. And we are now sending returns back to them about what we have completed. We're even asking the states to come and take over some of these healthcare centers, which can be useful now for during this COVID period. Primary schools, which can be useful to increase the spacing, and we built hundreds of them over the last 3 years. And they can be put to very good, they were furnished. So they just need to be staffed now by the state government so that we can put them to use.
I'm sure you have so much to tell us, but because of time, I just have a few more minutes. Honorable Minister, let's dive a bit into politics before we round off. The second Niger bridge, it's an issue. How come that despite this feat, President Buhari or this administration is yet to be embraced by majority of the Southeasterners? I'm talking about the last election, you know. I think it was more of a very, very poor showing when it comes to that region. What do you have to say about that?
Well, the second Niger bridge is a project rooted first in integrity, personal integrity, and promise keeping, a commitment made by the president when he was campaigning. So it wasn't meant to catch votes. It was a developmental project that the previous administration had committed to and had not delivered upon. It was a touchy issue for that part of the country. He had committed to do it. And in the way that he committed that he will complete the mausoleum for the late Nnamdi Azikiwe, which he has done, he will also deliver on the second Niger bridge, which should be completed by 2022, middle of the year. So politics is a very, very interesting and dynamic undertaking, and it is a game of persuasion. So the fact that one community or one group of people do not agree with your message today or are not persuaded by your appeal today does not mean that things cannot change. That is why we have in other jurisdictions, they call them swing states. And until the last few years, who would have thought that the progressives will have this kind of sweeping appeal across the country? And so it's a continuously moving target, and we continue to engage. The results in 2019 were certainly better than the results in 2015. And as we go ahead, we expect to see more footprints of progressive persuasion in many other parts of the country, the Southeast.
I'm afraid this might be my last question to you because of time. Let's touch a bit about your last tenure, where you supervised 3 ministries, including power. Recently, you were included in the Special Committee on Power. Is this another subtle way of bringing you back to continue where you stopped?
Well, I think that question should be directed to the authorities that brought me back. They would know why better. But, I mean, public service is what it is. I continue to offer myself, my skills, and my ability to my country for as long as I can usefully do so. And I am really honored to have been considered to serve.
Okay, since you made that very short, let's have one for the road. As a senior member of the Nigerian Bar, are you concerned about the recent developments in Nigerian Bar Association, especially the threat of a faction emerging based on geopolitical consideration? I don't want to bore you with what led to that geopolitical consideration. What do you think?
I'm concerned about the developers in my professional association, but I am sure that when temperatures cool down, reason will ultimately prevail, and the NBA has a self-reforming, self-repairing, self-renewing mechanism, and I'm sure that that mechanism will help the NBA reform and renew and become an even better and stronger and more embracing association for all of the interests that feel unsatisfied at this moment.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola, for your time.
Thank you.
And that's how far we can go on today's edition of One on One. Another interesting conversation will come up in our next episode. Till then, I remain yours truly, Kayode Ladeinde, saying bye for now.
And yes, so my country people, you do well say you join us inside news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. And this na the Coco Bang Bang Tori we want summer give on her until this very o'clock as it is hot. My name na Destiny Momo. And yes, so for one special interview with Plus TV Africa, Nigerian Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, and said the work for Third Mainland Bridge say it day on schedule. And instead they appreciate about the Nigerian people for their patience plus a sacrifice.
The talk about Third Mainland Bridge hasn't left our lips. What's the update about the pace of work? I hope there is no form of hindrance. And what's the word you have for the people who go through this horrendous experience?
We are on schedule, and we are sending weekly updates on a Twitter handle called TMB Rehab, at TMB Rehab. If you go to that, TMB is short word for Third Mainland Bridge, TM and B Rehab, or at TMB Rehab. That's the Twitter handle. We're sending weekly updates for all of those who have sacrificed working with us, Lagosians, Nigerians, the contractors. This really is symbolic of the anniversary theme launched by Mr. President, that together we can do anything. The sacrifice has been invaluable. We don't take it for granted, and trust us that we will keep our word to deliver on schedule and renew the life of that bridge. So let's keep going together, especially now that Nigeria is turning 60.
And yes, as the news continue, the Speaker for the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila Inyan, say Nigeria don't come a long way. I say we don't conquer plenty challenge from the past 60 years. Plus say things could still get better. For one goodwill message to take mark Nigeria as Nigeria don't talk 60 inside our independence anniversary, the Speaker they praise and they pay ogbonge salute to Nigeria heroes we don't make heavy sacrifice for the country to become wetin it don't be today. The Speaker here and say Obodo Nigeria they open to the ones and we could save the country and help her to take achieve ogbonge heights. And even the national leader of the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, in the year and say Nigeria for 60, say it did better past Nigeria before. Tinubu will be in the yarn this one for the 60th independence anniversary statement to Nigerians on Wednesday. In the very, very short, say things could still get better inside Obodo Nigeria. And when he's still in the yarn, he say we move closer to the reality of a greater Nigeria based on a more and just a compassionate society. And say sake of us, say the fine and patriotic people and within inside this country, say we don't do better pass as we been there yesterday. But say it never day as good as it go day tomorrow. And instead they and say on top the nation's independence and say we they honor our independence and say because now they wait for the calendar. And instead they value this independence the sake of say they allow the fact where they want from us and say to take define plus to access ourselves as a nation as we take the do them. And it still say our society, our economy, plus our political institutions say it dey in a manner where it be say we fit dey answer the question and it go say it go pose to and they respond to the demands of outside forces. And still on top of the news, and former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, in don charge President Muhammadu Buhari making resign. Inchukin claims saying Nigeria currently gets nothing to celebrate as we mark with 60th anniversary. And for one yarn, so from in Talk man, Lady Soyinka, in quote Fashola as in the yarn say, Buhari resignation now the only thing we fit make Naija happy, and sake of we obodo they mark 60th independence anniversary. Plus, in still maintain say Naija currently sit down on top life support. And even say for Middle Belt Forum, where they provoke the mind of the people where they inside northern region, say waiting them be, and they see as one north, say it on they completely destroyed. The national president of the Middle Belt Forum, Bitrus Pogu, where yarn for Jos Plateau State on Wednesday, and they blame the situation to give the attitude of Muslims, but they are Fulani kinsmen for the region. And instead they accuse them, say, then they see one north as their own, and say they don't they do things where they affect the collective interest of other native inside the region, including the people from Middle Belt. And yes, so the Apex, the Igbo body of the Igbo Cultural Group, or Haneze Ndibo, for statement from the acting General Publicity Secretary Uche Achi Okpaga. And yeah, say Naija don't go more years backward, pass forward. And according to the group, they say no real practice of democracy with the shelle inside we obodo. And even serve the ACF, then still here and say the North say they prefer referendum to take check Naija continued existence. Plus say different parts of we obodo say then go break if they no check and well. The ACF Secretary General Morutala Aliyu Yan say even though and say the group no they fear restructuring and say their proponents and they never really talk as it's supposed to be. And according to him, the North then they check all options and they say then they leave all options open. And yes, also join us in Achike today will be Deputy Chemo for Joint Action. I got Achike today, will they hail you this Kajat afternoon?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you. Say you join our Bonga News and happy Independence Day plus happy new month as we take the celebratory independence. And we want to just ask you this small question. What's be your assessment to we obodo nation's economy for the last 60 years?
For the economy?
Yes, our country economy, how you go take access from the last 60 years?
Well, anybody, you know, we don't reach age, we don't mature around the time when Nigeria gained independence, and even when Nigeria passed independence.
Okay.
From 1960, those ones who remember 1970, remember 1980, and we still there alive today, will tell you, say, this country don't fall well. Because all the kind of things where they see today, all the kind of difficulty where they see, the suffering where they go through, you know, not be waiting their experience. So they go tell you, say, be like, say, this country don't spoil well.
Oh,
you know, and now only maybe those people where no they old enough, at least even those ones when they old enough, but we still don't mature for this time, go no say things not they easy. Okay. You understand? You know, say they don't talk, say, in 60 years now. The way you get one time when Nigeria, they do well. For agriculture, for manufacturing, you understand, for so many things. The factories, they here, they employ people. You know, agriculture, they contribute well to the GDP of Nigeria. But everything don't spoil completely. You know, and this one has been true. Not the same person just want to talk bad things about Nigeria. Look, it's good for us to talk good things about Nigeria, but we only talk good things about Nigeria when we see good things. So if not to talk about the economy, they tell us in Nigeria now poverty is the center of poverty for the world. That one not true. Okay. They say out of 100, about 100 million people, they live on, they survive on less than $2 a day. You understand? So if you count all these things together, I will just tell you, say the country no they work. So the economy don't bad well. Jobs no day. People no fit chop well. People no fit pay school fees. Go to our hospitals don't collapse. You know, our roads no good. You know, so what we go fit celebrate? What we go fit talk? Say this country, you know, better. You understand? So if the economy don't pieces for this country, you know, nothing they work. Only very few people they see money for this country. Okay. Hunger there everywhere. Okay, but not be so it be in the past 60 years. Yeah. You understand? You know, they always get one time when Nigeria they do so well. I don't tell you say get one time when Nigeria is strong well. You know, but no, but those days don't pass. A long time ago it don't pass. Many countries don't close, come out from Nigeria. That one not true.
Okay, so Mr. Achike,
we import everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Achike, I see say you do press up well on top of this Niger matter, and we know so because you be matured mind, you really know what you dey talk about. So concerning we Presido broadcast today, him be the talk say him be realist. And instead talk about something about the subsidy matter and say they're sustainable, or how you go take fit explain them for us inside of Bonga News.
Well, not only the president know what they talk, make I tell you too. Okay. In fact, you get one time for this country, even when we're small and as we grow up, where anytime the country want to do independence, na big thing, people they ready, they go dress up, they go cook for house, they go cook rice. Because na special day, everybody, happy say we want to do independence, celebration. Okay. You understand? That, again, those days don't pass. Nigerians not get interest, even for the broadcast where president they make. And you know, say me, I know they used to, when I see something, I go to cover them. Now, show me, I go tell you, say most people know they listen to president when they make speech. You understand? Not be say they don't like the president. But they don't see what the president they do. They talk, can they translate into reality. This will not be the first independent broadcast where the president don't give. Okay. You understand? Since the time he give the first independence broadcast till today, things don't worse fast. Okay. You know, so people when they get hope before say, I make I tell you, say people get faith and confidence for this president. Okay. The first independence broadcast, where even the second one, people still get hope. Okay. But after 5 years, when you don't there for power, hope no there again. So nobody believe anything when they talk. You know, they look at me and say, nah, political talk.
Okay, so Mr. Achike, I didn't hear you. I know say if I leave you, you get a lot of things to talk about. But because when they work with time, I could just ask you some sharp question. So what will be your take about the call for this Oduduwa Republic and other kind of a small kind of talk about some people we won't get there on their own? How you take Siam?
Well, the thing they're unfortunate because if you ask me, you know, strength, you know, we get a bigger strength if we do together. Okay. You understand? You know, as you get as they talk and say united we stand, divided we fall. So if you begin break Nigeria into small units, then they say Wahala don't burst. You understand? And all of us go suffer them. So I think say Nigeria today is better. But the fact say other people after 60 years they call say they won't go their separate way, means say the country don't fail. You understand? And the leadership, and they talk are not just the president, the political elites, we don't govern Nigeria before and now. Say they never give anybody any sense of hope. You understand? Say things go better. So they feel say if now under Nigeria all of us they suffer like this, maybe if we do on our own, maybe all the suffering go stop. Okay. But this one did not get any formula because no guarantee say if we on our own, say we go succeed. Okay. Do you understand? So now in the thing, so now the painful thing, say people when they talk say make we separate. 10, 15 years ago, they know they talk them. But I think as they don't look forward, they don't see anything where will give them hope, say it go better. That's why they talk like this.
Okay, now one question I could just ask you, and because of time, make we know for take your time, and I be say how you could take rates Niger performance now, like say from 1 to 100%, how you could take which percentage if you give Niger as it take be now?
Nigeria, since independence.
Yes, exactly. Since independence.
30 or 40% I will give Nigeria.
Okay, so you say make the president and other people make them try well so that we will stand well as we celebrate this old age they go. No problem, Mr. Achike. Thank you so much for your time. I will not say if to say we'll leave you first give us more Bonga information on top of Bonga news and make if for no loss. Thank you so much and make you get a better day.
Thank you. All right.
Happy independence. And yes, so as the news, they continue the presidency on Wednesday. Then Yan say the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, says she been sent message to take a congratulobia the president, Muhammadu Buhari, on top of Nigeria's 60th independence, where they hold today, will be Thursday. And inside one statement from the special advisor to the president on top media plus publicity, Femi Adesina, Yan say the Queen message and say it been they conveyed by the British High Commission inside Obodo Nigeria. And yes, so as Nigeria marked their 60th independence anniversary, the United States government self don't still congratulate Nigeria people for their commitment to take tackle wuru and to take strengthen our democracy and to take still range entrepreneurship hustle. And for statement on Thursday on behalf of the U.S. government, the United States Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo in don still congratulate Nigeria. And he say the United States and Nigeria say they share important democratic value and same hustling spirit. And he say United States say they look forward to continue to work with peaceful and prosperous Obodo Nigeria. And yes, so October 1 could be low-key 60th Independence Day jollificate inside Lagos on Thursday. And sake of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in don cancel the parade. Commissioner for Information and Strategic Benga on Motosho in Yan say Lagos State government they don't choose low-key jollificate sake of Koro, where according to Ram still they very, very much around. And the Commissioner of Police, Lagos State Commander Hakeem Odumosu, in the instruct operative, say make them not allow societies under any kind of disguise, make them no stage rally or protest for this October 1. And he still read the Riot Act on Wednesday during by one security meeting with the area commanders, divisional police officers, and heads of department for the state headquarters inside Ikeja. And he still wants say the command say they no go allow anybody to join body they gather anyhow against the sovereignty of Obodo Nigeria. And now we will sharply run enter market, and when we come back, we could give another the rest of the information. We will return just now. And inside the border Africa Tori, they don't kill 2 soldiers and then still wound just 6 people for attack inside central Mali, where the region we get plenty jihadist insurgency plus ethnic violence. And one senior security source here said the troops being Kolobi attack for road where they between Douenza plus Boni on Tuesday. And even thousands of troops plus civilians, they don't die since 2012 when jihadists they be forbid revolt for northern Mali and we still spread to the center of the country, and now it is trouble Niger plus Burkina Faso. And still on top of Africa, Tori, Gambian President Adama Barrow on Wednesday being appointed Bakari Badji as Minister of Youth plus Sports. President Adama Barrow, and where they act under the provide of Constitution of the Republic of Gambia, in the agree to relieve Hadrame Sidibe, the former Minister of Youth plus Sports, for an appointment and with effect from Wednesday, 30 September 2020, plus inquiry appoint them to be the Foreign Service. And yes, so inside the Bodo Tori, Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny accused President Vladimir Putin, say na him poison him. And for his first interview, we been they published since in come out from German hospital when them been they treat him. The Kremlin critic don't they active for social media and since and then carry and come out from coma. And when they post one photograph of himself, I seen they sit down for one Berlin bench. Navalny yarn for Instagram last week say him been day far from to fully day recovered, plus him go need rehabilitate. And still on top of able to read the Vatican and don't deny U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo audience with Pope Francis. And the Holy been see and say the pontiff and say they receive politicians during by election period. And the Wakana sake of diplomatic role, sake of yearnings from the U.S. Secretary about China plus Catholic Church. The Vatican being accused Pompeo say in they try to use that issue to take attract voters for November U.S. presidential election. And yes, on top of business story, the Federal Executive Council meeting being end on Wednesday with one budget estimate of 13.08 trillion naira, where they have been a project for the 2021 fiscal year. The Minister for Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed Binyan, and this one give journalists for the presidential villa. And yes, so the breakdown of the proposed budget, now 13.08 trillion naira, and total aggregate expenditure will be 29% capex, with deficit will be 4.48 trillion naira, FX that $379, and GDP growth they target for 3%. And when they ask if the 3% estimate growth they realistic, sake of them they consider the impact of Kuru on top world economy. The Minister for Finance being respond say the policies where them put in place to make sure say include growth while them being stimulate the economy, say is supposed to produce the Ogbonge desired results. And yes, so still for front on top Plus TV Africa News. Now, as we go take round up with our jolly entertainmentory plus sports waka, we go return just now.
Quality wire, and quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. Original quality wire, where they can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Coleman, original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Coleman, original quality, durable, trustable. Coleman,
And yes, on top of jolly entertainmentory Chrissy Teigen and her husband John Legend, they don't hear and say then they very, very inside deep pain and say because they been lose their baby during by pregnancy. And then for their yarns, they say we they very shocked and for the kind of deep pain and where you fit only hear about the kind of pain where we never ever feel before. And so she take a ride for inside a moving Instagram statement. And her post today accompanied by plenty black and white photo, including when she been they cry for her hospital bed. A model Teigen and a singer Legend, they been getting 2 pikin and 1. And for inside one middle part of August, they come here and say then they expect their 3rd pikin. For her latest post, Teigen Yan said the Los Angeles-based couple been they plan to call the pikin Jack. And yes, on top sports waka, Spain, Gerard Joseph Platero Rodriguez in Don Colombia suspended from tennis for 4 years after they find them guilty as in court side and will be one betting practice where they don't ban for tennis. And then still fine him $15,000 as he become the first tennis player to be charged with the badness offense. And on Wednesday, the Tennis Integrity Unit then yan say 6 months of ban could be suspended if no more badness day for the tennis anti-wuru-wuru program and they committed. And one more yan say the Spaniard will no get ranking being act as one court-sider for the International Tennis Federation tournament we then do for inside Pittsburgh. Pennsylvania inside in 2019 after one investigate we then do. The investigate still here and say the player don't place 75 online bets for tennis match inside 2019 and when them been they investigate the matter, they come here and say him been still no agree to engage inside any form of corporate. And yes, so that now we won't get to read for this time and make a leave on her to breathe fresh air. We go still bring more background to read, take come on at the month. For more news, information, make on join us for Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. And plus, you can make up get sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. And always put your DSTV for channel 408 for more Ogbonge Tori. Happy Independence and make on stay very, very safe. My name is Destiny Momo.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. And another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Nigerians are not ready to wake up.
We are a country of highly religious people, but less godly.
But I don't want you to tell me what religion you are. Let me see it in your action.
I marvel to see that our own coastal places, the port, the Cocoa Port, the Calabar Port, the Port Harcourt, the Apapa, the Tinkan, Badagry, have been left on their own for so long. It is a shame.
You cannot wake up somebody who's pretending to be sleeping.
We refuse to do what we need to do. We are praying to God. Like the other day, we saw video of a group of people who were actually praying for a transformer that is false.
Yes. They are going to see somebody praying for accountability.
When are you going to get that accountability?
Fix ineptitude, fix accountability.
I
shall wait.
We could have been waiting for accountability on Nitel.
You will still be waiting for it. Are we not waiting?
Are we waiting for accountability on Nitel?
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
The biggest challenge for our generation is here. COVID-19 has altered the way we live in unprecedented ways. The only way to win in a crisis like this is to separate fact from falsehood, separate science from superstition, to get crucial information on how to live in a COVID-19 infected world. Join Stanley Bentu on Stay Safe, coming your way on Mondays and Thursdays at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV.
You're probably wondering what I am doing standing on a farm. Well, this is where we are telling our story for this episode of Not Your 9 to 5. We feature a seasoned expert in oil and gas, and after 10 years of service in oil and gas, left everything completely to become a farmer. And indeed, she is the owner of this farm from where we are filming and talking today.
My name is Nkiro Kwarike. I'm the CEO of EnviroGrow Farms. EnviroGrow Farms was set up to grow vegetables for the high-end supermarkets, supplying them vegetables that they typically import. What we're looking at was import substitution, saving the scarce dollars we have. My background, I started as an engineer. I have an engineering degree, and after I finished, after my youth service, I started working with ExxonMobil. After 10 years of working with ExxonMobil, I took early retirement and I went to Canada and did my MBA. After I finished my master's in Canada, I worked a bit, and around that time too, my business partner Meraba was rounding up her program too, and we're deciding what to come and do when we come back to Nigeria. And then we thought about agriculture, because we realized something: everybody must eat. Even if you're sick, you must eat. Even if you don't go to school, you must eat. Even if you don't have a roof over your head, food is a constant in everybody's life. And that was the time that the big supermarkets were coming to set up, and they were not getting the kind of vegetables they needed. Or even if they did, they were importing it, and we felt that was not right. Why should they be importing things that we can easily grow in this country? So we decided to set up EnviroGrow Farms. We have the biggest freestanding greenhouse in Lagos State. It's a 5,000 square meters greenhouse. Climate control, we have fans, we turn on when the temperature becomes hot. We have black shade nets, we pull over when everywhere becomes very sunny. And we're growing bell peppers. We grow bell peppers, we grow chili peppers, we grow a lot of things, and tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, beefsteak tomatoes, we grow everything in this greenhouse. Then we decided to expand further, and we started now growing sweet corn in the open field. We're one of the biggest producers of sweet corn in Lagos at the moment, supplying the biggest stores. We produce up to 1.2 tons weekly of sweet corns, and we can't even meet the demand of what we're doing. After I had done 10 years in ExxonMobil, I had done a lot of projects. I have moved around. I had lived in the US, France, Singapore, working on projects. I felt really I have done enough, and I wanted to be an employee of labor. I wanted to create value and also hire people and do something for the economy. So I guess farming kind of naturally happened, and I went into it. Yes, everybody always wonder, why do you have to leave ExxonMobil? They pay well and the rest, but we can't always work for somebody all the time. And what I always tell them is that the strength of a country meantime depends on the entrepreneurs. The more entrepreneurs they are, creating value and hiring people, the more robust the economy is. When I was working, I was paid. The highest people I had, maybe I had 2 or 3 domestic staff working for me, but I wasn't adding value to the economy. But as a farmer now, I'm adding more value. I'm an employer of labor, I'm paying salaries, we're just increasing the economy. And we're doing the major things that what we're growing is doing import substitution, especially with now that dollar is rising. So we're using dollar for really important things like medications and machineries we don't have, and not buying food we can easily grow in this country. What we have here are bell peppers, capsicums. They're called sweet bell peppers, they are called bell peppers. They take about 90 days to grow. We'll use seeds. These seeds are not indigenous to the country, so we'll have to keep importing seeds. So we'll use what we call hybrid seeds, not GMO. Please note, hybrid seeds. These seeds, when you plant them, they all grow green. At 75 days, they are this color. They are green. This is the way it is after 75 days. Then the ones that are yellow, or the ones that are red, they start turning. If you notice, this one is looking greenish red. In the next couple of days, it will be full red, nearly full red as this one here. So this is what happens to the peppers. 75 days, the peppers are already green. You can harvest them, which is the one most people are used to. But the ones that are colored, you give them another 15 days, they turn to either yellow, to red or to orange, depending on the seeds. And we use hybrid seeds. So these are seeds that give you high performance, but they are not genetically modified seeds. We use this dust to protect the greenhouse, because the greenhouse is supposed to be a protected environment. So insects, rats, and all other things don't come in. So that way we use less chemicals. If we protect this place, we use less pesticides and the rest to keep them away when they come in. All right, so now let me take you to the open field where we'll grow sweet corn. Outside in the open field, we'll plant sweet corn. We'll have them at different stages. So we'll plant every week and we'll harvest every week. So that way we guarantee supply to our customers that will sell sweet corn to. Most people always say which one is sweet corn, which one is maize. They are two different. Sweet corn is the one we're actually trying to see if we can also push people from eating maize to here. So there's enough maize for our poultry, especially now that the government has even banned importation of maize by getting dollars from CBN. Challenges is practically all the inputs we use. We use drip irrigation. No company makes drip irrigation. This is what we use. So basically, the corn we farm, we are not dependent on rain. Actually, rain is even a big problem for us, because what the corn actually needs more is sunlight. With drip irrigation, we'll have water, giving the corn water all year round. So we're not a rain-fed farm. We'll have boreholes that give us water. So every input we use in the farm is imported. The drip irrigations, they're imported. The fertilizers, they're imported. The seeds, they're imported. So we're exposed to dollar in everything. And though government keeps talking about support to agriculture grants, it's a Herculean task to get those grants. It keeps going to the normal people. Your bank will tell you to get bank guarantee, to get the property. If I had a property, why would I need to come and get guarantee from you? I'll just go to the bank and get my grants. So the biggest thing also, because most of the biggest asset farmers have is their land. Many of us don't have the papers to our land because of the stress of getting land certification. So that way we can't even unlock loans or grants we can use to build our farms. So cash, inputs is a major this, and then technical support. We don't have enough technical support. Normally abroad, you also have government having what they call technical support services that come and support farmers. We don't have. I used to have an agronomist I was paying dollars to live here and support this farm. And when dollar kept going up, it became unsustainable for me because I couldn't increase my prices and it had to go back. We don't have a technical support from federal ministry or from state ministry. We have to do everything practically ourselves. We don't have lights. I run a generator practically 8 hours every day to be able to do drip irrigation for the farm. We don't have power anywhere. Even when there's power close by, they still tell you to buy your transformer. So everything we do on the farm, we're getting money from other places to sustain the operations.
My name is Okpire Peter, and I'm the manager of Enviro Group Farms. I've been working with Ms. Opareke for the past 5 years, and it has been so great from the aspect of the bell pepper, the greenhouse, and the open field sweet corn. At first, I didn't start as a farm manager. I started as a worker, and Right now I'm the manager, so I think I've learned a lot of things from the agronomists we first employed and from Ms. Opareke herself.
Imagine holding this, planting it, and months after, you say this. And then by the time you harvest it, it's on people's table and they are wondering, wow, they can't even know the genesis of where it started, how small the seeds are giving them this thing is. Those are the joys we farmers have, being able to put something in the soil and with the right environment and the food growing and having it on the table, and the joys people have when they eat this food and you know this is from the works of your hand. Walking into a supermarket and seeing people touching your product and so excited and not believing that these things are grown in Nigeria. These are the excitement. Being an employer of labor, knowing that people's lives or livelihood depend on me, being able to provide, being able to make sure that dollar is not used for what it shouldn't be used for, things we can actually grow here. Yes, they are challenging, but there's nothing like food production. The joy of most farmers actually is just that knowing that when I plant this and rain comes and sunlight comes, I produce food that can feed people. Without food, a nation doesn't go anywhere. Food security is a major problem. That was even why during the COVID that they had to say people who were supplying food had to come out because we're essential services. Those are some of the joys we have in agriculture. Nurturing something, watching it grow, seeing it on the table and seeing people eat it and seeing the joy it gives them, knowing that this thing came out from your farm. This area is a yam. We grow yams here too, but this is actually not for commercial. It's not commercial production. These are what we grow for my staff. We all grow the yam and we share and we give them as gifts to people. But this yam, you can see how lush these leaves are. So you can imagine the size of the yams. Sometimes we'll harvest 2 to 5 tons of yams from the things we grow on the farm, but it's not for commercial growth at the moment. Will I go back to 9 to 5? You have walked around the farm with me. You have seen the expanse of space. You have seen the breath of air we enjoy. We have seen the greenery of this. If you were me and I ask you, will you go back? I wouldn't go back. This is my life now. I enjoy it. It's not your regular 9 to 5, but I put food on the table. I make a difference. I'm supporting the economy. I'm an employer of labor, but most importantly, we're making sure that the millions of people we have in Nigeria are fed. That is the most important part of my job, and I will not change it for anything.
And straight from the farm to this art gallery, where we'll be talking to Achi Abia Godwin, who left the worlds of international relations and history to follow his passion as an artist. He left everything to do with history and international relations. And here we are today to speak with him.
My name is Achi Abia Godwin. I'm an historian and international public relations. I deviated from that into art to be able to make a living. And when I started art about 25 years ago. I started with bone collage, where I would go to abattoir, get cow horn, pieces it. First of all, I should have a concept, what I want to do. Sketch it on paper, then pieces the cow horn and place it on the surface. That medium of art, I call it bone collage. I place it on board, but as time goes on, I now move it from board to canvas. And I realized that some of my collectors complain of the duty they pay, because the bone collage was heavy. And I now went back to the Holy Spirit, because it is the Holy Spirit that inspired me to come into art. What should I do? And again, also, I was limited by the different colors of cow horn. I now decided to, like I said, I now me into art. And I've been doing that for a couple of times in this society. Is we don't have people that are creative in the corridor of power. And that is why you see us continue to dance around the same. This one will come, this one will go, this one. We need creative people, which in my own little street, I've been able to come up from time to time to ask myself, what is the next step to go? And at this moment, I'm doing what, like I said, graven art, graven oil painting. When I graved the material on canvas, I will now apply oil. It depends on what inspires me. Like the work that we are going to see, I call that work, I title it, When I See the Blood, I Will Pass Over. That work took me almost 6 months to be able to come to what my spirit said, yes, this is it. But some other works will take me 1 week, 2 weeks. Sometimes I don't think any works of art will take me less than 1 week, because I will do it and I will keep it and even call some people to come and criticize it and be able to tell me before I can push it out. This is a typical traditional dance from Efik, Cross River. I titled this one, Mbobo. It is when they finished circumcision and these other women will come out and dance. And you can see how colorful they are. This is graven art. I graven this material on canvas and now prime it and now put the final painting. But ordinary painting, you don't see all these things. You just paint directly on the surface.
Okay, so explain this part.
This one I'm trying to let the people know. This is what we used to have. And some other people, if you go to, because I'm a village man, if you go to some other villages, you will see this is the means of transport, bicycle. But you can see this man, I should tell you, Nigerians are very hard-working people. You can see this man, you can see the load. He is coming from another village to another village. And I want to tell Nigerians that, I want to tell the world that Nigerians are hard-working people. That is the message here. You can see the load. You can see the distance from there, two of them, not being afraid of anything. This one, abundance of water. You can see in some places is a reverse that I'm saying. You see Lagos State, how many, I can ask you, how many houses has Lagos State government has provide water? You are the one that provide water by yourself. But this one, I am speaking in future, that water is going to be in abundance in this nation. You can see the people, and they are very happy going. This one talks about all these Malam people. They are very hard, like I said, Nigerians are very hard-working people. Instead for him to sit down and look for who is going to give him, and he is the one, Boki, doing his watermelon. what I said, the challenges that I have, which some other artists also is experiencing, is low patronage, 1, 2. The government should be able to put a fund to help artists. In some other countries, government do get, like one of my artist friends in Boston, they have an estate for artists, visual artists and artists alone. Even when they couldn't pay the rent, they will come and look at their work, quantify their works and take it. But such things, they don't happen here. And I can still remember the National Art Gallery during some 10 years ago or so. They used to collect artworks from Nigerian artists and exhibit abroad, which the thing is lacking. The government should be able to expose the artists that they have. It is not only oil that can bring in foreign exchange. Look at in America, they are making so much money on their movie industry. Nigeria should tap the creative industry to be able to upgrade their income. Most artists don't have space to practice their work. I am blessed, not that I am too good, but I am blessed that I have space that I can display my works. There are some artists that are very good in large works, but I can tell you they are living in a very small place. Government should come to the aid of artists. The blessing overweighed the challenges. With art, I've been able to enter some places that normally I wouldn't have. I am friends to some people in the society that it is the art that exposed me. With art like this one, this is bone collage. What I said there, these are bone collage. This is mat. I wanted to present the mat in the real form. That is why you see. This one is a work that talks about situation that is going on in Niger Delta. And I get fulfilled when I talk about what is going on in Nigeria, particularly in my area, Niger Delta. Here, market women, when you go out and you see women, Nigerian women are very creative. It gives me joy seeing them selling. It gives me joy seeing them do a lot of things. And I'm very, very happy to be an artist. Can I ever leave art for any other profession? No. I have come to stay with art, and art is my life. Art is everything. What I eat is, I eat art, I drink art, I wear art. Art is everything. I can't leave art. This is not your regular 9 to 5, but this is my life. Art is my life. It remains my life forever.
Safe. Maintain social distance. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Here are the things to do to avoid getting or spreading the coronavirus. Always wash your hands thoroughly with soap and water. Carry with you and use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer at all times. Avoid touching your face unnecessarily. When you cough or sneeze, do so in a bent elbow and not in your hands. If you cough or sneeze on a tissue, dispose immediately. Endeavor to wear a face mask when you go out. Dispose of the face mask properly after use. Should you feel unwell and show symptoms, call the NCDC and follow their instructions. Stay safe. Maintain social distance. Fidelity cares about you.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. After 6 decades of nationhood, it is a day of mixed feelings for Nigerians as the president addressed some issues bordering on the unity, economy, and the current price of petrol. Plus TV Africa's Mary Chinda captures some of the salient points in the President Muhammadu Buhari's October 1st speech.
And barely 4 days after the NLC threatened the nationwide protests in the fuel pump price and electricity tariff, President Muhammadu Buhari has defended the current price of fuel, stating that a responsible government must face realities. The president said this during the country's 60th independence anniversary speech early this morning.
Chad, which is an oil-producing country, charges 362 naira per liter. The Niger, also an oil-producing country, sells 1 liter at 346 naira. C. Ghana, another oil-producing country, the petroleum pump price is 326 naira per liter. Further afield, Egypt charges 211 naira per liter. Saudi Arabia charges 168 naira per litre. It makes no sense for oil to be cheaper in Nigeria.
The president also acknowledges that there are wounds and distrust among citizens, which he says needs to be addressed.
We need to begin a sincere process of national healing, and this anniversary presents a genuine opportunity to eliminate old and outworn perceptions that are always put to test in the lie they always are.
For the president, credible and fair elections are parts of the hallmark of a healthy democratic order, which he says he is committed to.
I am a firm believer in transparent, free, fair, and credible elections, as has been demonstrated during my period as a democratically elected president. The recent build-up and the eventual outcome of the Edo State election should encourage Nigeria that it is my commitment to bequeath to this country processes and procedures that will guarantee that the people's votes count.
And talking about Nigeria's harsh economic situation, the president says no past government has done as much as he has using scarce resources. Largely, many analysts call the speech high as inspiring, while some other analysts say it can only pass for a talk shop without clear practical steps to be taken. Mary Chinda reporting for Plus TV Africa.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, said Nigeria has come a long way and has surmounted many challenges in the past 60 years, noting that things are going to get better. In a goodwill message to mark Nigeria's 60th independence anniversary, the Speaker eulogized and paid glowing tributes to Nigeria's heroes who made sacrifices for the country to become what it is today. The Speaker said Nigerians are the ones that would save the country and help her to attain lofty heights. The national leader of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has averred that at 60, Nigeria is better off than it was before. Tinubu, who stated this in his 60th independence anniversary statement to Nigerians on Wednesday, was also optimistic that things would still get better in Nigeria. He said, "We move closer to the reality of a greater nation based on a more and just and, of course, compassionate society. Because of you, the fine and patriotic people who are this nation. We are better than we were yesterday, but not quite as good as we shall be tomorrow." On the nation's independence, he said, "We honor our independence not because it is a day on the calendar. We value this independence because it allows, in fact, demands of us that we assess and define ourselves and our nation as we deem fit. That we define our society, its economy, and political institutions in a manner that answers the questions we pose to them instead of responding to the demands of outside forces." And former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, has charged President Muhammadu Buhari to resign. He anchored his call on claims that Nigeria currently has nothing to celebrate as it marks its 60th anniversary. A statement by his spokesman, Wole Soyinka, quoted Fayose as insisting that Buhari's resignation was the only thing that would make Nigerians happy as the country marks its 60th independence anniversary. He also maintained that Nigeria was currently on life support. Still in the news, the Middle Belt Forum has lamented the plight of its people within the northern region, saying that what used to be regarded as One North has been completely destroyed. The national president of the Middle Belt Forum, Beatrice Pogu, who spoke in Jos on Wednesday, blamed the situation on the attitude of Muslims and their Fulani kinsmen in the region. He accused them of seeing the monolithic North as their own and engage in its action, or rather in actions detrimental to the collective interest of other natives within the region, including the people of the Middle Belt. The Apex Igbo cultural body, Ohaneze Ndigbo, in a statement by its acting Secretary General and Publicity Secretary, Uche Achiokpaga, said Nigeria has gone more years backward than forward. According to the group, there is no real practice of democracy. The ACF also said the North preferred a referendum to determine Nigeria's continued existence, adding that various parts of the country could go their different ways if its existence were no more desirable. The ACF Secretary General, Murtala Aliyu, said although the group was not afraid of restructuring, its proponents had not adequately defined it. According to him, the North is looking at all options and is leaving all options open. Joining us live is Professor Pat Utomi, a political economist. Thank you for joining us.
It's a great pleasure.
Quickly share with us, what's your assessment of the nation's economy in the last 60 years?
Well, the Nigerian economy has been described as a recursive economy. What does recursive mean? What does it mean? Recursive means 2 steps forwards, 3 steps backwards, back, forth. Why has it traveled that path? The Nigerian economy has traveled a recursive path significantly because of inconsistency in policy making. Nothing can probably better illustrate that than our inability to take a position on how to price petroleum products, which is back on the news or in the news again. Petroleum products pricing gives you a sense for why people don't invest in the Nigerian economy. We rush to some meetings, agree on some things just for one moment's comfort. Tomorrow we change things, and so on and so forth. What Nigeria has always needed badly is a lead consensus, a certain shared set of understanding of what will lead to progress. That shared understanding then means that it doesn't matter who is in office, whether it's party A or party B, there is a sense for what is good for Nigeria. But because we don't have rational public conversation, because we don't really have a democracy, and we just have transaction actors hustling for power to use for their own self-interest, we generally don't manage to do things that are sustainable. That's why the Nigerian economy has been described as a recursive economy. Because you make a good decision, before you can implement it, which institutions lead to pushback, the hustlers corner a part of the policy idea, and suddenly everything is undone. And we begin again. So this is why we have not made the progress we should have made.
All right. One of the things that you mentioned was the new price of petrol, and so I'm going to go there. The president, in his broadcast earlier today, tried to defend the new price of petrol, saying that he is a realist, and of course suggesting the subsidy regime is not sustainable. Do you agree with that?
Look, the cost subsidy idea has always been a bad idea. But what is subsidy? The truth is, the Nigerian elite has not managed to agree on what that is. If we create an enabling environment and attract investors to refine petrol in Nigeria where crude oil is produced and export it from here, the unit price of petrol in Nigeria will be far lower than the one in Europe, where ships have transported the thing from here to Rotterdam before it is refined, if the refineries are in working order. But because of the corruption in NNPC, the refineries is impossible to get in working order. Nigeria should have 25 years ago created incentives, and it's not that we're talking about it now, I said so then. I quote from my own book in 1998, which was researched about 95, 96, in which the immediate past group managing director of NNPC, when I asked him the question, I said, look, wouldn't it be more effective if we privatize and allow these things to run in this manner? And he jokingly said, why do you want to privatize NNPC? I thought it was always private. I said, what do you mean? The NNPC has also been privatized. The problem is that those who own it did not pay for it. So that is the tragedy that makes us have this funny conversation about what is subsidy. The Nigerian politician, military or civilian, unfortunately, because they are not patriotic most of the time, or not educated enough to understand the meaning of their decisions, make these choices to enable their friends to make money and cripple the possibilities of good service to the Nigerian people. So when somebody says, I'm a realist, I don't believe in subsidy, it is a basic statement that any intelligent person should make. But in the context of the choices that have been made by many, including him, the only outcome we can have is the mess we have.
Yeah. All right. I'm also going to stay with you. I have a few minutes left in this conversation. I'm going to continue quickly, if you can quickly share with me. One of the statements the president also made was comparing the price of petrol in countries like Saudi Arabia with what we're currently paying here in Nigeria. I want you to quickly respond to that in a few seconds, please.
You see, that is the point I'm making. This is a very nuanced conversation. If you take it out of context, what they pay in Saudi, what is the salary in Saudi Arabia? What is the, you have to put everything into context. But if government was not involved at all and markets determine these things, salaries would rise, the petroleum prices would take a certain equilibrium point, the efficiency of the fact that it's produced here will have its own consequence. You don't take it out of context. Everything has to come together. What is the relative price of the Saudi citizen and his income to what they are offering? Those things all matter.
All right,
but government should not be the one determining it. Markets should determine it.
Okay,
where there's an efficient market, where government is not trying to make petroleum importers rich, which is what the case is in Nigeria.
All right, and also, I'm going to also bring your thoughts in on the call for Dudua Republic and other secession calls that have, of course, risen across the country again.
These are all expressions of frustration because of the arrogance of those who have power, preventing Nigeria to work well. If Nigeria works well, nobody will worry about Dudua Republic or Biafra or anything. A bigger country is better for everybody. It's a bigger market. It's a bigger opportunity space for everybody. But when people who don't know what they are doing run a country, they make everybody want to leave it. That's the problem of Nigeria.
Are we hopeful that we will be able to effect the change that we need to see in the country?
I am convinced about that. As we speak, I had to take time off of a meeting I am hosting of the elders of Nigeria. It's going on as we speak. If you listen to what Alhaji Ahmed Jordan said a few minutes ago, or what Obong Victor Atta said after him, and Dr. Mailazu said, you will see that there's a consensus amongst Nigerian elders that what is going on is not acceptable, and that they want an immediate constituent assembly to draft a new constitution for Nigeria that is more autonomy to the different units of Nigeria. That's the consensus of Nigerian elders. It's going on right now, that conversation. You can follow it on Facebook and on Zoom or whatever.
All right.
So, Nigeria can be saved.
Professor Patutomi, thank you for speaking with us.
It's a pleasure.
The presidency on Wednesday said the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, has sent a message of felicitation to the President, Muhammadu Buhari, on Nigeria's 60th independence holding on Thursday. In a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, he said the Queen's message was conveyed by the British High Commission in Nigeria. And as Nigeria marks its 60th independence anniversary, the United States government has congratulated Nigerians for their commitment to tackling corruption and strengthening democratic institutions and also leveraging entrepreneurship. In a statement on Thursday on behalf of the U.S. government, the United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo congratulated Nigeria. He said that the United States and Nigeria share important democratic values and a similar entrepreneurial spirit. He also said the United States looked forward to continuing working with a peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. It will be a low-key 60th Independence Day celebration in Lagos on Thursday as Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has cancelled the parade. The Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said the Lagos State government has opted for a low-key celebration due to the ravaging effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which, according to him, is still very much around. The Commissioner of Police, Lagos State Command, Hakeem Odumosu, has instructed operatives to disallow societies under whatever guise from staging rallies or protest on October 1st. He read the Riot Act on Wednesday during a security meeting with the area commanders, divisional police officers, and heads of department at the state headquarters in Ikeja. He warned that the command will not allow gatherings against the sovereignty of Nigeria. In an exclusive interview with Plus TV Africa, Nigeria's Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, says the work on the Third Mainland Bridge is on schedule. He also appreciated Nigerians for their patience and sacrifice.
We are in Lagos, and the talk about Third Mainland Bridge hasn't left our lips. What's the update about the pace of work? I hope there is no form of hindrance. And what's the word you have for the people who go through this horrendous experience?
We are on schedule, and we are sending weekly updates on a Twitter handle called TMB Rehab, at TMB Rehab. If you go to that, TMB is short word for Third Mainland Bridge, TM and B Rehab, or at TMB Rehab. That's the Twitter handle. We're sending weekly updates for all of those who have sacrificed working with us, Lagosians, Nigerians, the contractors. This really is symbolic of the anniversary theme launched by Mr. President, that together we can do anything. The sacrifice has been invaluable. We don't take it for granted, and trust us that we will keep our word to deliver on schedule and renew the life of that bridge. So let's keep going together, especially now that Nigeria is turning 60.
Watch out for the full interview on Plus TV Africa at 12:30 p.m. today and a repeat at 8:30 p.m. The news continues shortly after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back, and now for stories across Africa. Gambian President Adama Barrow has on Wednesday appointed Bakari Bajie as Minister of Youth and Sports. President Adama Barrow, acting under the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Gambia, has decided to relieve Hadrame Sidibe, the former Minister of Youth and Sports, of his appointments with effect from Wednesday, 30th of September 2020, and reassigned him to the Foreign Service. And on foreign scene, Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has accused President Vladimir Putin of being behind his poisoning. In his first interview published since he left the German hospital where he was treated, the Kremlin critic has been active on social media since being brought out of the coma. Posting a photograph of himself sitting on a Berlin bench, Navalny said on Instagram last week he was far from fully recovered and would require rehabilitation. And also on the foreign scene, the Vatican has denied U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo audience with Pope Francis. The Holy See said the pontiff does not receive politicians during an election period. The move adds to a diplomatic role following comments by the U.S. Secretary about China and the Catholic Church. The Vatican accused Pompeo of trying to use that issue to attract voters in November's U.S. presidential election. And now in business, the Federal Executive Council meeting ended on Wednesday with a budget estimate of 13.08 trillion naira projected for the 2021 fiscal year. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, disclosed this to journalists at the presidential villa. The breakdown of the proposed budget is 13.08 trillion naira, total aggregate expenditure 29% capex with a deficit of 4.48 trillion naira. FX 379 naira to the dollar, and GDP growth targeted at 3%. When asked if the 3% estimated growth was realistic considering the impact of COVID-19 on world economies, the Minister of Finance responded that the policies put in place to ensure inclusive growth while stimulating the economy should produce the desired results. And still ahead is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
Nigerians are not ready to wake up.
We are a country of highly religious people, but less godly.
But I don't want you to tell me what religion you are. Let me see it in your action.
I marvel to see that our own coastal places, the port, the Cocoa Port, the Calabar Port, the Port Harcourt, the Apapa, the Tinkan, Badagry, have been left on their own for so long. It is a shame.
You cannot wake up somebody who's pretending to be sleeping.
We refuse to do what we need to do. We are praying to God. Like the other day, we saw video of a group of people who were actually praying for a transformer that is false.
Yes. You haven't seen somebody praying for accountability.
When are you going to get that accountability?
Fix ineptitude, fix accountability.
We could have been waiting for accountability on Nitel.
You will still be waiting for it. Are we not waiting?
Are we waiting for accountability on Nitel?
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And now in entertainment news, Chrissy Teigen and husband John Legend have said they're in deep pain after losing their baby during pregnancy. We're shocked and in the kind of pain you only hear about, the kind of pain we've never felt before, she wrote in a moving Instagram statement. Her post was accompanied by several black and white photos, including one of her crying in her hospital bed. Model Teigen and singer Legend have 2 children and in mid-August revealed that they were expecting a third. In her latest post, Teigen revealed that a Los Angeles-based couple had been planning to call the baby Jack. And now in sports, Spain's Gerard Joseph Platero Rodriguez has been suspended from tennis for 4 years after he was found guilty of court-siding a betting practice prohibited in tennis. He was also fined $15,000 as he becomes the first tennis player to be charged with the offense. On Wednesday, the Tennis Integrity Unit said 6 months of the ban will be suspended if no further breaches of the tennis anti-corruption program are committed. The statement further said the Spaniard, who had no ranking, acted as a courtsider at the International Tennis Federation's tournament held in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 2019 after an investigation was carried out. An investigation also said the player had helped 75 online bets on tennis matches in 2019. In the course of the investigation, it was also reported that he also failed to engage in any form of cooperation. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa.
The biggest challenge for our generation is here. COVID-19 has altered the way we live in unprecedented ways. The only way to win in a crisis like this is to separate fact from falsehood, separate science from superstition, to get crucial information on how to live in a COVID-19 infected world. Join Stanley Bentu on Stay Safe, coming your way on Mondays and Thursdays at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV.
Welcome to a special edition of One on One. On this second part of the two-part edition, with the erudite Professor Wole Soyinka, we would be unreservedly tackling the topical issues of the day. We touch on the professor's irrepressible hopes for Nigeria in the face of a global crisis against the realism of this same nation's limitations. We consider whether his years of activism have led to any regrets. And we even get personal, delving into any aspect of family life that may have departed from his original script. Precisely what you do when you have a rare quality session with a figure who is otherwise difficult to pin down. Stick around for this enriching session. I am Ekene Ezeji. there's a statement you made that the greatest threat to freedom is the absence of criticism. So you're sort of thinking, how do you get our leaders to be more sensitive to what concerns us? You know, even during this pandemic, people are being critical of the elites as they see them, you know, in terms of still looking out for themselves. What does the average person do beyond getting worked up to engage our leaders to be more sensitive to our needs?
In Italy, during the migration wave, when the disasters began, if you saw the funeral which was given to our Nigerian people, you know, by the mayor of the town, where their bodies were washed up, the solemn, the respect which is given to these illegal immigrants who died and washed up their shores. Even I was contacted because they wanted to use lines of my poetry to carve on the tombstone. And I said, these are human beings. These are other human beings. By contrast, a mass funeral was taking place here, and somebody in government said, this is just Nollywood. You see, a pattern has been set. Is that kind of pattern makes people distrust governments, so that even when they are taking the correct steps, suspicion is aroused. What are you up to? What's behind this? What's this game? Why are you suddenly waking up to the concerns of people? You never expressed it at that time. On the contrary, you came and rubbed salt in the wound of these people. Questions, purely rhetorical questions like, if you're capable of locking down the state, locking people in, why haven't you locked in cattle? This time, decreed that cattle should stay put where they are until the herdsmen learned to behave, until that virus of violence is cured. Just stay right where you are, and we're going to send up drones to make sure that you do, etc., etc., even if you have no drones. You know, it's all... So it's a combination of so many things. Little things like that, big things, like the kind of fight between the DSA, Mr. Mangunu, and the chief of staff of the government, in which one side, head of security more or less, you know, in Thailand, is fighting the chief staff officer, ordering counter orders, and they're supposed to be a leader right there. And this goes on in the media for quite a while. Nothing happens. They say, what sort of a government is this? Where is the government? Where is the leader? Where is he? Is he all right? Is he conscious of what's going on? Does he understand what this means for the citizens? And critics and so on, they're not persistent. They don't pick up these clues and fasten onto them and act on them. You know, they wait until if Wole Soyinka hasn't spoken, and that means he's with them. That means they're incapable of doing anything. So the same thing with the legislators. Many times they're taking us for a ride. I'm here only, you know, some of the time, as you know very well. But even if we're here all the time, where are they? Where are they? Why do they drop, you know, assaults on our human dignity so easily? And move away from legislators, move away from government. There are cases of human violation within the citizenry itself. And you wonder, what's become of this case? And when I was in the university, I was teaching in the university, the same problem. One gets exhausted. The same government, you'll have these cults, secret cults, whose members have either thrown acid on a woman who rejected their advances or gang-raped individuals. I was in the security department. They always put me there because they know the way I feel about these things, you know. And I know what measures we took to deal with some of these miscreants, you know, who we said should be treated as criminal adults. So we're not talking merely of government. We're not talking of the various tiers of government. We're talking about humanity itself. Something is dead. Something has gone wrong with the humanity of this nation. And if this COVID doesn't teach us to look for that missing element in our lives, I'm sorry, we're doomed as a people.
with that, we're going to go on a brief break. I'm following your thoughts and thinking more about the humanity. And I think you made a statement earlier. I heard you say bringing back humanity to our civilization. So we're going to carry on with that when we come back after this brief break.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Still on a one-on-one interview with Professor Wole Soyinka, and we've talked about many things, but I want to carry on from where we left off, looking at the humanity or the inhumane dispositions of people in Nigeria. So I just want to take it from there. You talked of various things. You looked at government, you looked at people at large, and the fact that people seem to get dissipated, in their passions to see justice done. Mm-hmm. And maybe you share some sympathy for them in the sense that with all these things happening and not really seeing enough progress in any area, you can understand why people get fatigued. Mm-hmm. I'm asking. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not, the situation is not as bleak as that. The fact is that there's so much debris to be cleared to begin with. Let's give credit where credit is due. For instance, I am in total sympathy with our military. I'm talking about our soldiers. Okay. I know what they're confronting, with Boko Haram, ISWAP, and now recently the cattle maniacs. And we know what losses they're taking all the time.
Okay. Just let me ask, did you see the videos with the general, Adeniyi, I think is his name, where he was lamenting? I don't know if you saw the recent videos that went viral. And he kept repeating, the men are not running, they're standing, they're facing. But the impression you got from that video was that they were overwhelmed by a Boko Haram who had military might that we didn't anticipate that they had, both in the air, and they didn't seem at all cornered, this Boko Haram that they were describing. If anything, the military were the ones, having to beat a retreat almost.
Yes. Oh, yes. Obviously, they had to beat a retreat. I mean, one must expect in engagements, military engagements, any commander who doesn't factor in the possibility and the eventual need of retreat at the right time, and who doesn't factor in losses, it's not a true soldier. He's just an optimist. And so we must expect it. But when one is shattered at the same time, when losses on this level are encountered, and especially if you're a creature of imagination, as I am, in which I actually can see these scenes visibly, literally, almost as if I'm there. So some of us, it impinges on our consciousness, maybe a bit deeper than others. And
permit me to ask, though, because I'm still asking the question in my head.
Yes.
Why are Boko Haram in such a position of strength after so many years?
Yes. Okay. One of the commencing errors, you see, there's always a critical time, just as with the virus, this COVID, there's a critical moment. You miss that moment, you're in trouble. All crises of humanity, you'll find that you can trace it backwards to a moment missed. And we missed it. And that happened many years ago. And I don't want to mention governments because people always say, Wole Soyinka has it in for this particular government. No, I'm talking generally and very sincerely. It goes a long way back when we permitted, we corseted, even indulged extremism. If you want, I will even take it back not even to the beheading of a Kaluka, but even to that moment when, I can't remember which came first now, but anyway, when a program and attitude of appeasement was undertaken by a president of this nation, when Miss Daniels, the journalist for one of the newspapers, made a statement, purely harmless statement, and they went on the rampage. The extremists said she'd insulted Mohammed, started killing people right, left, and center, burnt down houses. What did that president do? He went on his knees to go and appease them. A fatwa was pronounced against that girl. The government of this nation did not say, wait a minute, my oath of office is to defend life, is to defend the rights, the fundamental rights, and in particular the life of the citizens under me. You don't pass a death sentence on anybody in this, otherwise I'll jail you. No, it didn't. Appeasement. It was appeasement right, left, and center. Now, bullies, go back to the phenomenon of bullies. When bullies see that you're on your knees, they kick you. That's right. It's instinct of bullying. So these people saw that they could get the extremists, the fundamentalists. We're talking about Boko Haram extremism and ISWAP and so on. This is where it begins, not merely in Nigeria, but again, along certain other areas, not just the West Coast, but of the African continent. Now the fundamentalists were corseted, they were appeased, and so they proceeded to abuse their appeasers. It's part of the psychology of the bully. And so there's not much difference between taking up cudgels, attacking houses and killing, beheading people in the markets, and taking up AK-47s and going to Sambisa Forest. It's one simple step.
Time to go on a quick break. When we return, we'll waste no time in picking up where we left off. You're watching One-on-One with Professor Wole Soyinka.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I was going to have a conversation with Buratai. Unfortunately, we missed each other in Munich a few years ago. The Munich Security Council, I'm sort of one of their consultants. I go from time to time and attended this annual meeting. And Buratai was expected. In fact, I accepted to go to that meeting because I wanted to sit with Buratai and chat with him. Unfortunately, he was late coming in. And by the time I left, I understood that he went there later on. And what was I going to say to him? I was going to tell him that if you don't involve the people, you will lose this battle. For a virus like Boko Haram and religious extremism and fundamentalism, you need to engage the people themselves. You need to let them know that harboring a Boko Haram, sooner or later, it's like harboring a viper. It's going to bite you sooner or later. So there was no real mass communication with the people themselves. It came eventually. I'm not talking about units like the Junior Task Force. Yes, that was a very beautiful move, a good strategic move, and it yielded results. But I'm talking about just the rest of the community, in which you make them understand the use of pamphleteering, dropping leaflets on communities, I pass this on, by the way, since then, through certain channels, that it's not just a question of bombing Boko Haram. You got to bomb them with information. Scatter leaflets, in various languages, which they will understand. Let them, they don't have telephone, okay, you can put hotlines and say, if you see Boko Haram, you can phone this. No, but more than that, you want a continuous process of reorientation for them to understand that the government is on their side and will defend them. And they can approach you here, and so on and so on. So this thing goes back. We have this expression in Yoruba, "Amukunwoni eruewo a oni atisaleni." It's the knock-kneed man. You meet a knock-kneed man, and he's carrying a heavy load on the head, and you say, mister, you think you're being helpful. You say, your load, the load on your head is skewed, and he tells you, oh, no. It's from the roots, from the legs, not up there. And that is one missed strategy. Since then, of course, we've learned so many things. We've learned of military officers collaborating here and there, selling weapons because they were not motivated. We learned the senior brass, wolfing down billions meant to equip soldiers, so that at one stage, these insurgents were better equipped than we were on this side. One of the most disgusting episodes in Nigerian history. That even after the kidnapping of our children, you had money being shared, which was supposed to go to the military, in fact, which was procured specifically for the military. And then people come and tell me that one doesn't eat anti-corruption, and so because I know who said it's edible. The important thing is that corruption is not just corruption. It's not an isolated phenomenon. It's something which actually affects us. Corruption is involved in the inability of the nation to meet COVID. I won't go as far as Mr. Magoo. I don't know what's wrong with Magoo these days, and say that it's corruption which brought COVID. I think the man is isolating himself too much. He better come out and see the real world and stop talking that kind of oversimplification of this complex pandemic and so on. So I'm not going that direction. But I'm saying that we are where we are today, among other reasons, but because we have both wasted resources. Sorry, I don't know where we started.
I'm staying with you, but what I'm marveling at as I'm listening to you is that you still have, I hear from you that you still have a desire and you still see the possibility of intervening in the affairs you mentioned and somehow turning them around for good. I want to ask, just going back to your personal journey, is there anything in your journey you would take, because you're a figure that has courted controversy, several times. Is there, if you had the chance to undo or do things differently, whether in what you've written, what you've said, or what you've done, is there any aspect of your activism you would rescript?
None that I can think of, except that sometimes I think that I didn't put things as strongly as I should have done,
okay.
in which I assume that a word is enough for the wise. I think that's been a mistake, in which you don't want to reiterate. You don't want to push yourself too much, especially as you get all kinds of feedback which just disgust you, and say, okay, go and do it, as if you're not just contributing to a pool of ideas, that people get the idea that you think the idea you posited is the one and only idea exists. No, I only say what is in my head. So when I think back, I think also perhaps a little bit too optimistic at a certain stage. I think it had to do with the confidence that we were a new generation and we were super beings, and that the ideas are there. It's just a question of manifesting them. So beyond that, we didn't identify and expose as strongly as we should have those who I call the enemies of the future. We thought we could contain them, that they could be shifted, they could be spoken to, that you could even work with them, collaborate with them. And 2/3 of the time, even 5-6 of the time, turned out, no, they had absolutely no agenda beyond themselves.
I mean, identify for us briefly, because I know if you left me, I'll keep following you with this conversation, but identify for us what you feel is the silver lining at this time, maybe the roses among the thorns. Let me just sort of give you an indication of where my mind is going. In the midst of COVID, people have lauded responses like that of Sanwo-Olu and even the NCDC chief, and it's lifted our spirits somewhat to see that people can actually apply themselves competently on our behalf. Have you seen anything like that among the leadership, even the governors you've collaborated with, that gives rise to hope in terms of leadership?
Yes, I think so. I believe that there is a very genuine re-examination of errors of the past, and it's showing in the conduct of some of the governors. Since the elections and so on, I haven't really interacted deeply with any of them. It's mostly superficially. I've been content just to watch from a distance. I send signals from time to time. I send messages. For instance, I've spoken to some of the leaders and commended what Lagos has been doing. The same thing happened during the Ebola period. Certain states are showing leadership, and there is a growing sense of the need for collaboration. But collaboration is also often, to be effective, size-bound. It can be macro, it can be micro. In certain situations, when you have certain things already on the ground, you can take a grander picture. Right now, I believe that Nigeria is into the smaller picture. Save this unit, create a model from this unit from which you can go out, and assist others in building up similar models of humanized existence. I think we're beginning to see that emerging. We lost masses of time. But it's not too late. As I said, we can assist. We don't look forward to being part of the future. That's over.
Oh, wow.
But we know that we cannot sit idly. And we have to do something, at least to try and make up, for some of the lapses of the past and give the future a more level playing ground than I think even we had.
Oh, wow. Okay, a couple more questions. If you look at the lockdown situation, I know I've heard you say your position, but could you summarize for us what you'd rather have seen than what has, the situation you critiqued and you were sort of brushed aside as being a playwright with no knowledge of the specifics. What would you rather have seen done than what we currently have, which is a mandate from the center that Lagos, Ogun and Abuja should be on lockdown?
I think there are channels outwards. The trouble is I don't feel I need to recommend them to the center. They have their channels and so on. But state-wise, there are channels, bilateral channels to the outside world, in which, in my view, which can result within even 48 hours of all kinds of equipment being flown in into here. I think that states should utilize such channels. Next, I don't see why our people are still stranded outside. The United States is moving its people, France, Italy. I know that in the last few days some kind of notice went round to our citizens in the States saying, if you want to be repatriated and so on and so forth. I'm very sad to tell you of the response of some of them. Saying, I see. What I didn't get before, I come and get using your system. That's what it means to lose faith in governments in the center. And I think that the states should just ignore what the center is doing in the sense of let it carry on its own agenda, but also establish its own agenda. For instance, in this very state, I know what we did when, this is on a very small scale compared to what I'm doing, but I'm just using it as a kind of example. after some elections, when the youth service corps were being hounded, some of them killed because the results were unpalatable and there was riot everywhere, and people were stranded, our children were stranded. Effort began from here to rescue and transplant those youth service corps who came from the state. And I know that we were not the only state. We were able to rescue them, actually met the parents of, of one of them, the girl. Now, something similar. I don't see why this state cannot, using the channels, and there are so many units, so many societies, Nigerian societies outside, colleges and so on, say, we're chartering a plane. It's going to land, we'll make arrangement with such and such a nation. If you can get your way, make your way there. You charter the plane, you put nurses, doctors there, sanitize it completely. The nurses are on duty throughout. Everybody is protected. Before you board, of course, you must be tested, and on arrival here, some kind of self-isolation as well. That kind of project is possible. It's not beyond any state. I would like to see this state, take that initiative. But you see, if the center is doing it, the state depends on it. It'll never happen. So the state should act more decentrally, and look after its own citizens. And of course, those who are not even of this state who want to take advantage of it should not be prevented.
I see in what you're saying, the state's sort of giving the entire nation a jump start by their own impetus to do things. That's a fascinating option. Yeah. Okay, my last question. I want to look at you as a family man. You're here, you're isolated to some extent, but you seem quite at ease with it. Looking at your life as a family man, is there any aspect of it that has departed from your internal script, which you could share with us, whether pleasantly or otherwise?
Well, all I can tell you is that I don't regret that I did not keep up with my self-resolution, which is that I would never get married or raise a family.
Okay.
That was my early resolution. I said, I don't want to bring a family here. They will suffer and they will hold me responsible because I won't be around. This was at the stage when I knew that I was entering not an easy existence. I told myself, I said, listen, don't raise a family. Well, this is one resolution which I do not regret flouting. I'm quite content with my family, and they understand me. They know that they have an absentee father, but that is always there. He's always there. They know that, and that's what matters. But in terms of the physical aspect of family life, they've given up on that. They know that when we meet, we meet. When they're desperate, I will reach them, or they will reach me. It's more than enough.
Yeah. Well, again, I want to say thank you for having us a second time here in your haven in the forest. I hope to take advantage this time around and just take a little stroll, if I may.
Yeah, you can walk around. And since your last question, because our people are not being repatriated, I'm getting a canoe ready to go and rescue my family.
Yes, I saw the canoe.
We're going to sail from here. I'm not relying on the airports anymore. And a raft.
Oh my. I hope it takes you far. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, till the next time I come again. I know you're looking forward to it. Though it felt like a timeless experience, this episode is illustrative of the fact that all good things come to an end, or at least to a point of transition. Thank you for sharing in this rich and memorable visit with Professor Wole Soyinka on our one-on-one exclusive on Plus TV Africa. I am Ekene Ezeji.
As we begin celebrations for Nigerians' independence, the question is, are we truly free? And Lieutenant General Jeremiah Husseini declares that is ready to fight for the unity of Nigeria. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladende. Welcome back. This is Plots Politics, and we are just a few hours away from celebrating the 60 years of nationhood. And as Nigeria marks 60 years of independence, it's only natural and wise to think back and assess the level of Nigeria's growth since 1960. Most Reverend Emmanuel Adetoye Shebadejo, the Bishop, Catholic Diocese of Oyo State, in his message on this occasion, has stated that Nigeria still lacks authentic independence, adding that its citizens still have to fight for independence because of what he described as thieving leaders, corruption, terrorists, religious bigots, and all sorts. Joining us to discuss this perspective is our public affairs analyst, Chris Nwokobia, and also the president of Arewa Consultative Forum, Yerima Shetima. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Kayode.
Yeah, I understand Chris will be joining us in a jiffy from now. Let me start with you, Yerima Shetima. For me, and for some of us, we have heard this kind of rhetoric, and it appears that it's always turning to the deaf ears. But let me get your perspective. Has anything changed that we can say that this is what's celebrating as a nation?
Well, I look at those things in two ways. One, we should be grateful to Almighty God that actually leave us today to still be part of the country called Nigeria. Ordinarily, if not for God's intervention, there are certain things going on that would have, by now, would have been a story or history that's no more country called Nigeria. But having said that, the fact that we are still together, there's a reason to still thank God. A journey of 1 million miles starts with a step. If today we are just 60 years old, yes, it is true that we shall be better than we were today. Because the founding father, I'm sure wherever they are shedding tears. And even in their graves, I'm sure they are disturbed. This is not the kind of a country they all envisages. And when we grew up also, we were told that Nigeria will be better tomorrow. And up till today, we thought it's going to be normal thing. We will get there during our time. But it is obvious that the El Dorado is still far from us. So the fact of the matter still remains that I am still optimistic that even if not on my generation, certainly we have responsibility to do more so that at the end of the day, yet unborn children can see how far we've come. And I believe strongly they can also do their own bidding to get there.
Okay.
So let us not lose hope. Yes, all of us are victims of all this.
I want to keep you, I don't want you to exhaust all the arsenal you have for us. Thank you for that opening remark. But let me go to Chris Nwokobia. I understand he has joined us. Yeah, Mr. Nwokobia, let's look at, okay, maybe for the benefit of those who probably may not know your age, well, let me say for the purpose of personal relationship, the three discussants, Nigeria is a bit older or much older than two of you. But I know you are a student of history. You believe so much in the past, the present, and the future. According to the bishop, he believed that we are yet to gain true independence. Independence from what he described as thieving leaders. Independence from nepotism. Independence from all kinds of tribalism. Do you share that opinion too?
If I understand you, Kayode, I think that we do not have to have been born at the dawn of independence or before independence to understand what comes of people, and indeed, as Amrit will question, the idea proudly say that we're a nation. But let me say this clearly, that every nation that has built up its country to amiable and admirable standards did work hard at it. Tragically, at the dawn of independence, those who walked and led us to independence did not forge a national ideology. They did not forge a national manifesto. The three major paladins, if you like, of our nationhood were caught on ethnic divides. But for Zik, if you like, the others proudly talked about their ethnicity. I want to say that Nigeria suffers from the diet of ideology, the diet of philosophy, the diet of a national manifesto. And that's why we're where we are. I think that the time has come for us as a people to begin to work hard at rediscovering what must make this great nation, this potentially great nation, truly great. I have said repeatedly that even at in the First Republic, we're able to move. We're able to, this country walked at some point. But unfortunately, when the jackboots and those who came by with the military purge of January 1966 came, they messed up everything. I think that the time has come for us as a people, as a nation, as those who are desirous of building the greatest country in Africa, to begin to address fundamental issues. And I say this, having identified where patriarchs, those who led us to independence failed, because I'm grudgingly calling them founding fathers, because I want to say with all sense of respect that when at the dawn of the First Republic, people began to identify themselves as Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, and the minorities, we lost everything that would have built up a great nation. Look at the manifesto and the national ideology of Ghana, foisted by Kwame Nkrumah. Look at that of the former country called Tanganyika, Tanzania, fostered by the great Walimu. Look at what Jomo Kenyatta and his likes did in Kenya. These are all multi-ethnic and multi-religious countries. But unfortunately, as our founding fathers, grudgingly so to say,
Chris, I want
did
to
not forge a national ideology.
I want to save you from the temptation
of their ethnicity and their religion over that country that they bettered on the 1st of October 1960.
Professor Chris, I want to stay with you because I trust you. If I give you the room, you can go on for more than 30 minutes giving us those wonderful, powerful words. But let me stay with you. I think your opinion is not very common. What we hear from some historians, what we hear from many people, many intellectuals like you, we're often reminded that these were true nationalists. We often hear that that they were regional in their mindset, was better for us as a country because they were growing at their own pace, rather than mounting being a nationalist, and truly they do not have that entity at heart.
No, Kayode, you're making a mistake. There is a difference between running a truly federal structure and being ethnic and religious in thinking. We could, like other countries that are multi-religious, we could run a regional setting and run it effectively. True federalism suggests that the component sides will be strong enough to move at their own pace. I think that in 1966, when the Decree 34 and the likes came, they messed up our federalism. There's a difference, really. Don't confuse it. What I'm saying is that those who forged this nation, those who got independence for us, left the ideals of forging a patriotic nation and decided to preach religion and ethnicity. And just about every one of those we call our founding fathers was guilty of it. Let's not run away from it. And that is why, rather than talk about a nation, when you have a child or you're filling a form tomorrow, Kayode, they will ask you, what tribe are you? They will ask you, what's your religion? You know, these are the cocoonery that led to the dichotomies that trouble Nigeria. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Okay. I'm not talking about, I'm not faulting regionalism. I am a die-in-the-wool fan of true federalism and I've been conversing through federalism since I was 18. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. I am saying that beyond mountain trench ideals of patriotism, my religion, I don't know why I have to fill a form in the 21st century to identify my ethnicity. And these are the reasons why Nigeria calls some people minorities and then they're major tribes. I think that the time has come for us, if we must move forward, to address these fundamentals and abolish those philosophies and protocols that divide us.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, but I will still seek more clarification on some of the opening statements you make so that we can all be on the same page that you are in. Yerima, I don't know whether you're itching to say something about the perspective Mr. Chris and Wokobia has brought, because we can't be talking about Nigeria at 60 without making reference to what Chris grudgingly described as founding fathers. What is your take?
Well, my take on it is that this is reality that each and every one of us have an identity, and we must know where we're coming from. But the moment we know where we're coming from, it will be easy for us to begin to know where we are. Then we'll begin to channel a new course for ourselves. Yes, it is true. We are a country, but not yet a nation. And even then, we have never been a nation. There are an attempt by even our founding father, even during their days, before their demises, there was no nation. And our own case become worse than it was in the past. Yes, it is important for us to always reflect on where we are coming from so that we will now begin to think of better things to do and begin to put up the country in the right direction. For me, I still strongly believe that it is possible to have a nation with the likes of Chris. Chris have come a long way with him, but at no time I've known him for over 20 years. I give an example of my relationship with him. But at no time we look at ourselves, we see any differences, despite the fact that he's not an Hausa Fulani from where I come from. And I've never seen him as somebody far from me or different person. We have shared almost everything in common until we get to where we are today. So I also urge Nigerians that we must begin to look ourselves in that direction. We must begin to give an example with ourselves. And this is the only way we can make up a nation.
Okay, let's quickly look at what the bishop did mention. Let's look at, we need to be independent of our thieving leaders. In clear terms, it's talking about corruption. It's talking about having true emancipation from our leaders. So when can we have what Americans will say, all men are born equal? That's to the Yerima now.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, Yerima. Let me have your take.
Yes. Come again?
Yes. How can we truly say that that our leaders are not our masters, but we can actually be free from them and demand what is truly ours? That seems to be what the bishop is saying.
Well, it is true. I have always been an advocate of justice to all, where if we must have a nation and a country that we will all be proud of course, those are realities that we must agree on. That look, every citizen must be seen to be equal in the project Nigeria. There's no any language of minority or majority. And on that spirit, if there's equity, fairness to all, of course there will be peace in the country. But where you begin to make some people feel they are second-class citizens, another are first-class citizens, or if your man is wrong, he is opportune to be in power, and you fail to look at his face and say he's wrong, then at a point you say, it's my own. And if it's my own, let it remain there. For as long as it's my brother, we will never get it right.
Okay.
So we must be seen to agree that truly what is wrong is wrong. And that, on that basis, we can build a good country and good nation.
Thank you. Professor Chris, he has mentioned something very important, and he gave a practical example of his relationship with you. Why don't we have this kind of cordial relationship? Is this as a result of the fact that both of you went to university, or where exactly have we missed it? That we find it easy to slaughter ourselves, we find it easy to bring out our daggers at every slightest provocation.
Let me say this clearly, Coyote, that Yerima and I are like brothers, two brothers from and different mothers. We are pretty close. In 2011, when I ran for president, he was my vice presidential candidate, and he did that within a short notice. And we do not see ourselves from our religious divides or ethnic divides. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say. In the First Republic, those that we called, we so lucidly referred to as our founding fathers, had their ethnic divides and religious differences, and they proudly danced around with it. And that's exactly what I'm saying. In Ghana, I'm not sure whether you know the religion of Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya. I don't know whether you know the religion of Kwame Nkrumah. I do not know whether you are aware of the religion or ethnicity of Mwalimu, Julius Nyerere. And I think that until we begin to call a spade by its name, our search for the good republic will be distant and it will be like the wait for Godot. I said this advisedly. The time has come for us to begin to break down the walls that divide. One is my brother had a bit in saying that in trying to draw the line of understanding where we're coming from, ditto our religion and ethnicity. I don't need to know what your religion is to see you as a Nigerian. I do not need to know what your ethnicity is to see you as a Nigerian. America is fighting over 200 years after its independence issues about racial divide. You know the debate this morning. And I think that the time has come for us to run away from such pitfalls. If we must grow as a nation, we must de-emphasize issues about religion and ethnicity, because that was what messed up our beginning. And if we must rediscover this country, we must look at that quote by Albert Einstein, that those who attempt to solve a problem the same way it was created are only insane. And I do not think that our generation will fail to solve these problems and these challenges. That is why I am passionately saying that until we are bold enough to say that we hail our patriarchs, we hail the Obafemi Awolowos, we hail the Nnamdi Azikiwes, we hail the Sadwanas for leading us to independence, but identify the fact that at some point we lost the fervor for nationalism and patriotism to ethnicity and religion. And we must begin to take those normatives out of our national protocol. Then let me give you another instance. We have a national prayer in stanza 2 of the national anthem, the national pledge. Instead of saying the national pledge in national functions, we call for Christian prayers and we call for Muslim prayers. I await the time when, if we continue like that, when we will call for traditional prayers or pagan prayers. I think that the time has come for us to truly identify where we're headed. Why can't we just say the second stanza of our national anthem, or just say our national pledge before we start a national program? Must I be a Christian to be good? Must I be a Muslim to be nice? Must I be a Christian to be patriotic? Must I be a Muslim to be a great Nigerian? I think that the time has come for us to understand that the world has gone beyond making religion an instrument of politics. We must understand that in the 21st century, the world is looking for men who can think out of the box and who can work greatly at building their nations. And these men must not be Christians, must not be Muslims, they must be God-fearing. I think that the time has come for us to remove Godism and embrace godliness. I think that the time has come for us to slay corruption, which of course is one of the greatest problems. And I'll tell you why it exists. Oftentimes we do not understand that corruption is a function of our ethnicity and our religious divides. I'll surprise you. The truth is that when we continue to see ourselves as, oh, I'm first Igbo, I'm first Hausa, I'm first Fulani, I'm first Yoruba before I'm Nigerian, the tendency is for you to grab what you can from Nigeria. But when you begin to understand Nigeria as your patrimony, as that which you own, when you begin to see the green, white, green as your patrimony, then you begin to protect it. Then you begin to develop it. Then you begin to give it your best.
Prof, let me just whisper to you openly now that you're still going to be here for the second segment. So I know that you won't get tired of giving us the way out and I must put it on record that we need this kind of conversation.
For Nigeria, I've always given my all.
Okay.
And I'm passionately going to do that.
I appreciate that.
At 60, I got tears on my eyes. And I think that it's time to rediscuss, renegotiate, reinvent, and rethink Nigeria is now.
That's a bit of information and revelation for me. I thought Nigeria was actually older than you, but sorry about that wrong assumption. But let me go back to Yerima.
No, Nigeria is older than me.
Okay, it's okay.
Nigeria is older than me by 11 years.
Oh, I thought, you had mean Nigeria at 60.
Rethinking Nigeria and rebuilding Nigeria.
Good. Let me go back to Yerima. I want to also look at day-to-day issues that the bishop made reference to. And one of them, I think Professor Chris Nwokobi has dealt with them. But let's also look at the issue of where did we get it wrong. Some believe that it was the first marriage of 1914, that we should still hold on to our ethnic nationality, but relate with everyone together. But the rhetoric I'm listening to, or the language I'm listening to now tells us that we need to put that aside. We need to think as a Nigerian first. And this song seems very unpopular.
Well, for me, I have not seen anything wrong by the amalgamation of 1914. But then the managers of the country are the problem. In the First Republic, of course, it is a bit better than what was obtained subsequently after the Court Coup of 1960. And that is where we back. And it has never been the same again. We run from one problem to another. From this little problem to the next problem, and the next problem, plummet, and keep plummeting until we get to where we are today. It means we need to retrace our steps. And on that basis, I'm one of those who have the view that for us to do it right and run the system very well at the level of governance for the well-being of our people, I strongly believe that that center must be centralized. If you reduce the power at the center, of course, people will now get their sense of belonging. People will go back to their normal places. That is not on this presidential arrangement. Are you there?
Very well. I can hear you.
Yes. Not on this arrangement of presidential system that people are busy squashing Nigerian fund, taxpayers' money, with all impunity, without even shame in their face, and they take what the government need under this arrangement. I am of the view, if we can review our system of governance, maybe go back to a parliamentary system of government that have always advocated. Once the region are powered, pay tax to the center. Of course, everybody will be busy. Nobody will be proposing from what is going on in the other region or thereabout. And nobody can hold anybody to ransom. I'm of the view that we should decentralize the center. Let's go back to the system of government or parliament, to call it whichever way, at least reduce that power at the center, so that people can begin to take this into their hands. So that some of these basic governors who are only busy going to Abuja to collect allocations will now begin to harness their resources within their various states, and their regions will be putting together to come up with something than going about with all of this madness going around at the expense of over 200 million Nigerians. This cannot continue, and the country cannot continue like this. So I'm of the view, let's not decentralize the government, let powers go back to region or whichever way, reduce that power at the center so that people can begin to do better. Now we will begin to move than where we are today. Okay. If we don't do that, there's no way we can make any meaningful progress in our lives.
Yerima, this might be my last question for you before I let you go, and yes, I'll come back to Chris. I listen to this kind of conversation, and sometimes I'm a bit worried. For example, we see these politicians that the bishop is referring to, they are united when it comes to stealing the money. They are united when it comes to corruption. Nobody remembers where he or she comes from. But this has been the trend. We have had different tribes being our leaders, and tribe has never been an issue when it comes to merit. It has never been an issue when it comes to the kind of leader we want. The whole world is thinking of how to, advance in technology. They are thinking of how to do some innovative things. But we are here saying it should be this tribe, it should be that tribe. Let's kill these people. They are getting more than us. So can't we just put this behind us and look at who is good to lead us, who is better to lead us, who is the best hand to take us to our dreamland?
That is why I've always competency, and I think competence, it could come from men. But with this arrangement of zoning, going here or there, undermining competence, bringing people to the fore that have something to offer, then we will never. So this is my.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me quickly get your final thoughts on this, Professor Chris. I almost call you Professor Yerima. Thank God you're brothers. So, in final terms, how do we believe this gospel that you preach every day? Because I'm one of your followers. I read your messages. How do we think forward and not where we come from or which religion we belong to?
Like I said, we're in the 21st century, and the world is talking about competency and capacity. The world isn't talking about Igbo-ness, Hausa-ness, Yoruba-ness, Ijo-ness, Joku-ness, or Ichekiri-ness. No. I am a young man from the town called Ibuzo in Delta State. And some say I'm Igbo by tribe. My father told me that I'm Igbo, but that has not affected any of my dealings and relationships with people, because in the 21st century, what counts is the content of your mind and the quality of your mind. And it's about the content of your character. And I do sincerely think that the time has come for us to begin to think about the fundamentals. And rather than, I've had people ask me, why aren't you supporting the Igbo candidacy? And I say, why should I support Igbo candidacy? And let me tell you, the reason we have these agitations are simply because we have a constitution that does not work for justice. We have a constitution that is skewed to inequity and inequality. We have a constitution that holds one religion over the other in a country that prides itself as a secular state. We have a constitution that is unjust manifestly, and until we rework that normative, until we rework our national text, we'll continue to argue from ethnic lines, and zoning will become plausible. I think that the time has come for us to begin to advance ideas and ideologies that unite. And in the 21st century, it's about capacity, competency, and understanding.
Thank you so much, Professor Chris Nwokobia. Thank you for your insight on this issue. And once again, thank you to Yerima Shetima, President, Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Coyote.
And I must say happy independence to both of you. Yeah, we will take a short break. And when we return, Jeremiah Hussaini in the news declares that he is ready to fight for the unity of Nigeria. That'll be up for discussion after the break.
We do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back. In case you just joined us, this is Plots Politics, and we are moving to the second issue of the day. In response to agitation for the breaking up of Nigeria, former military administrator of the defunct Bender state, Jeremiah Hussaini, has declared that he is ready to fight to keep Nigeria together. He added that Nigeria's civil war experience was bad, as brothers were now fighting brothers. But with calls for Biafra still being heard and now Oduduwa Republic, could we say that the end of a united Nigeria is the cause for concern? Joining us to discuss this is public affairs analyst Biodun Shoumi, which I understand will join us any moment soon. And of course, Professor Chris Nwokobia will still here with us. So let me start with you in this second half. Professor, I don't know whether you want to discard the messenger from the message, but let's put the two in context. Do you think this is a very important call that he has made?
Let me say clearly that for the messenger and the message, I hold profound respect for both of them. I think that I'm someone who believes that God created us and put us together in the entity called Nigeria. But the next phase is for us to do that which is needful. There's a role, a place for God in the affairs of man. He superintends over the affairs of man, but he's given to man the ability to fix his space. You don't wait for God to come and do what we must do. And like I've always told Nigerians that even the Christian Bible says that the cord of two is strong, the cord of three who can break. I believe that this country is going to continue, but we must rethink, remodel, renegotiate, and restructure this enterprise so that, like we had a somewhat prosperous First Republic, we can have a great country to be proud of. Let me say clearly, Kayode, that the reason you have the agitation for Biafra, the reason the Odua people are calling for an Odua Republic is simply because the injustices that inundate the Nigerian enterprise is gargantuan. It is simply because the injustice litters every corner. It's simply because we have refused as a nation to address the fundamental issues. There are issues of nationhood. There are issues of equity. There are issues of unity. There are issues of social justice. There are issues of fairness. Until they are addressed, the Igbos and those who are agitating for Biafra will have a plausible call. Those who are calling for Odua Republic will have a plausible call. But I do sincerely believe that when we decide to congregate at the table where we address our palace differences, where we address the issues that agitate and trouble us, then only can the likes of Jeremiah Hussaini, who should begin to ask Mr. President and those who matter in leadership to call for a conference where we will restructure this enterprise, to call for a normative of restructuring to become the anthem of our nation. Until they do that, those who are saying that Nigeria is indivisible, Nigeria is non-negotiable, are just dancing on a sharp knife. I was happy just a few days ago when I read the statement credited to the Vice President of Nigeria, where he said that if we continue the way we're going, this country will break. And that is the truth. If we continue to deceive ourselves and sing, oh, hail the indivisible Nigeria, without discussing and renegotiating the terms of our coexistence, then we will be living a lie. I think that the time has come, and now is, where those who truly care about this country will begin to congregate at that parlor where we all call for the remodeling, the rethinking, the renegotiation, and the restructuring of the Nigerian enterprise.
Okay, thank you so much. We have Biodun Shoumi back now. Biodun Shoumi, we read a statement that was credited to Jeremiah Hussaini, who's saying that he's ready to fight for the unity of Nigeria, that is not for breakup, is not for those calling for maybe I should start from there. You know, when we hear this word of self-determination, as much as it is a right in the UN Charter, but sometimes the kind of rhetoric we hear seems a bit disturbing. So how do we ensure that we're actually truly united?
Yeah, in the first instance, we need to look at the mindset and the personal construct of Jeremiah Husseini. These are people who fought the civil war, who taught their stakeholders in maintaining the unity of the country. He didn't actually perceive the Nigerian people as being the one to decide the fate of the country, despite the contradiction within the Nigerian society. I mean, the growing inequality between the rich and poor, the growing inequality, amongst the regions, the zones in Nigeria, the fact that democracy has not been able to deliver the dividends of democracy to the Nigerian people, the fact that corruption is on the increase, ethnic tension is on the rise. So what Jeremiah Husseini is doing is, from his mind construct, dating from the civil war, is to say, look, we fought for this country, then I'm going to have to defend it no matter what happens. Okay. But the reality on the ground today is different. He only needs to reflect back that we had empires in the past. We had the Ottoman Turks Empire. It collapsed. The Prussian Empire collapsed. The British Empire collapsed. The Mali Empire collapsed. Or your empire that lasted for 300 years also collapsed. There is no empire that goes on, ad infinitum. The fact of the matter is in line with the laws of social development that at a point you keep mutating in response to the needs of the people of the country. Today, very few people would doubt the fact that the ethnic line, the fourth line in the country is so fragile that it could snap at any point in time. And what is the reason for this? It's actually because the military imposed what they call federalism, which is not true federalism. They imposed a unitary form of federalism on the country, which is threshing, the fragility of the country. And therefore, what would you expect from a military officer today? The likes of General Akinyade and others have seen the wisdom in the fact that we need to restructure the country to avoid the country from breaking up.
Okay.
We have passed the era of somebody saying the unity of Nigeria cannot be discussed or be compromised. Even Britain, United Kingdom is facing enormous threat, not only from Wales, also from Scotland. Same issue in Ireland. So it's in line with this lot of social development.
Okay.
Whether Jeremiah Husseini wants to recognize that reality or not is a different thing. But it does not stop
Mr. Shomi,
social movement.
I will come back to you.
Direction.
I will come back to you. Let's continue this conversation with Professor Chris. Initially, you mentioned something about Ghana, and some come up with this excuse, especially those people who are always defending anything Nigeria, even sometimes blindly. They will tell us that Nigeria is more heterogeneous. We are dealing with more ethnic nationalities than that of Ghana. So I want to ask, is this heterogeneity a blessing, or it's something that is actually too complex for us to handle?
Let me say this, that those who argue on the lines of the multiplicity of tribes and heterogeneity, like you have alluded, are smart by heart. And I say this advisedly. If you look at Ghana, Ghana has well over 20 tribes. In Nigeria, those who dominate us are not more than 4 tribes. Okay, so the argument is not authentic, is not genuine. I think that what we must do, like my brother noted there, and like I said before, is to readdress, rethink, remodel, rework, if you like, restructure this enterprise. You know why I'm using those synonyms? because, as it were, we live in a country where people hide behind one finger, where people play the ostrich and refuse to call a spade by its name. The word restructuring was first used in the English dictionary in 1942, and it means to rework, to reshape, to remodel. And that's where we are, until we understand that at some point this country worked. And when we had regional governments, we had electricity, almost a 24-hour supply in the southeast. We had television before the state of France and any other country in Africa. And that was in the western region, in Ibadan. We had cocoa, we had sesame, we had granite pyramids, we had monstrous wealth, until the pseudo-federalism that we today practice came at the dawn of the 1966 purge, when eventually Iransu came with Decree 34, and every effort to restore Nigeria to true federalism has failed since then. And that's what we have as fundamentally the problem with this enterprise. You cannot encourage mediocrity and expect Nigeria to grow. Across lines, this country has become a rent-seeking and a rent-taking country. Where are the granite pyramids? We don't find them anymore. Where's the wealth from palm produce? They're not there anymore. Where are the cocoa silos? At some point in our historicity, we're one of the largest exporters of cocoa. Where are the cocoa silos? Where is the wealth from sesame? Where is the African timber and plywood company? We've lost everything because rather than encourage industry and hard work, rather than remodel our constitution such that creativity and ingenuity will be encouraged, we live in a country that leads a lie, and we have become largely a mono-product economy because government and leadership is preponderantly lazy. And I think that those who are calling for the restructuring of this country, a la the call of the Country First movement, a la the call of my brother Showumi there, General Akirinade retired, Obadiah Melafia, Pandef and the likes. Those who are asking that this country remodels and restructure are those who truly care and love Nigeria.
Thank you, Prof.
You cannot
I'm sorry my time is really fast.
You cannot decree unity. You negotiate unity.
Thank you so much for that insight. That might actually be your last take on the program. But let me quickly show me. No thanks to the network. We lost him for some time. But let me get your final comment. And that question looks very, very popular. What would make Nigeria worth dying for, especially for the young people watching this program?
Is that me?
Yeah, what would make Nigeria worth dying for?
For the young people watching the program. Yes, what will make Nigeria is for us to reset. We need to go back to basic values. We have virtually destroyed this country, and that includes my generation. Whether I am an active participant or not, we need to go back to basic values and then renegotiate the basis of our unity, as postulated by Prof. And the moment we create a country which people perceive to be fair, the unity is negotiated, not imposed, then we'll be on the path to creating a new Nigeria for the Nigerian people. And when I talk about going back to basic values, I'm actually talking about the spiritual rebirth as advocated by many of the country called Nigeria. But the first step starts with restructuring. Nobody wants the country to collapse. But we must negotiate a fair system for the country, where the youth are stakeholders in this country, in this same economy. Where they see the country as promoting their interests rather than destroying their interests. Today, we have failed the youth.
Thank you so much.
We cannot even provide education. We have to rely on private sectors, to provide education for people. We cannot provide water. We cannot provide electricity. We are not even building houses. When you ask yourself, what else is the country doing for the youth and the poor people? So until we build a stakeholder society, evolve a system through restructuring that could ensure that we are all stakeholders in this economy, we will not be able, to win the youth to embrace Nigeria.
Thank you so much.
Most of those people who are agitating, who are fighting today.
Thank you, Mr. Biodun Shomi. I'm so sorry I will have to end the conversation now. It's been quite enlightening, quite interesting, and let's not give hope. Let's not lose hope. Let's not lose hope on this entity called Nigeria.
We must not lose hope.
And one day, 1 year, maybe on October 1st as this, maybe in a few years' time, the language will change from both of you, where you will be talking about the way forward and not restructuring. Thank you for your time once again.
Hopefully. Thank you.
The pleasure is completely
Thank you,
mine.
Prof. And thank you for staying with us. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, I'll be giving you my take on this issue. Please don't go anywhere. As Nigeria celebrates 60 years of nationhood, there is no better time to celebrate men and women whom, through their sweat, have earned us honor in the Committee of Nations. Time will not permit me to mention many of them whose selfless labors have contributed to our independence. Some have not lived to see the fulfillment of their hopes, but nevertheless, they are remembered here. End of quote. This was part of the speech delivered by Tafawa Balewa on the 1st of October 1960 as the Prime Minister of the new Nigeria, the day Nigeria gained independence. Listening to the speech before this program, I asked myself, would the people who sacrificed lives tooth and nail to gain self-determination for Nigeria be proud of the Nigeria of today? Would they dance for joy and encourage more Nigerians to make more sacrifices for their nation? Looking at the level of insecurity, corruption, poverty, nepotism, tribalism, inadequate infrastructure, hunger in the land, recession when the country is blessed with numerous natural resources, unemployment, prevalence of crime due to these, violence, crippling debt, calls for secession, and several other negative vibes. Sad enough, it appears we have not learned enough lessons from the Civil War, which lasted for 30 months, more than 50 years. As we hear the drums of marginalization, secession, self-determination, and some rhetorics which further divide us. However, in spite of these, we have survived many near crises that almost confirm the doomed prophecy of disintegration. As we reflect on these common values and shared dreams, it is imperative to listen to one another, give one another a sense of belonging and oneness. Only then we shall proudly say, here is our dream country. And that's all we can take on Plus Politics today. Plus Politics returns tomorrow for a special edition on October 1st. And I remain yours truly, Kayode Ladende, saying bye for now.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
I still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
Sleeping early.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent.
On the button, send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people will say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes, or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to the second half of our special Independence Day broadcast on Plus TV Africa. Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. Despite glaring setbacks in many sectors, many optimists say, in spite of all, there is cause to celebrate as the country remains indivisible and insoluble entity in the last years.
Yes, though it has been a mixed bag of 3 years of civil war, 30 years of military rule and 27 years of civilian administration. The country has survived it all with the current uninterrupted 21 years civilian administration.
Tonight, we shall be beaming our searchlight on the security, education, health, youth demography and other relevant sectors.
We will be joined by experts and opinion leaders who will do justice to the issues confronting these sectors and, of course, prefer ways out of them.
I'm Felicity Ezewike.
And I am Osaogi Ogbon.
All right, before we introduce our first line of focus, I think it's fair we just talk about what happened this morning where the president's speech has been eliciting a whole lot of reaction. Somebody sent me a recap where the president talked about the price of petrol, it's now fixed. Agitating or no agitating, we are going to be paying higher.
Everyone's eventually going to
exactly. He made comparison between countries. People are now sending information showing that the minimum wage in these countries that comparison was made is much higher than Nigeria.
It's shocking, and for me, I always wonder if thought was put into these statements before they were made, before these statements were put out there for the rest of Nigeria to look through. Did someone think, oh, what is the per capita income in Saudi Arabia? What is the minimum wage in Saudi Arabia? What is the minimum wage in some of all these countries before we start to compare how much the price of petrol is in these countries? And it's for a lot of Nigerians, they would say it's rather unfair, to expect that with what we earn, with what our economy is like, we would be compared to a country like Saudi Arabia that is, in a lot of ways better off, than Nigeria.
So many talking points, to be honest. I have an epistle of what I would want to say, but it worries me that the theme for this year is together. When there is so much agitation across borders, people are saying we're not happy with the way things are. I kind of wonder if that was the right stance to take when we've not had conversation about whether we want to be, an indivisible entity, or we want segments just the way we've discussed it. I watched analysts this morning here on Plus TV Africa talk about the fact that we're not practicing true federalism. We don't have like a real structure that allows people to be participants in the process that leaders used to lead them.
It honestly feels like these are the statements that we must make every year on Independence Day, but when it's time to take the steps that will, of course, put us on the right track, that will make these statements come to life, we never get to take those steps. If you look back at the last 10 Independence Days, we've made very similar statements. It sounds like it is a broken record all over and over again. We talk about the same things. Talk about corruption, talk about the educational system, talk about security, and of course the war against insurgency, talk about our teeming youth population, talk about healthcare. It's the same thing over and over. But if you would wait till 2021 on Independence Day again in 2021, I'm very sure we would bring back these same statements, but you would barely get to see any, and I'm not trying to sound pessimistic, but you would barely see, I'm speaking from what I have experienced in the last 10 years. You would barely see any very, very intentional moves to make a difference. Very intentional moves to ensure that, when we are, getting to this same place in the next 5 years, we are in a better place. And so these, Independence Day speeches, for a lot of Nigerians, it always comes with, zero attitude. If you look through most of the comments online, most of the reactions to these things online, you would barely see any celebration. I remember yesterday evening, someone put out a post, or 2 days ago, I believe, saying, oh, Nigeria is going to be 60 in a few days. What are the things that you're excited about, being a Nigerian? And the response
unexpectedly, there's so much. I woke up this morning and I put up a post about Happy Independence Niger, but I know a lot of persons have some concerns about how we are as a people, but there is still something to celebrate. I would rather the theme for this year together is geared towards together we come to a decision as to how we are going to live for the next 60 years. For that sense of inclusiveness that the president, talked a whole lot about, the sense of people feeling that they're part of the country and not just, from one ethnicity. It has to be a discussion as to whether we want to remain together or we want to, be in another way, restructured, basically.
I'm personally celebrating this Independence Day with every other person who still is in love and true love with Nigeria, who is still, fully and from the bottom of their hearts in love with Nigeria, still passionate about where we want to be as a country, still passionate about putting in what they can put in to ensure that we have a better nation. And I know there's a few people who have lost, interest, who have lost hope, who really don't care anymore. But for people like me, and I believe yourself, and thousands of
we
millions
are
of others,
passionate about this country.
passionate.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking. I mean, we need to show tough love. That's what they say. I am a proud Nigerian. I wouldn't want to be born anywhere else. So again, happy independence, Nigeria. We'll start the conversation. It's not just going to be the two of us talking in the studio. We will be showing you a report put together by one of our very own, Elsie Godwin. She's taking a look at the youth demography in Nigeria, making a comparison where we are at, what we are doing. She talks a lot about the youth in the early time and now. Let's see that report and we'll be back and introduce our guests to you.
In the words of an Indian ancient teacher and philosopher, Chanaka, the world's biggest power is the youth. A youth in Nigeria is defined as anyone between the ages of 18 and 35 years. Nigeria, being the most populous country in Africa, sits on the top 10 list of countries with the largest population of this demography in the world. As Nigeria clocks 60 with more than half of her population in this age bracket, young people are expected to be economically and politically productive for the society to move forward.
Despite the weight of gerontocracy in Nigeria, the Nigerian youth have been largely be active. They have achieved a lot more. They have contributed their own quota to the nation building. They have excelled in agriculture. They have done well in information technology. They have also done well in the creative industry.
The youth are in the process. We're making effort, and I believe it's only a function of time where there's going to be, that shift.
A quick glance at Nigeria's history clearly shows that those who fought for our independence were all youths. But in 2020, the idea of a youth leading this country sounds unimaginable. What has changed?
The youths of 1960 were, or rather are youths that I consider privileged youths. These were youths that just inherited a Nigeria that was just independent. They inherited a Nigeria that had enormous opportunities. They inherited a Nigeria that its naira could compete with the dollar, its naira could compete with the pounds, its naira could compete with the yen. They inherited a Nigeria that its educational system was at the top of the pyramid. They inherited a Nigeria that was working. So you can't compare the youths of 1960 and the youths that are disadvantaged in 2020.
The youth of 1960, like Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Pai Nahoro, Zik, all of them, there were few that were educated. There were plenty of opportunities that could go around, fewer people.
Rising up to this challenge on this year's 2020 International Youth Day, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who became head of state in his early 30s, did not spare this subdued set of people.
Form your own party, manage it, run it, and take over.
A quick flashback to pre-independence reveals that the nationalists in their 30s and early 40s took the bull by the horn, which current youths must take a cue from.
If you look at the event of the last general election, of which I was an active player, you would see that there was an high influx of youths that came out in mass.
Beyond taking over power and leadership, it is often said that the led have got even greater responsibilities for their behavior and impact on the society. The potential of Nigerian youths have been proven to be better maximized outside the shores of the country. Nigerian youths, against all odds, have consistently excelled in different walks of life globally. From health to sports, science and technology, agriculture, telecommunication, and even more dominating is the entertainment industry.
If they use their drive, come together, they will not support They will not campaign and support corrupt people, bad governance, they speak about it, against it, then they'll be able to have chance.
Yes, they call us the future of the country. Every time is a generational statement. We need to understand that that future is now.
As we celebrate 60 years of independence and prepare to launch the Vision 2050 agenda, we must begin to question the roles each and every citizen of Nigeria must play, most especially the youths, for a greater Nigeria. Elsie Godwin for Plus TV Africa.
And thanks very much to Elsie Godwin for that report. Of course, talking about the youth and Nigeria, where we are coming from, and how much more demands that the Nigerian youth have. Joining us to, of course, have a conversation about this, we have Gloria Chibuike. She is a youth advocate. Thank you so much for stepping in and for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We're also going to be speaking with Johnson Abali, the convener, Vision 2040.
It's a pleasure to have you join us, Mr. Abali.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me start with our in-studio guest. The comparison that was done in that report, youths in the past and youths today, say 60s, 70s, 80s, and what we have today. Is there hope for the youth demography in Nigeria 60 years on?
I would say 100% yes. There is hope for Nigerian youths because there's so much effort that is being put in right now. You know, Nigerian youths are doing a lot more than we used to do. It feels like we're all waking up. Everybody's trying to put their head somewhere. So I think there's hope. You know, I think there's hope, but they just need more encouragement. They need to feel like if they're making efforts that they're being heard.
Yeah, and making efforts really. I don't know if you have something to say, because
I mean, when you're talking about encouragement, you know, I'm trying to figure out, you know, where, you know, what more encouragement they need. First of all, you know, it's great seeing, I personally love seeing women, because I've always been a low-key advocate for women in politics and women talking governance. And of course, so it's great seeing you in the studio. So what more encouragement would you say that the youth need? In what way?
When it comes to encouragement, okay, I'm talking about the government, because I think that's one of the biggest problems that the youths are having. That's one of the things they're complaining about. You know, we don't have proper education system, we don't have this, we don't have that. Now, when I mean encouragement, I mean the government being able to support these people. It's like, you see, we're making effort. How are you going to help us? By making things easier for us. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, let's switch to Mr. Johnson Abali now. Thanks for joining us once again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, some people would describe Nigerian youth as lazy. Lazy in the sense that, of course, if you compare them with youth from other countries like France, South Korea, the Philippines, and some of all these places that we, of course, get to see on TV every other, time. We don't have the same attitude here in Nigeria. Would you agree with that word used to describe Nigerian youth?
Absolutely not. And there is absolutely no basis for that. I mean, why would you call a Nigerian young person lazy? Lazy, I mean, how do you even contextualize that? How do you define lazy, really? Is it a kid who stays in the heat of the African sun for 2 hours, is trying to close a sale of 1 sachet of water? Is that laziness? Is it a young kid who wakes up at 4 a.m. in the morning so that he can help the mom do some chores and help her get to the market before she comes back home and take care of her little kids and then is able to go back to school late? Is that laziness? Is it a young person who has to earn a living with the incredibly impossible situations they have to put up in a country like Nigeria? You know, sometimes when people just make some of these blanket statements and then they compare us with other people, the parameters for the comparison are usually very suspect. I mean, it's just like, before you guys brought us on, you were talking about some of the things that the president said much earlier when he referred to the pump price of oil, and then other people were wondering, how do you take one small index of an entire big picture and then push it? That's caricature. Caricature is taking a small part of something and blowing it out of proportion, all right? Saudi Arabia can afford to sell their fuel at 1,000. at 1,000 naira per liter. After all, the people minimum wage is 700,000 naira minimum wage in Saudi Arabia. In Nigeria, it is still 18,000 because the 30,000 naira has not really been implemented across board. And that's still essentially less than $100 by this particular administration's exchange rates. So what we are talking about, young Nigerians are not lazy. I don't see what the laziness is. All right. I mean, if you go out there, you see people irking a living, trying to do what they can with the kind of education, the slapdash education that they have been given. The education they get is not fit for purpose, does not equip them for real life. It's not entrepreneurship in any way. And there is nothing about any of the deal that they get from this government that positions them to make a living in spite of government. These young people still go on to make the best that they can with their lives. As a matter of fact, I think that young Nigerians can do even better without governments in their way. Because when they try to thrive, then you see people show up and make their lives even more miserable. You see, if you take the socio-economic analysis of the demography between 40 and 0, these are young Nigerians who maybe didn't see the war. I mean, these people have endured they live in a system that they have never seen worked. Except they've traveled abroad or have some opportunity to see some things online, they've never truly experienced what it means to live in a system that worked. Now, that is a profile of the mind of a young Nigerian. And who gave him that profile? I mean, you're taking a country back from a group of individuals, gerontocrats, who were handed a functional nation and they tore it apart, and nepotism and ethnicity and greed and avarice, and then you expect the young Nigerian to rise up out of nothing and then create a miracle? How is that going to happen? You know, I get pissed off a lot when I hear about what people say about Nigeria, and then you compare them with other places. I mean, I have lived in the United States, all right, and there is a place called Oakland. You go to Oakland right now, you see black young people all moving around the street. They don't want to do anything with their lives. They either want to play football or go into rap and all of that.
Mr. Abali, if I may.
The funnel for success for them is smaller. And that is a country that gives education support. You can get a student loan, a robust student loan that spreads repayment over 40 years, and they don't even start to collect that repayment until you get a job that pays you at least $15,000
Mr. Abali, if I may, please, if I may interject. I don't think you can hear us. Can you hear us, Mr. Abali?
You understand what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm just taking over all of this. I think
I really need to butt in.
Bad deal in this whole arrangement. They always get what's coming to them.
Okay, I was going to follow up with Mr. Abali, but he seemed to have had quite a long talk time. So I'm going to come to you of what he's saying, that opportunities a roundabout way, we don't seem to have enough of that. But from that report, from the report that I'm trying to say the report that Elsie brought. I got a bit distracted there for a second. Elsie talked about, there's a guest in Elsie's report, Mr. Rahim Ajayi. He talked about the fact that the youths have been largely active. And then Larry, in that same report, believes that the youths are in a process of getting somewhere. Of what he has said and what you said earlier, we're 60 years today and counting. How much longer does the youth need to have to begin to make an impact in their time? Because remember that the people that we referred to, Obasanjo himself came in his late or early 30s to the realms of power, and he's been a very vocal voice since then. When nobody gave it to them, they took it. So when are we going to be ready to do that?
I would say that being ready is one of the problems that we Nigerian youths have. And I'm saying it in the sense that I said this the last time I had an interview, and I said low self-esteem is one of the biggest problems that we Africans fight with, especially the youths. We feel like we can't do it. We know we're being told because, let's say, for example, in the past years, youths from 35 up, no, not down, but let me say youths from like the 20s to 35 have been greatly absent in the government sector. okay? And that's a problem because a lot of them are scared to go. They say, oh, no,
Well, you keep talking about them being scared. You are here today, you're speaking. Are you scared? Must you, even in spite, they say courage is not the absence of fear. So are we going to say because we're scared, we're not given the opportunities, we're not going to come out and do what it is? For instance, the last election, so much for young people are ready, not too young to run. And then we had the situation where they were supposed to be a pact, they're supposed to come to a consensus to get one candidate. And you still saw the disarray that came out at the end of the day. No one wanted to step down. Is it a factor of what history has given to us? Or is it a factor of an intrinsic rejection of the idea of I must do what I can for this country to move forward? Or maybe the issue about our identity. Would that be a better excuse than to say that the youths are not encouraged, they're scared? You know, I'll take your response and then we'll say the same thing to Mr. Abali.
Like you said, am I scared? I'll start with that. I'm not scared at all, okay? If I'm scared, then I wouldn't be here. If I'm scared, I wouldn't decide to be a youth advocate or a youth counselor. You understand what I mean? But I think it's just a big problem with African youths to decide to brace up. But then we're doing our best. Okay, a lot of us are coming into the society right now. A lot of youths are putting in so much effort. They're trying to be part of the society. It's not, they say, yes, the older ones, they wouldn't let us get into the, into the system. But I think the problem is that most times when we get to that point, I wouldn't want to use the word bribed because a lot of people, they say, oh, no, step down, and, to hold this money, and then you just move. You give up. We're not willing to make the sacrifices. We get to a point and we just give up.
All right, let's bring Mr. Abali in quickly. I know Osage would have some question, but I still want your response to the question. I don't know if you got it earlier.
Yes, I did. I got your question about whether or not they're afraid. And again, I'm asking, how do you even measure scare? Afraid? Yep. I mean, sometimes when you say youth, the problem sometimes I have with talking heads on TV is that when they mention the word youth, they're talking about the people in the upper crust of the society, the up and over, cosmopolitan young people who schooled in the $500,000 naira per term schools and all of that. So they consider those are youth. The Nigerian youth is actually on the street, and those kids aren't afraid of anything. These are the people who would trek all the way through deserts in Libya and swim through oceans. They know it entails a lot of pain, but the pain is a price to go to pain. They even will want to attempt it. I mean, when somebody comes to the point where he prefers a watery grave than to stay in this place and is ready to give it a go. Many of the people who play football for Nigeria, many of them had to go through hell and high waters so that they were able to get away to get to Europe and ply the trade. And eventually when they break out, we start to, come around. We are a fair weather country. We only show up when people eventually make it. All right. The same country that turned down Joshua, Anthony Joshua is the same country that shows up and says, oh, that's a Sam. Why? Because it's beginning to bring in the laurels. That's the kind of people we are. And that crab mentality has to stop. You see, young Nigerians are not afraid to attempt big things. If, as a matter of fact, the real progress that we have made in the last 20, 25 years have been because of steps that young Nigerians take. Look at your economy. They're run by young Nigerians. You can't go to any corporations today, from banks to blue chip companies, industries, you count them. You discover that these companies are run by people who are younger than 40, many of them in their early 30s. And these are people bringing innovation and driving new things. I mean, look at your studio. Plus TV is driven essentially by youth.
Mr.
Now,
Abali,
the people don't want to let those young people have power. What are they afraid of? That the youth will mess things up? I mean, what is there to be messed up that has already been messed up? You got a picture, so that's clear. Young people are not afraid. In fact, as a matter of fact, I really think the government is afraid of young people organizing around a strong, powerful cause. Because, when young people begin to come together, they know that that's a strong thing. And so they try to, weaponize poverty so that they can keep them at their leash. And that's part of the problem that we are having. Young Nigerians, I think that there is a gross underestimation of young Nigerians.
Mr. Abali, just before you come in,
actually anything, literally.
Mr. Abali, it is important that when I'm trying to, Mr. Abali,
so good that we do bad things so
okay,
well.
I think we're going to have a challenge this evening.
There was a time
Mr. Abali, it's important that while you're talking, you just listen for when we're trying to interject so it doesn't look like we're talking back at each other, please, sir. Can you hear me now? Mr. Abali, can you hear me? Because I tried to interject to follow up on what you were saying. Just before my colleague comes in, I wanted to say that we are not blind to the fact that Nigerian youths are one of the most resilient, intelligent, all the positive things that come with it. But when we talk about, in this context of Nigeria celebrating 60 years of independence, we're looking at particularly the area of governance and leadership. There seemed to be a lack of adequate representation when it comes to the youth demography. And we are saying that, I mean, some persons, like in the reports that Elsie presented, that the youth demography is still in a process. We're saying 60 years on, the youths before now that took the realm and tried to grow Nigeria were still young, but they were able to do that in spite of the odds. So what is stopping us? We have so much opportunities.
I like to tell you a story. I mean, this story is in a public place, and I know that a lot of us are familiar with it, about Stalin. Stalin once went to Congress, and then he took a chicken with him. And then he plucked out the feathers of the chicken live right there in front of Congress. And people were, rethink, why they watched this chicken in incredible pain, obvious pain. And then after that, he let the chicken down and brought chicken food in his hand and called the chicken. The chicken came back to eat off his hand. And then he said famously that that's how the people are. Strip them of everything and still they come to you for food. And that's exactly what's going on. Young Nigerians do not lack, they do not want for political favor or passion or desire to even rule. But the trouble is that the people who do not want young people in power has done so in such a way that young people would not have either the capacity, even if they have the will, there's no capacity to pursue. I mean, somebody has said, oh, there's a not too young to run bill that has been signed into the law. But how about the electoral law that deals with the question of funding and election finance? Because if you do not have a treasure trove, you cannot run for any office, even as small as that of a councillor in a local government ward. Why is that? Because it has been hugely politicized and commercialized. That is the whole reason why you have the concept of the money-back godfathers. And somebody is saying we're going to take away godfatherism. How do you strip godfatherism from a political process that entrenches it in its very fabric? I mean, there is no way you can run for office if you do not have at least 500,000. I mean, even 500 million. I mean, 500 million naira. Where's a young man going to get that? How many years do you have to work to raise that kind of money? So representation for a young person who is still looking for how he's going to get his next meal, where's his next lunch going to come from, is laughable, to say the least. So the truth of the matter is that a young person has been stripped strategically of his capacity to genuinely compete in the political space.
All right, hold on, Mr. Abali. I want to ask something
that
from
allow people on the basis of.
Yeah, like Felicity said, it might be a little tough having this conversation, but we'll go on regardless. So I probably would start with you, and then we'll go back to Mr. Abali. I want to ask now, right from where he left off. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo was someone that was also in that report, advising the youth to form a political party, organize it, run it, and take over leadership. Do you think that is achievable? And I want you to put in mind the clogs in the wheel with regards running for politics or running for office in Nigeria, how expensive it is, how, of course, there's a lot of roadblocks here and there. So do you think that is achievable with the current day Nigerian youth?
Yes, very much achievable. I mean, it's all about, we putting our minds to something and getting it done. During the not too young to run, election period and everything, I don't know much about it. So I'm not going to say too much, but there's one thing I noticed, that when we Nigerian youths come together and agree on something, we get it done. And the truth is, yes, financially, a lot of people are not well equipped, but if we put in the effort to start, there are people who would come out and support it. A lot of people supported that actual movement. There was so much to support to it. Yes, we didn't win, but we don't have to give up. That's my point. My point is, we as Nigerian youths don't have to give up. We have to keep trying. It's not a crime to fail. It's not a crime. I know I have friends who are youths who contested in their states and they failed. But guess what? They said, I'm contesting again. Yes, you spent that money, but you're trying to give back to your society. You're trying to be a different person. So it's just more about, let's put in the effort to do it. And it's all going to add up. There are a lot of young Nigerian youths who are doing so well. A lot of them, I'm sorry to say, don't know what they will use their money to do, so they're willing to invest it into people who they see that are willing to grow.
Shouldn't be so tough. Johnson Abali, are you still with us?
I am here.
All right, so I want to throw the same question to you. You started talking about Nigerian youth and, of course, getting into politics and how difficult it might be because of how expensive it is to run for office in Nigeria. So I want you to respond to former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who is advising Nigerian youth to form their own political party, organize it, run it, go through all the steps necessary, and see ways that they can take over office. If you were to advise on how that should be run, do you think that is achievable? Mr. Bali, can you hear us?
Okay, I think we lost him for a bit there. I don't know, you could respond to it while we wait to reconnect.
Okay, like I was saying, we can do it. Okay, it just takes for us to come together, and I think we're working towards it right now. I have a lot of youths that I'm working with. I've come across, a lot of Nigerian youths who are doing a lot to invest in their society, even though most times they feel like they're not being appreciated. But I just think it's not about the appreciation. It's about the fact that you're making this. Exactly. You want to serve.
Okay, I want to refer, I don't know if you watched the report earlier by Elsie. Part of the comment that was made by one of the respondents was the fact that the young people that inherited Nigeria as we were and tried to build a democracy were privileged, and that the youths of today are disadvantaged. Mr. Bali alluded to it in his submission when he talked about the expensive nature of politics and, of course, the lack of opportunities that are there. But in spite of this, let's talk solution. In what ways can the young people in this country begin to be a bit more assertive when it comes to the issue of leadership in Nigerian politics?
One of the things I'm going to note is, I think, most times the reason why it's like we Nigerian youths, when we want to go into politics, where it's like you're being pushed out. Okay, I don't know if that word is right, but it feels like you're being pushed out.
Yeah, obviously, there are a lot of obstacles, but they said in spite of this.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, it's like this. If you are contesting for something, it's your first time. A lot of them, they make money. They say they want to contest for something. You run up to go to the highest level. You have to start little. You have to start to make that. You can be a councillor. You can be a local government chairman. These are things that are very...
There's no money there.
No, you don't. That's,
there's no money there. I'm just telling you what they will say.
But that's the problem. The problem is we're too money conscious that we don't understand that we have to sacrifice to get to where you want to be. All the rich people that we see today, they have a story to tell. They just didn't jump on the money. So you have to work to get yourself to that point. You can't just wake up and say, oh, I'm a Nigerian youth, so I'm just going to go contest for House of Assembly. You don't know nothing about politics.
I think there's also a lot of trust issues among young Nigerians. Yeah. And it travels very far. What I really hope is that the things that divide us as Nigerians haven't eaten too deep into the young Nigerians, into the young, vibrant Nigerians. I believe that if young Nigerians can still follow the advice of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, I don't think whatever youth party they form is going to charge 15 million naira for a ticket. I don't think it's also going to have, too many of those clogs, to get into those positions, as long as they truly believe. So let me use this analogy. A couple of weeks ago, there's been a lot of conversation concerning what happened with the Big Brother Naija show. A lot of people run away from it because they don't want to accept that we actually have the youth numbers to make the change that we need. But when you bring
based
that up,
on the vote cast, yes,
but
that was a huge conversation.
The vote,
yes,
the attention that it pulls, the conversations that it pulls across the country, the amount of young people you see waiting at the airports to welcome their favorite housemates, that you would wonder where these people are when it's time to vote.
So how can we? I mean, what you're saying makes a lot of sense, but how can we pull ourselves together?
That's really where
I'm actually going to give an example from what you just said. This is what I literally tell my friends every time we sit together. I said, if Nigerian youths can put in the effort they put into programs like this, into reality, which is our reality, because you see them on the social network, they fight each other. You know what I mean? Like you said, these people come and they get to the airport, you have people packed out there waiting.
So my question, my thinking though is, there is something about, we have very creative people. There's something about harnessing opportunity. Now, this is a gold mine of people whose attention, we know the kind of things that attract them. Isn't there maybe a creative way we could devise maybe a show that has to do with leadership and have young people come in, contest? It might not be, that way we begin to change gradually. It's a process. We're 60 years old and we still have challenges.
I'm going to bring in Mr. Abali next, but one of the things that I would also mention is that we have a problem with our attention span as young Nigerians. We forget after 3 days. We're passionate about something today. It is crazy all over social media. 3 days later, we're done with it.
Exactly.
Once something new comes in, we're done with it. And in those 3 days, we have time to get distracted by whatever new information, whatever new story comes in. Mr. Abali, welcome back. I guess you can hear us now.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, clearly. I'm asking about how you think it is possible that we run a young people's political party, according to the advice of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Do you think it is achievable that we can actually create, or the Nigerian youth can create a young, a party for themselves that will be driven and organized and run by them entirely to take over, certain positions in government?
Hello, if what you mean is get young people active in politics, keep them away from the street, keep them out of trouble, but let them doing something that you can more accurately call pseudo-politics, then maybe that idea sounds nice. Because the truth of the matter is, the last election we just came out from, we had a youth political party. If, as a matter of fact, they called it YPP, I think, Youth Political Party. But again, the problems are still fundamental. So even though they had younger candidates who were looking to run, you had the former deputy governor of the CBN, you had Fela Durotoye, you have the other guy, the Sahara reporter guy. You understand what I'm trying to say? So what happened there? That should give you an idea of the fundamental problem you have. The biggest problem young Nigerians have is poverty. And that is the very leverage the politicians have over them. Because you see, if I want to split the vote, all I have to do is to make a provision for all of these young people and split the middle. If I split the middle, there is no way they can organize effectively among themselves, because the fundamental needs, according to Maslow law, the needs for survival has not been taken care of. And a young person, for any day, anybody who is in a survival mode, without even having to think about it twice, will drop whatever political agitation you're asking him and will go for the money. It's the way it works. Poverty has been weaponized in such a way that gives politicians the ability to control the young vote. Let me be honest with you. If you want to win election in Nigeria, you must control 3 pillars. The political pillar, religious pillar, economic pillars. If you do not have the economic strength,
Mr. Johnson
If you do not have the depth in politics and the depth of religion, you cannot weave an effective political strategy that eventually give you the kind of offices that you're looking for.
I really
Young people
honestly
will have
wish
to
that
grow
we had
themselves
more
there.
time. Mr. Abali, I wish we had more time because there is so much I would have loved to talk to you about. When you talk about all the challenges that are up there, we should be looking at a way forward, but we don't have that time now. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing your thoughts and experience on the program.
Thank you.
And of course, Gloria, a pleasure always to have you in our studios. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. Even though I didn't finish everything I wanted to say.
Okay. It's never enough time. I have more questions for Mr. Abali, but we don't have enough time. Thank you so much for coming. It's appreciated.
We'll take a short break. When we come back, of course, more on these conversations all the way. Stay with us.
Quality wire, and quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. Original quality wire, where they can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Coleman, original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Coleman, original quality, durable, trustable. Coleman,
Nigeria is sometimes misrepresented in the media. We get a lot of backlash when a small percentage of Nigerians commit crime or get into trouble. So, we are here to shine the light on some Nigerians in diaspora, making the motherland proud. Akinwumi Adesina. Akinwumi Adesina is the 8th elected president of the African Development Bank, AFDB. He was first elected to the position on May 28, 2015. He also secured a second term in the position in 2020 after battling allegations of corruption. Adesina is a globally renowned development economist and agricultural development expert with over 30 years of international experience. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in agricultural economics from the University of Ile-Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, in 1981. He won the prestigious Rockefeller Foundation Social Science Fellowship Award in 1988, which launched his international career. Paulina Ibokwe. Paulina Ibokwe is the first black and Nigerian woman to become the chairman of a big American outfit, Universal Studio Group. Ibokwe was born in Nigeria in the 1960s and lived with her family in the village, which was affected by bomber planes during the Nigerian Civil War, and moved to the United States at the age of 6. She earned a Bachelor of Arts degree from Yale University and an MBA from Columbia University. Before her recent appointment, she was the head of the television arm of the company, a position no black woman has held before her. She worked at Showtime for 20 years, where she was involved in television shows such as Dexter, Masters of Sex, Nurse Jackie, State of the Union, The Underground, Soul Food, and more. Kelechi Madu. Kelechi Madu, also known as Casey, is a Nigerian lawyer who is the first black man and also Nigerian to be named a Minister of Justice in Alberta, Canada. Before his recent appointment, he was a member of the Legislative Assembly of the province representing the district of Edmonton South after winning the 2019 Alberta general election. In 2019 also, he was appointed to the Executive Council of Alberta as the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Kikelomo Lawal has been appointed Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer of the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce,
Good to know you're still with us on this Independence Day special broadcast on Plus TV Africa.
Exactly, and away from talking about the youth, we're moving into something entirely different now. It's time to talk about security. On, of course, our Independence Day special, 60 years after, at some point, we began dealing with an insurgency. It's been a conversation that has continued for more than a decade now. Joining us to share thoughts on this and, of course, to analyze these situations, we have Kabir Adamu, a security consultant, who is joining us virtually, and of course, Colonel Ola Majoyegbe. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
It's my pleasure. Glad to be here.
All right, but before we go on, we'll take a special report from our correspondent, Amadine Uyi. He captures, as much as he could, some of the security situation in the country. Take a look.
The year 2020 had come with its own security challenges. Nigerian forces continue to battle Boko Haram terrorists around the Sambisa area in Borno. Islamic State of West Africa terrorists around the Lake Chad area, bandits and cattle rustlers around the Middle Belt, and kidnappers around the country. Those security agencies had put in so much effort in trying to contain the activities of the terrorists. On February the 9th, heavily armed men in trucks attacked residents at a military checkpoint in Ono, Borno State, leaving a trail of death, destruction, and blood.
This attack was preventable. This attack was dodgeable. This attack was avoidable, and it was equally repellable. The most painful thing on earth is for you to stay in your comfort zone while your constituents are dying like animals.
Some of them tasked service chiefs to resign, saying fresh ideas were needed to prosecute the war against terror.
What I am advising, Mr. President, if we are ready, we have to retire to those service chiefs, withdraw all the soldiers that are in Maiduguri, the juniors and the seniors, all of them, and send a fresh troops. I'm telling you, if the president do this, this war will end in 40 to 60 days.
I think that is hard time.
On a new front, attacks by armed gunmen on southern Kaduna communities began to increase. While the nation continued to reel under the yoke of the coronavirus pandemic, persons from southern Kaduna extraction raised alarm over the increasing attacks on their communities by armed gunmen, leaving a trail of blood and death.
My family has been killed.
My family has been killed in these recent killings that they killed. They burned down our houses right now. I have 6 people in my house. I have more than 5 people in my younger brother's house, and my younger brother don't have a work.
My village, Chipop village, was the first village that was attacked by the Fulani herdsmen, so to say. Our people are vulnerable, and the whole thing is just like a charade.
The Southern Kaduna People's Union, also known as SOCAPU, revealed that over 50,000 persons had been displaced following the attacks between January and September 2020.
Attackers, herdsmen militia, have taken over the communities. And in all this, most of the communities that have been displaced, the displaced person we have are more than 50,000 right now.
The military, however, did not relent in its effort to contain the crisis. The Defense Headquarters said special forces were deployed to track down those responsible for the attacks in a bid to contain them.
In southern Kaduna, troops of Operation Safe Haven have continued to intensify efforts aimed at securing the lives and property in the general area. Particularly in this regard, special operations forces have been deployed to the joint operations area, covering the various flashpoints. This move is expected to achieve the desired result with the provision of credible and actionable intelligence, specifically from the primary sources.
Though the military continued to achieve great success on different fronts, however, events playing out in the Northeast showed that the war against insecurity had not been won. On September the 25th, the convoy of the governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, was attacked on his way to Baga in Borno State. Several operatives were killed. The attack shows that Nigeria's current efforts against insecurity still has a mountain to climb. Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
Well, security is a challenge in this country. It has plagued us since independence, it seems. It doesn't look like we're getting a hang of things, especially with the recent attacks on the Borno State Governor, Zulum, Babagana Zulum. We have our guest here. Let's see. We'll start with the question, Colonel. Is it possible for us to evolve, a crime, at least a lessened crime society, so we can progress?
Yes, indeed, it is possible. But we must accept that for that to happen, we must allow the professionals to dictate the process. One of the things I am very unhappy about is that the political leaders and the public affairs analysts are making the same mistakes the United States made in the war in Vietnam. What is that mistake? The politicians were sitting in Washington, D.C., and telling the generals in the field where to go, what latitude not to go beyond, what kind of weapon to fire. And General Westmoreland, one of the finest soldiers in all military history, was stuck there listening to people who had no idea at all what military operations were about.
Is that actually a replica of what is happening in Nigeria? Because don't forget, we have the service chiefs. Yes. The politicians cannot take decisions without the input of these people who are on the field. Would it be fair to say it is the politicians that is hampering the fight?
No, I will not say that the situation is exactly the same. But let me give you one example. A couple of years ago, a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, responsible for information, told Nigerians that at a certain point, the Buhari administration was going to defeat the terrorists. Those of us who are professionals were shocked. I do not want to sound indecent on television. So, but I would say that it was shocking. Nobody dictates the date of an asymmetric warfare, of a counter-revolutionary warfare. Because one of the characteristics is that things are constantly changing. You will never, ever have all the intelligence that you have. What was true 5 minutes ago would have changed. But Nigerians were told at this time, Boko Haram will be out of the way. Then the time came, and they went to the minister.
Have them with us.
What happened? He said, oh, no, we have defeated them technically. Why are Nigerian officials so indisciplined? All he needed to have said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. Obama appointed some people and they were found with inaccurate tax. And he said, I screwed up. So I'm sorry. What I said hadn't happened. What did the minister say? Oh, yes, we have defeated Boko Haram technically.
All right.
I am shocked that he was not immediately fired. That is a lie.
Oh, well,
and today, everybody says Buhari administration is lying. Yes, he's a minister of Buhari. Buhari was in the civil war from the first day to the last. He knows we have not been defeated.
All right, hold on. So I want to bring in Kabir Adamu here on the conversation with regards the service chiefs. I think it was part of the things that was in the report. One of the National Assembly members had talked about changing, certain people and bringing, of course, a new set. Would you say that, or would you agree that sacking the service chiefs was one of the things that maybe would have brought, a difference with our fight against insurgency? Or do you think that we have deeper challenges aside just the service chiefs?
Sorry, let me start by wishing everyone, including yourself, happy Independence Anniversary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No doubt the Buhari administration is riding on a tripod focus, security, economy, and then that diversification of the economy, and then fighting corruption. And of course, we're discussing security, so clearly we do have the standpoint to review the performance of this government, given that it has promised us a change in security. To answer your question directly, the service chiefs are a function of whatever they inherit, the structures, the capacity, the capabilities of the operational functions that they have inherited. Yes, one can argue that in the past 4+ to 5 years that they have been at the reign of the various military units, they should have been able to change all of this, including equipment, manpower and all that. But to that extent, I agree with the statement by my co-discussant. They can only do this with the support of the politicians. No matter how much they want to buy equipment, want to recruit new personnel into the army, then frankly, it's only when politicians agree and support them that they'll be able to do that. So that's one. And that brings me to the other part of your question. I do not think changing the service chiefs would have any significant impact on the way we approach security, for the simple reason that I have sat down and have collated or counted the number of ministries, departments, and agencies that are involved in security in the country. And the most conservative estimate will give you 27 security ministries, departments, and agencies. Now, out of these 27, only 5 are with the military. So that's if you divide the military units, Air Force, Army, and Navy, and then the intelligence agencies. Now, 5 out of 27 means, frankly, no matter how effective that 5 is, if the other 22 are not effective, then you're not likely to see the results that we want. So that brings me to my point. We're celebrating 60 years of independence. What kind of security structure did we inherit from our colonial masters? And now, what have we done since we inherited those structures to make those security organizations and structures meet our needs as Nigerians, from the point of view of policy, from the point of view of strategy, as well as from the point of view of operations. And I will tell you very little. I will use just one of the security departments and as an example, that is the police. Up until last 2 weeks, the laws governing the operations of the police dates back to as far back as 1940. There were minor changes. In 1960, there was an attempt to change it. In 2004, there was some amendments. But fundamentally, the Police Act remained the same with what was started in 1942, if I remember very well. So effectively, what we had was a police organization that was created to meet the needs of a colonial administration and over time to meet the needs of military administration. At no point in time did our democratic institutions, especially the parliament, look closely at that act to democratize it and make sure it meets the needs of Nigerians. Now, the good news is the Police Act 2020 has been passed. And if you look closely at the contents of that Police Act, one of the key points is to democratize it. Fundamental rights of citizens have been introduced, act, something that was purely missing before. So the policeman could shoot you, extrajudicial killings could occur, and there was no way of punishing the police because the act did not provide for that. So that's progress. 60 years down the road, with eventually progress has been made. The second part that I would like to mention is coordination within the security architecture as a whole. I mentioned 27 ministries, departments, and agencies. If you look at the architecture as a whole, coordination is virtually missing. There are about 4 points of coordination. The Office of the National Security Advisor, the presidency itself, originating from the powers that the president has, the Minister of Defense, and the Ministry of Interior. To an extent, you can bring in the Police Service Commission now. So 4 or 5, depending on how you look at it. Now, how do you expect 5 agencies to coordinate security, as it were? If I don't like the face of the National Security Advisor, I will go directly and meet the president, which is what happened under the immediate past, administration, and the a few of the service chiefs did that. So that's another gray area. The third area I would like to talk about is monitoring and evaluation. Corruption, unfortunately, is quite huge within the security structure. Over the 60 years that we've talked about, the most glaring of this corruption is under the Goodluck Jonathan administration, when monies were seen in a private jet in South Africa to buy arms. And then, of course, monies were given to the Office of the National Security Advisor, and we had that prayers were being organized for 4 billion naira, and someone had the audacity to come out and defend that. A former Minister of Defense from the south.
Mr. Damu, so we can better manage the time.
So monitoring and evaluation is missing, and we're hoping that these 3 areas that I've mentioned in the past 60 years are areas that unfortunately have made security quite, ineffective in meeting the needs of the average Nigerian.
All right, I want to take you back quickly before we come to our guest in the studio. You talked about the new Police Act, and you're saying there's a lot of changes in it. You highlighted some of that for us. Because of time, I wouldn't ask for further clarification, but I would say that many would argue that law is not a problem in Nigeria, but it is the enforcement of these laws that remains, a clog in the wheel of progress. How impactful do you think this new law will be if the will to implement it is not there? We're 60 years old and we're still grappling with these issues.
Yes, I agree. We do have a challenge, and it's a cultural challenge where, enforcement, obedience to laws is a huge issue. The COVID-19 protocol is a good wearing a mask, something that will protect you and protect your loved ones. A lot of people find it difficult to comply with that. The security agencies that are meant to enforce that also find it difficult to do. So it's a cultural challenge. But frankly, where I stand, this is a matter of survival for us. Security is key and integral to us meeting our national aspirations, developmental aspirations. So it's not a matter of choice. If we want to get it right, then we need to implement those laws. And the Police Act is a beginning point. There are several aspects of the Act that I would say is very good. And I've highlighted the area around the protection of our fundamental rights as Nigerians. And the onus is on us as Nigerians. The media, the fifth of the realm, as it were, the civil society organizations, and then all of us as Nigerians, we need to put pressure on government. That brings me to the point around accountability. A lot of the government structures at the federal level, the state level, and the local government either don't understand what it means to be accountable, or even where they understand, because they can get away with it, clearly get away with a lot of impunity. So hopefully, if we put pressure on them and demand accountability using the yardstick of some of these laws that have been passed. As an example, I know a policeman cannot come and arrest me if he doesn't read my rights. I can politely ask him and remind him of some of these things. So know the content of the act and then use that act itself to demand for accountability.
Right.
And that is a task that all of us as Nigerians, as media men, as civil society organizations, would hold this government to account going forward.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to go back to Colonel Ola Majoigbe. I want to get your views on one of the things that Kabir Adamu also mentioned, which is corruption. I want to get your views on how much how much damage corruption has also done to our security architecture in the last 60 years. We would have expected, a lot, in the last 6 decades, development, investments, information technology, intelligence, there's so much. So how much damage would you say it has done?
Just to add to that, fresh on the mind as he was speaking was the